Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry was trained by a wandless mind mage. Here is short summary. After a fateful encounter, Harry is taken under the wing of a mysterious wandless mind mage, unlocking abilities even Dumbledore never dared to teach. As secrets unravel and power awakens, Harry is no longer just the boy who lived, he's becoming something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry found James in his office marking papers and muttering darkly under his breath. He looked up sharply as Harry entered, his eyes narrowing. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing to a chair in front of his desk. Harry complied, a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. What the bloody hell was that little display all about? James demanded, his voice coldly furious. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper," Harry said quickly. "Lost your bloody temper?" James exploded. "You almost killed Malfoy. Is that what you wanted?" Harry considered this question seriously for a moment, then shrugged slightly. "To tell the truth, it wouldn't have really bothered me either way," he said calmly. James sighed heavily, rubbing his temples with his fingertips. "Harry, it would have been murder, you know that. You could have gone to Azkaban, and I'd never hear the end of it if that happened. Not only that, but you could have seriously hurt your friends." "I know," Harry said quietly. "I couldn't help myself. I just felt this overwhelming urge to hurt people. That was the basilisk talking, not you. It's the one with the homicidal impulses. You have to learn to control that, to tame it." "How?" Harry demanded tiredly. "It's stronger than I am." "It's also under your command," James said sternly. "It's here to help you, not hinder. It has to listen to you whether it likes." Suddenly Harry's scars seared with pain. He cried out, clapping his hand to his forehead and doubling over in his seat. "What is it?" James asked curiously, standing and coming around the desk to kneel next to Harry, who was now panting for breath. "Voldemort," Harry grated. "He's really happy about something." "Have you had a fallout with Miss Weasley?" James asked suddenly. The question was so unexpected that it distracted Harry from the pain for a moment. "Yeah," Harry said quietly as the pain began to recede. "We had an argument out in the forest," he trailed off as several things clicked together in his mind. "That's the big theory," he said suddenly, sitting up straighter in his chair. "You think it's Ginny who's stopping me from seeing Voldemort?" "Partly," James granted, standing and seating himself again behind his desk. "Although not entirely. More like it's your feelings for her that are blocking the Dark Lord from accessing your mind. Do you remember when he tried to possess you back in the Department of Mysteries?" Harry nodded. "I thought about Sirius," he said slowly. "And Voldemort went away. The Dark Lord cannot stand to exist in an environment filled with such positivity," James said, clasping his hands together and resting them on the desk in front of him. "Your ability to love, and be loved in return, may be your greatest weapon, Harry. Always remember that. What you are feeling now is no doubt Voldemort's glee at discovering your mind is once again vulnerable, even if it is only temporary. Why did Ginny come with me when I transported myself earlier? And why could I do it at all? I thought you couldn't do stuff like that in Hogwarts. At least that's what Hermione keeps telling me. Second question first, and the answer is simple. Why can Fawkes do the same thing? Because he isn't human," Harry guessed. James nodded. "Exactly. And neither is a basilisk." "Oh," Harry thought that made sense. "What about Ginny?" "Now that's a little more complicated." James leant back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. "What do you know about magical bonds?" "Not much," Harry admitted. "Only this stupid scar." He indicated his forehead. "When a witch or wizard saves another's life, it creates a bond between the two, one that is unbreakable by any means other than repaying the debt. You have such a bond, I believe, with Peter Pettigrew. You saved his life by staying Sirius' hand, and he is bonded to you until he repays that debt. You may want to keep that in mind, it could come in useful. The bond between you and Miss Weasley is somewhat deeper, and also involves the prophecy. You are bound by forces beyond your control, and together you are so much greater than alone." So every time I do something, it will affect her too. Harry said. He knew what Ginny was going to say when she found out that. Everything we do affects everyone around us, James answered cryptically. In your case, it will just be a little more intimate. Wonderful, Harry said sourly. It's not so bad, Harry, James chuckled. You might even find you like having Ginny always accessible. An image of Ginny suddenly appearing dripping wet at his feet, having been teleported straight from the shower briefly flashed across his imagination, but he quickly squashed it. He couldn't help the smile that crossed his face, however. See, James said with a smirk. All sorts of possibilities. Thanks, Professor, Harry said gratefully. James, in private, James said firmly, reaching across the desk and placing one hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm here for you, Harry, whenever you need to talk. I know I can't be a substitute for your parents or Sirius, but I'll do the best I can. A lump rose in Harry's throat as he looked into James's sincere eyes, and he nodded mutely. Now go, James commanded with a smile. You'd best go find Ginny. She's not the sort to let simmer, if you catch my meaning. Best to talk to her before she gets herself even more worked up than she already is. Thanks, Harry said quietly, standing and leaving the room quickly. Once he was outside, he leaned heavily against the wall, his eyes filling with tears. He dashed them away angrily with his arm, taking a deep breath to steady himself. I need to find Ginny, he said to himself quietly. Indeed, Zith said, and Harry jumped a foot of the ground. He had totally forgotten she was there. Don't do that, Harry scolded, heading for Gryffindor Tower to begin his search. He could have sworn Zith looked amused. When he climbed through the portrait hole, he was met with a sudden silence. Many of the Gryffindors presently in the common room watched him enter with fear in their eyes. Harry ignored them, noticing Ron, Hermione and Isabel sitting near the fire. He strode across the room to them. Harry, where? Hermione started, but Harry cut her off. Where's Ginny? He asked. I don't know, but... Harry turned abruptly and made to leave the room, but Ron's voice stopped him. Try the astronomy tower, he suggested. Harry nodded curtly and left the common room, leaving a roomful of whispers behind him. Taking Ron's advice, he headed for the astronomy tower. It suddenly occurred to him that he should be in class. It was only a few hours after lunch. He supposed Dumbledore must have cancelled classes after the incident in the defense corridor. As he neared the top of the tower, he heard faint sounds coming from up ahead. As he emerged onto the roof, he realized the sound was Ginny sobbing. She sat on a ledge on the far side of the roof, her back to him as she stared out over the lake. Her shoulders shook slightly in the chilly October afternoon air. Without speaking, Harry spun a blanket out of the air and placed it over her shoulders, then sat on the ledge opposite her. She didn't acknowledge him for a long moment, then finally she turned her red-rimmed eyes to look at him. Harry's heart almost split in two at the furious look in those brown pools. It's not fair, she said dully. Even when I want to, I can't be mad with you. I'm sorry, Ginny, he said softly. I didn't mean to say what I did. Of course your experiences are important to me. Ginny regarded him carefully. James, she said flatly. At Harry's puzzled look, she elaborated. He told you to apologize. She turned away from him again. She knew that she had acted badly back in the forest, but she wasn't about to admit that. No, Harry corrected. He told me not to wait. I was going to apologize anyway. No, you weren't, Ginny said quietly. Of course I was. Harry reached out and gently turned her head so she was facing him again. As he did so, Zith poked her blunt nose out of his sleeve. Hello, Zith, Ginny hissed. Harry almost dropped the snake in surprise. What? Ginny sighed bitterly. As you said, it's a gift. It would be silly of me not to use it just because of where it came from. Harry sat next to her on the ledge, placing one arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. She buried her face in his chest, and her shoulders began to shake again. Once she was back in such close contact with him, all the petty arguments just seemed unimportant. I'm sorry for yelling at you, she said in a small voice that was muffled only slightly by his shirt. Don't worry about it, Harry said with a slight smile. I'm used to it. That's no excuse, she said stubbornly, shaking her head. If you say so. Harry gave her shoulders a squeeze. Oh, Harry, Ginny sighed, pulling away from him so she could look into his eyes. Why do you put up with me? What? The question startled Harry. What do you mean? You know, she said sadly. You could have any girl in the wizarding world, and you chose me. Why? Harry laughed softly. Because I love you, Ninny, he said gently, leaning forward and catching her lips in a key. What a touching scene. A very familiar voice made the two teens spring apart. 20 points from each of you, Snape sneered, his eyes glinting maliciously. My, the golden boy of Gryffindor flouting school rules twice in one day. The headmaster will be hearing of this, Potter. Whatever. Harry shrugged indifferently, standing and pulling Ginny up after him, his arm still around her shoulders. He made to walk past the professor, but Snape stopped him with one hand held up in front of them. Watch your back, Potter, Snape said in a deadly serious voice. Hogwarts is no longer safe. Be very careful. Harry looked up into Snape's eyes and saw just what the warning had cost the older man. He looked like he'd just been forced to do something very unpleasant. Harry nodded slightly. Thank you, sir, he said, his eyes locking briefly with Snape's. I won't forget this. And with that he turned and led Ginny down the steps, leaving Snape to stare after them both with an unreadable look on his face. Fortunately for Harry, Malfoy was fine after a brief stop in the hospital wing. Much to everyone's delight, he was now terrified of Harry and would stop talking immediately if he entered the same room, and would get a look on his face rather reminiscent of a rabbit caught in the headlights of a truck. Clearly he was taking Harry's threat very seriously. Hermione had not attempted to speak to Harry about his actions, and for that he was grateful. Ron only said that he would have done the same thing in Harry's position, and added several derogatory comments about Malfoy. Evidently they had informed Isabel of Harry's meeting with Godric Gryffindor, and several times through the week he caught the Slytherin watching him with a thoughtful expression on her face. The following weekend Harry, Ginny, Alex and Isabel went robe shopping. Madame Malkin had set up a room off the entrance hall to look exactly like her shop in Diagon Alley. Alex and Isabel immediately vanished, both talking excitedly about robes they had seen and what they wanted to get, leaving Harry and Ginny alone. Their relationship was still a little awkward after what had been dubbed the forest incident, something about which James was clearly not very happy. All week Harry had been getting painful twinges in his scar, accompanied by brief flashes of emotions that didn't belong to him. He hadn't told Ginny about this, of course. He didn't want her to think he was trying to pressure her into anything. They wandered about for a while, looking at the many styles of dress robes for sale. Harry couldn't really feel very enthusiastic about shopping. Just this morning he had woken screaming from a nightmare involving Voldemort torturing a room full of muggles while his Death Eaters watched. The story had been confirmed in this morning's Prophet, although the only person that knew the whole story was Ron, who had been the only one still in the dorm at the time, and Harry had sworn him to secrecy. For her part, Ginny was still feeling miserable. She didn't know what had caused this sudden depression that had descended over her like a dark cloud, but ever since her fight with Harry she had been feeling like she wanted the ground to just reach up and swallow her whole. Her teachers were growing alarmed at the sudden drop in her grades. Professor Milton in particular was concerned for her well-being. She had dark circles under her eyes, and she seemed almost lifeless, not at all her usual energetic self. Harry had watched in horror as she had slid deeper and deeper into a hole she could not get herself out of, and he had no idea what to do. Maybe we just shouldn't go, Ginny said finally as they neared the back of the room. She lifted the sleeve of a robe listlessly, then let it drop. Not go? Harry asked incredulously. What do you mean? Ginny sighed heavily, but said nothing. Her head drooped, and her eyes fluttered as if she were struggling to stay awake. Harry would have been offended if she hadn't been like this for the whole week. Ginny. Harry grabbed her shoulders and shook her lightly. Snap out of it, will you? Her head came up sharply, and Harry was horrified to be once again looking into the serpentine eyes of Lord Voldemort. They were only there for an instant, as almost immediately they changed back into the dull eyes Harry had been gazing into all week. Ginny, Harry asked cautiously, placing one hand against her cheek. She just stared at him, her eyes glassy and unseeing. Her head cocked to the side as if she were listening to something, and she nodded ever so slightly. Suddenly her eyes were clear, rational, and an animal snarl escaped her throat. Harry leapt backwards with an oath as she jumped at him, her hands extended and going for his neck. He tried to get his wand but she grabbed his hand and bit down on his wrist, making him scream with pain as she severed tendons. The basilisk was confused, he could tell. It didn't know whether to attack or stay silent as the one it perceived as mate attacked its charge. Zith, who had been sleeping wrapped around Harry's left arm, suddenly leapt from under Harry's sleeve and wrapped her body around Ginny's neck, forcing her to release Harry's arm and try to dislodge the snake. With his left hand Harry dove under his robes for his wand, leveling it at Ginny to stun her only to have her foot come up and kick his hand sharply, sending the wand spinning end over end into a pile of discarded dress robes. He tried to grab her and hold her, but with his mangled wrist this proved to be impossible. She caught his right arm as he tried to wrap it around her, her fingernails seeking and finding his injury. Harry almost blacked out from pain as she savagely dug the wound deeper, and he let out an anguished scream. There was a rapid tattoo of running feet, and suddenly Ginny was pulled off him. Alex and Isabel managed to hold her still between them while another student ran to get Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore. Ginny hissed like a cat at her captors, struggling to throw them off, but neither would budge. Harry sat nursing his wrist, rocking backward and forward and only dimly aware of his surroundings. Finally Dumbledore entered the room, banishing the racks of robes to the walls with a wave of his wand. He strode quickly across the room and knelt beside Ginny, who screeched and tried harder than ever to escape. Ron and Hermione were with the headmaster, and they immediately went to Harry, sitting him up and supporting him. "She is possessed," Dumbledore said flatly, his wand coming to rest against her forehead. Ginny screamed again, this time in pain, and even through the haze filling his mind Harry wanted to run and comfort her. He fought weakly against the hands holding him up, but Ron and Hermione held him firmly. He felt someone binding his wrist and had to fight not to scream himself. Ginny was thrashing wildly, trying to escape, but Dumbledore's hand was steady as he held the wand tip over her forehead, which was now glowing with blue light. Ginny's screams were growing weaker, and finally she collapsed against Alex, who had been holding her up from behind. The scream continued, however, now coming from the empty air above her head. As it had in Hogsmeade, the scream faded into the distance, finally dying altogether. Harry stayed conscious long enough to see Alex and Isabel hoisting Ginny's body up between them before he too felt blackness overtake him. Ginny's return to consciousness was a slow, painful process. She was aware of sounds before anything else, although she wished she wasn't. The slightest whisper sounded like a thunderclap next to her ear. She tried to remember where she was, and how she got there. She figured she was in the hospital wing, that was easy to pick, but how? She drifted off into a restless doze still pondering this question. When she awoke again it was night. Her eyes fluttered open automatically, although she immediately squinted them shut again. A memory came to her, distinct and clear, when she had been possessed by Voldemort, and woken up afterwards, and Harry had sealed all the windows shut so the light didn't hurt her eyes. She had heard later that it had taken Dumbledore himself a whole day to break Harry's spell. The words Voldemort and possessed floated through her mind, but she ignored them. There had to be a good reason why she was here. Perhaps she had fallen down some stairs and had a concussion. But her head didn't hurt. When her eyes finally adjusted to the dim light from the stars and crescent moon she ventured to open them again. The first thing she noticed was Harry, sitting in a chair beside her bed and loosely holding her hand. His eyes were open, and he was watching her intently. "Hey Ginny," he said softly, his fingers caressing hers. He raised his left hand to brush a strand of hair from her face, and she caught sight of Zith wrapped around his wrist. But what was that ugly scar? Suddenly it hit her, as if she were seeing through the eyes of another. She saw herself attack Harry, and biting his wrist. She gasped as she watched herself, almost as if someone had hit the rewind button and played it through again. "Dumbledore says it was when we were in the forest," Harry said, his voice so low Ginny barely heard. "That's when Voldemort, when he," Harry's throat constricted as he tried to speak, and he felt close to tears. Ginny's eyes widened in horror as she realized what had happened. No, she whispered, shaking her head slightly. No, it can't be, what have I done? She closed her eyes tightly to ward off the tears she knew were coming. It was off Hogwarts grounds, Harry managed to say, turning his face away from her and gazing out the window unseeingly. It was outside the wards, so you weren't protected. He was silent a moment, then said unexpectedly, it's all my fault. Ginny's head snapped up, and she looked at him incredulously. She had expected him to blame her for everything, not himself, and his unexpected comment caught her off guard. What? She finally asked, thinking she'd heard wrong. It's all my fault, Harry repeated, still refusing to look at her. If I hadn't lost my temper, you would never have been outside the wards and this would never have happened. His left fist clenched reflexively, and Ginny felt his other hand tighten its grip on her own. Don't be silly, Ginny sighed, laying her head back on the pillows. It's my stupid fault for being possessed in the first place. If I wasn't stupid enough to write in Tom's diary all year. Yes, but I'm the one who took you outside the wards so he could get you, Harry said, obviously determined to take the blame. Ginny smiled sadly. How about we just say it was both our faults and leave it at that? She asked, and was surprised when Harry chuckled weakly. What a pair we make, he said, finally turning to face her. Ginny could see unshed tears standing out in his emerald eyes. I think we may as well just buy this place, he said, waving his free hand to encompass the room. We spend more time here than any other students. This is, what, 3 times this year one of us has been unconscious in here. This is only the 6th week of classes. Ginny giggled, and Harry was immensely relieved to hear something he hadn't for far too long. He reached forward and wrapped his arms around her, and felt her own arms slide around his neck. They clung tightly to each other for a long time, each soothed by the other's presence. The world faded away, and all thoughts of Voldemort or possession faded with it. There was only them, 2 beings entwined together by bonds beyond the understanding of either. Nothing else mattered. Forgotten on the end of the bed, a small green snake lay watching the 2 teens as Harry climbed into bed with Ginny and they both fell asleep, locked in each other's arms. Zith's forked tongue tasted the air and found the odor of reconciled love pleasant. She hissed softly in satisfaction, coiling herself into a loop and settling down for the night. As she herself drifted off to sleep, she began to purr softly. Lords, you don't have to be a kung fu master to kick someone's hand, my friend. It was his left, for one, so it's not as strong as his right, being that Harry's right-handed, so it wouldn't take much for him to lose his wand. If he was holding it low, it would be an easy target for Ginny's foot. With his relationship with Ginny repaired and Voldemort once again banished, Harry's nightmares stopped. He was beginning to strongly suspect that James's theory was right. Life at Hogwarts settled back into routine quickly, for which Harry was glad. The students had seen so many strange things happening around the castle that the rumors about Ginny's possession barely lasted for a few days before some other silly nonsense took their place. Since they had once again missed out on getting their robes, Harry and Ginny selected some out of a catalog and sent away for them. Alex and Isabel had found robes for themselves, although they refused to tell anyone about them. The Slytherin was becoming a regular sight in the Gryffindor common room by now, to the point where Harry had given up all pretenses and simply told her the password so she could come and go as she pleased. There had been some angry muttering about that until Alex had quite casually offered to hex the next person who spoke. Since he had been flanked by both Cassie and Isabel at the time, and had been idly throwing his wand into the air and catching it again, it was not surprising how quickly the room silenced. The Milton twins had quickly replaced the Weasley twins as troublemakers in chief in the Gryffindor common room, and nobody who valued their life and dignity was silly enough to mess with them. The last person who had done that had quite suddenly sprouted feathers at dinner that evening, which had stubbornly resisted all attempts to remove them and had remained for a full 3 days until they all fell out. The 5th year in question now got very quiet whenever either of the twins were around, and several times Harry caught him looking almost ready to bolt at a sudden noise or movement. Cassie had casually informed them that she was going to the ball with Seamus, because she thought his accent was cute. Seamus, who had been standing nearby at the time, had gone very red when she had pirouetted around and planted a key on his cheek as if to prove her claim. Harry had noticed lavender-brown glaring daggers at the other girl's back after she turned away, and foresaw a confrontation in the not-too-distant future. With everything that had happened over the last 6 weeks, Harry found himself constantly at the center of attention. Quite often students would approach him through the day and ask him for advice on anything from schoolwork, which he could handle, to girls, which he couldn't. Where last year everyone had tried to avoid him as much as possible, this year everyone wanted to be seen with him, and the change was a little unnerving. Zith proved to be extremely useful in those situations, as a quick word from Harry and she would emerge from under his robe, hissing warningly. More than one person quickly found something else to do at that point. The snake seemed to be quite taken with Ginny, and spent almost as much time with her as with Harry. The first time he had seen her enter the Great Hall for breakfast with Zith wrapped around her neck, he had gone into an extended coughing fit, with Ron pounding him on the back and Alex and Cassie trying hard not to laugh. Soon enough, however, he got used to seeing the two of them together. The other way Harry managed to get rid of potentially annoying students was to hold extended conversations with Ginny in Parceltown whenever anyone tried to speak with him. Hearing the two of them hissing at each other was usually unnerving enough to make the students seek advice elsewhere. "We probably shouldn't do that," Ginny commented after one such encounter, watching the Ravenclaw girl fleeing up the corridor. "Probably not," Harry agreed placidly. Ginny smirked, her eyes almost seeming to glow in the flickering torchlight. Harry had the sudden urge to key her, but refrained as a voice came to them distinctly from somewhere nearby. "Piss off, all right." Harry and Ginny, recognizing the voice immediately, hurried up the corridor and turned the next corner to find Isabel and Alex. Standing in front of them, blocking the passage, were a group of Slytherins, most of which Harry didn't recognize. Alex had his wand out and trained on the girl standing slightly ahead of her fellows, obviously the leader. "What the bloody hell is going on here?" Harry said loudly. Several of the Slytherins flinched, and the girl glared at him. "F*** off, Potter," she said harshly. "This doesn't concern you. Turn around and walk away before we have to hex you." Harry almost laughed at her audacity. Beside him, he felt more than saw Ginny draw her wand. "I'd like to see you try," he said calmly, stepping up so he stood beside Alex, who was scowling darkly down the length of his wand. "It's an internal Slytherin matter, Potter," a boy standing just behind the girl said haughtily, "between us and the traitor here." "Oh," Harry looked around in mock confusion. "I don't see any traitor." "We're talking about Lestrange, fool," another boy hissed, pointing at Isabel, who was watching the proceedings with a faint smile. "She's betrayed her house by associating with your lot." "Betrayed her house?" Alex said incredulously. "How do you figure?" "Because she can actually see past the end of her nose and realize that house rivalries are a crock of shit." "Shut it, Milton," the lead girl said coldly. "You're not Slytherin, so you wouldn't know." By now, a small group of students had gathered to watch, and Harry was painfully reminded of the Malfoy incident. He was determined not to lose control this time, however. "What's all the fuss?" Cassie said mildly, threading her way through the crowd to join her twin and Harry. Several DA members along with Neville and Luna closely followed her, and the Slytherins were suddenly looking much less sure of themselves. "Look, we don't want a fight," the lead girl said in a slightly condescending tone. "We just want a word with the traitor, and we'll go." "Fine," Isabel said, crossing her arms and staring impassively at her housemates. "Go ahead." The girl looked around at the assembled students, who were all watching the proceedings avidly, and licked her lips. "A private word," she said finally. "Let me think." Isabel looked thoughtful for a moment. "How does no sound okay with you?" "Damn you, Lestrange," one of the Slytherins shouted, pointing a finger at Isabel. "You're a bloody traitor, and you'll pay for it." "Oh, shut up, Grice," Isabel said in disgust. "Go eat some more of Malfoy's shoe polish and leave me be." "What's all the fuss?" Professor Milton pushed his way through the crowd, unwittingly mirroring his daughter's earlier words. The Slytherins were now looking extremely nervous, and several were trying to edge away. "Nothing, sir," the lead girl said, looking like she'd been forced to swallow stinksap. We're just trying to have a private word with Lestrange here, and these Gryffindors won't let us." "Ah, I see," James said, glancing around at the now quite large group of watching students. Harry thought he saw Malfoy's platinum hair near the back, although he couldn't be sure. "And do you wish to have a private chat with these students, Miss Lestrange?" "Not really, sir," Isabel shrugged. "Considering it would probably just consist of them calling me a traitor some more, when they've pretty much established that fact already, I think I can live without it." "Very well then," James nodded. 20 points from Slytherin for disturbing the peace, and if this corridor isn't empty in 5 seconds, it will be 50 more from each house. The students vacated immediately, leaving Harry, Ginny, Alex, Cassie and Isabel alone with the professor. James looked at Isabel steadily for a moment as she smiled back innocently. "I know what you're going through," he said finally in a voice so quiet Harry barely heard. "It's not an easy decision to make. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here." He nodded briefly to Harry, turned, and strode away. "What was that about?" Ginny asked curiously. Isabel didn't reply, but stood gazing after the departing professor, her expression unreadable. That evening, some time before dinner, Harry was sitting in the common room with Ginny doing homework when Alex and Cassie approached him. "Can we have a word, Harry?" Alex said in a quiet voice. "Sure," Harry said, standing and rolling up the parchment he had been working on. "You too, Ginny," Cassie added. Ginny nodded and packed up her stuff too. "Where?" she asked as she finished. "We need somewhere private," Alex said, glancing around at the almost full common room. "Somewhere we won't be disturbed." "How about the room of requirement?" Harry suggested. "Perfect," Cassie agreed. They crossed the packed common room and climbed out through the portrait hole, and Harry led the way towards the 7th floor. The room they ended up with surprised Harry quite a bit. There was a low fireplace built into one wall, surrounded with several couches. That much was normal, but what filled the rest of the room was most definitely not. One wall was covered in a massive bookshelf stuffed with books, the titles things like, "So You've Been Slighted and Need Revenge," and 101 Ways to Get Even. There was a table in the middle of the room covered in what Harry recognized as Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, and standing in one corner was a large cauldron filled with what Harry was fairly sure was Polyjuice potion. "What exactly did you two want to talk about?" Harry asked cautiously. "It's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?" Cassie said, pulling a book titled, "The Art of Troublemaking," from the bookshelf and flipping through it. "You saw what those Slytherins did today." Alex nodded. "We've decided that they need to be taught a lesson, and we thought you could help." Harry and Ginny exchanged a glance, and both smiled. "We're in," Ginny said. "Knew we could rely on you," Alex beamed, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "I knew the son of a marauder wouldn't let us down," Cassie added. "How do you know about that?" Harry asked curiously, remembering them referring to the marauders back on the Hogwarts Express. Alex smiled slyly. "State secret," he said, throwing his sister a sideways look. "More than our lives are worth to tell you," Cassie agreed. "Fine," Harry smiled, amused by their antics. "What do you want to do to teach these Slytherins a lesson?" Well, by dinner, everything was ready. The four sat at the Gryffindor table, each trying hard not to laugh as the hall filled with people. "What have you four been up to?" Hermione asked suspiciously as she and Ron took their seats. "Nothing," Ginny said innocently. "Just homework, you know, stuff like that. You two haven't been off snogging again, have you?" Ron asked bluntly. "Relax, Ron," Cassie said soothingly. "They were with us all afternoon, I swear." "Oh," Ron nodded. "That's all right then." Suddenly there was a commotion from the Slytherin table. A girl Harry recognized as the leader of the group from earlier had leapt onto the table and was loudly professing her undying love of Snape, who was staring at her in horror from the teacher's table. One of the loud-mouthed boys was on his knees begging Malfoy to go out with him. Draco didn't seem to know what to do, aside from kick the boy repeatedly trying to get him to shut up. Soon every Slytherin who had been a part of the group was professing their love to someone else, amid many curses and not a few spells being hurled at them from those unlucky enough to be the targets of their sudden infatuation. Malfoy finally stunned the boy after him, glaring around at the rest of the hall which was by now in hysterics. The girl who had led them had made her way to the front of the hall, and was kneeling in front of Snape begging him to marry her. Much to the amusement of the students, Snape seemed flabbergasted, and he couldn't quite seem to summon his usual sneer. At the Gryffindor table, Ginny was doubled over in her seat, tears of mirth streaming from her eyes as she clutched her side, her breath coming in sharp bursts. Harry wasn't much better off. The Milton twins just sat and watched, both wearing satisfied smirks. Finally Dumbledore managed to restore order by the simple expedient of putting all the affected students to sleep. As all the teachers who weren't busy laughing helped him get the sleeping students from the hall, several Gryffindors were putting together what had happened. "Nice one," Seamus whispered aside to Alex. "Yeah, good one," Dean echoed. "Cheers," Alex said, wiping his eyes with the back of his sleeve and grinning broadly. The look on Snape's face made it all worth it, believe me. Someone cleared their throat loudly, and Alex and Cassie whirled to find James standing just behind them, his arms crossed and tapping one foot on the ground. The broad grin spoilt the angry effect, however. "You two know the rules," he said, snapping his fingers. Instantly both twins' hair turned from midnight black to bubblegum pink. "Thanks, Dad," Cassie said mournfully. "You're welcome," he smirked. "Nice job, by the way. What did you use?" "Befuddlement draft," Alex said, still smirking. James nodded. "Not a bad effort," he said, glancing over to where the teachers were loading the sleeping students onto stretchers. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have some teacherly duties to attend to." He winked at Harry. "Looks like a new generation of marauders are born, eh?" He walked off quickly, joining the other teachers. He said something that made several of them laugh, including Dumbledore, who threw a quick glance in the direction of the Gryffindor table. "A new generation of marauders," Harry mused. "I think I like the sound of that." "Sounds good to me," Ginny agreed, placing one arm around his shoulder and pulling him to her. He keyed the top of her head, then glanced over at the twins. "What say you?" The twins glanced at each other, then simultaneously nodded. "The Marauders Reborn," Alex said with a smirk, reaching one hand out and placing it on the table. Cassie placed hers over his, followed by Ginny, with Harry's hand going on top. Harry felt a slight jolt as their hands united, and he couldn't help but feel that what had just happened was somehow very significant. The Slytherins were a somewhat sullen group the following morning, with the obvious exception of Isabel. She entered the hall with Alex and Cassie and sat at the Gryffindor table, pointedly ignoring the many glares coming her way from the Slytherins. When the remaining food finally cleared from the tables, Dumbledore stood from his place and waited patiently for the assembled students to quiet. "Last night, a student made a request of me that has only been done a few times in Hogwarts' long history," he said heavily. "It is not usual to have to resort to such drastic measures, but I feel in this case it may be appropriate, so I have agreed to the student's request. I refer, of course, to a resorting." The hall immediately broke out into whispers as everyone speculated on who it might be, and what houses they were coming from and going to, respectively. "Who do you reckon it is?" Ron whispered aside to Harry. "No idea," Harry replied. He noticed Alex smiling a little grimly, and a sneaking suspicion crept into his mind. "Bet you it's a Slytherin, and they get sorted straight back," Ron said in satisfaction, glaring at the Slytherin table. Dumbledore waited patiently for the room to quiet again. "Miss Lestrange, could you come up here please?" This time the students didn't bother to whisper. They spoke loudly and pointed openly as Isabel stood and, with her head held proudly high, marched to the front of the hall. Her neutral expression barely even twitched as calls of "traitor" and other such things came from the Slytherins. While she looked neutral, however, Alex looked murderous. "They just don't learn, do they?" he muttered darkly under his breath as Isabel reached the front of the hall. She turned and regarded the Slytherin table, then shook her head. "I am disgusted that I was ever sorted into Slytherin," she said in a clear voice that conveyed the depths of her contempt. Several Slytherins leapt to their feet, shouting obscenities at her, but Dumbledore waved them to silence. "That is quite enough," he said sternly. 10 points from Slytherin. Miss Lestrange has made her choice, and you will not attempt to sway her from it." He nodded to McGonagall, who came forward carrying the sorting hat. The results of this resorting are final, and cannot be changed. They will be entered into the school records, and let no wizard or witch contend what happens here today. Isabel took the sorting hat from McGonagall, turning it over in her hands. Harry couldn't see her face from this angle, so he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Finally she turned and placed the hat on her head, her eyes closed and a calm expression on her face. Harry noticed Alex tense up and couldn't help but wonder what the sorting hat would say. All was silent for a good few minutes. It was the longest time Harry had ever seen the hat take to sort someone, including himself. Finally the rip in the hat opened, and it almost seemed as though it were taking in a deep breath. "Never expected this," the hat muttered, and several people laughed nervously. Gryffindor. For once, the hall remained dead silent. Isabel swept the hat off her head, handing it back to a stunned McGonagall. Instantly, her robes changed from green-trimmed Slytherin to trimmed Gryffindor. At the same time, her prefect badge vanished. "Thank you, Professor," Isabel said to Dumbledore, and the old wizard inclined his head to her. "Why don't you go join your new housemates? Although by now, I dare say you're not going to be a new feature in the common room tonight." "Not really, no," Isabel agreed. She turned and made her way back to her place next to Alex, who was now smiling broadly. "Good one," Harry said as she sat. He held out his hand with a cheeky smile. "May I be the first to officially welcome you to Gryffindor?" Isabel laughed, a sound that seemed to echo in the vast silence of the great hall. She reached out and firmly took his hand. "Thanks, Potter," she said, her eyes twinkling. "Maybe you're not such an arrogant Burke after all." Slowly the noise level went back up as the students adjusted to yet another strange happening at Hogwarts. Harry was fairly sure he saw coins changing hands along the Gryffindor table, and had to wonder how many had seen this coming. There certainly seemed to have been some bets on. "But why didn't you tell us?" Hermione was demanding. "Why?" Isabel shrugged. "I only knew it was going ahead this morning. Dumbledore stopped us outside the Great Hall and said I could change if I really wanted to, but I'd have to be resorted properly." "It's true, Hermie," Alex said. "Even I didn't know until this morning." "Stop calling me Hermie," Hermione said wearily. "Of course, Hermie," Cassie chipped in. "It's all right, Hermie," Harry said, patting her shoulder in false sympathy. "Poor Hermie," Ginny finished, her eyes welling with fake tears. Hermione shook her head ruefully. "What did I do to deserve you lot?" She stood up, stretching slightly in a way that reminded Harry peculiarly of a cat. "Come on Ron, we have potions first up." Ron groaned loudly and dropped his head onto the table. "Tell Snape I'm sick," he suggested, his voice only slightly muffled by the tabletop. "Better yet, I'll make myself sick. Harry, have you got any skiving snack boxes left?" "Sorry, Ron," Harry grinned at his friend. "We used them all last year getting out of Umbridge's classes, remember?" Hermione finally managed to drag Ron out of the Great Hall, while the whole way he kept coming up with silly ideas to get out of class, culminating in an attempt to get right to the heart of the problem and assassinate Snape. Murphy's Law being what it is, Snape happened to be standing near the doors talking to several seventh-year Slytherins, and Ron lost 20 points and got a detention for his creativity. Poor Ron, Ginny tried to stifle her giggles with little success. "Snape's going to give him hell for that." McGonagall came over to them almost hesitantly, holding a slip of parchment. "Here's your new timetable, Miss Lestrange," she said, with a jerky nod, handing the parchment to Isabel. "Thanks, Professor." Isabel smiled at McGonagall, who gave a noise halfway between a huff and a snort, spun on her heel and almost fled back to the staff table. Harry watched her go in astonishment. He had never seen the deputy headmistress act like that. "Well, that was interesting," Isabel said finally. "Hope I'll get a warmer reception than that from the rest of the house, now that I'm one of them." "Old hatreds die hard," Cassie commented, her eyes also following their head of house. "But you never know." The reaction of the Gryffindors surprised Harry. All through the day they acted like Isabel didn't exist. Ginny confirmed that classes were the same. He was even more surprised when he found out the reason behind their behavior. As he, Ginny, Isabel, Ron, Hermione and the Milton twins climbed through the portrait hole that evening, they were almost blown right back through by the huge sound that came roaring out of the common room. Every Gryffindor currently attending Hogwarts was assembled in the room, and everyone shouted the same words. "Welcome to Gryffindor." Numerous hands reached through the portrait hole to haul Isabel through, leaving the rest to climb through themselves. She herself was shocked speechless as she saw the common room, which had been decorated for a party. Huge red and gold banners hung festooned from the ceiling, and over the fireplace stretched a new tapestry depicting a lion devouring a serpent. Tables had been set up along one wall, and they were covered in platters of food and pitchers of drinks. Standing in the middle of the room, both grinning widely, were the Weasley twins. "What are you two doing here?" Ron asked, clearly shocked. "Someone needed a party, and they invited us up here to plan it." George slapped Alex on the back. Isabel laughed delightedly. "You did this for me?" she demanded of Alex, who shrugged modestly. "Course he did," Fred assured her. "In fact, he didn't shut up about it until we agreed to come." Isabel grinned, and Harry was surprised at how youthful the expression made her look. Her usual neutral expression made her look far older than she was. "Well, I love it," she said, keying Alex on the cheek. Alex blushed lightly, and his face took on a rather silly grin that Harry had seen many times on Ron's face, and was fairly sure had adorned his own a fair few times. Speech. 1/7 year boomed, brandishing a butterbeer bottle. Isabel laughed helplessly as Alex and Cassie hoisted her up onto a table. "What can I say?" she said, spreading her arms wide. "This is great. Slytherin never did anything like this. Can you imagine a party like this with Malfoy strutting around trying to prove how good he is?" That got quite a few laughs. As she leapt lightly off the table, Harry reflected on the changes a few short weeks had wrought on the ex-Slytherin. He remembered back to the first time he had met her, back at his first class, when she had doubted him. The girl now being hoisted onto Alex, Cassie, Fred and George's shoulders and paraded around the common room all the while helplessly laughing was not the same Isabel Lestrange, of that he could be sure. The old Isabel had almost never laughed, and then only in a quiet, dignified way. She had seemed less than human, almost. But now, it was almost like she was alive for the first time. Ginny's arm entwined with his, and immediately all thought of Isabel vanished from his mind. He smiled down at her, and she smiled back. His head automatically tilted forward, catching her lips in a key. "Get a room, you two," Isabel yelled as she passed them, still on the assorted twins' shoulders. Unfortunately, that only served to draw Fred and George's attention. "What, ho," George said, tugging his twin's arm to stop him. Alex and Cassie, left with the task of holding Isabel in the air, decided it would be easier to just fall onto a conveniently placed couch, dropping Isabel with a soft whump. "Looks like our baby sister isn't a baby anymore," Fred sniffed theatrically. "I'll show you how unlike a baby I can be if you want," Ginny offered, although her eyes sparkled with mischief. "That sounds like a threat, Missy," George grinned, placing one hand onto Fred's shoulder. "More like a warning," Ginny clarified. "Do you really want to take on the new Marauders?" Alex and Cassie had by now joined Harry and Ginny, discreetly aiming their wands at the Weasley twins. Just as Ginny finished speaking, they simultaneously cast a spell under their breath. The room exploded with laughter as both sets of twins suddenly sprouted feathers. Cassie blinked. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. She was covered from head to foot in blue feathers, as was her twin. The Weasleys' feathers were red. "We put up a deflection spell just before we came in here," Fred, or maybe George, Harry couldn't tell under the feathers, informed her. "Just in case any of our former housemates tried anything in retribution, you understand." "Good one," Alex said ruefully, fondling a blue feather. "At least it isn't pink this time. Nice to see you finally continuing the tradition of your forefathers," Harry, George, Fred placed one arm around Harry's shoulders. "Yeah, and if you ever need any dirt on Ginny for bribe purposes, give us a call," Fred smirked. "Okay, that's enough," Ginny said quickly, blushing to the roots of her hair and grabbing Harry's arm to lead him away. The Weasley twins grinned identical grins as they watched the young couple wander away. Sirius was, of course, in his element. He ran among the students barking madly, wagging his tail and giving puppy dog eyes to anyone nearby when no one would pat him. The girls all squealed and said how cute he was. The guys gave him a gruff pat and pretended not to be interested. This was the first time Harry had let him mingle with students other than those he already knew, and he was pleased to see him handling it so well. Ron and Hermione joined Harry and Ginny as they neared the fireplace, Ron handing them both butterbeers. A space opened up for them on one of the couches, and they squashed down awkwardly. Hermione ended up solving the space problems by sitting on Ron's lap, and Ginny quickly followed suit by sitting on Harry's. "Here's to another great year," Harry said, holding out his butterbeer bottle. The declaration was slightly ludicrous, considering all that had already happened and all that was likely to happen in the future, but the other three raised their bottles and clinked anyway. "We can hope," Hermione said quietly before they all drank. The Weasley twins disappeared around midnight, funnily enough about the same time McGonagall barged into the common room and insisted everyone go to bed. Isabel's good mood lasted right up until lunchtime the following day, when she entered the Great Hall in a huff, followed by a smirking Ginny. "He took points from me," she said in an outraged tone when she reached the Gryffindor table, dropping into a seat next to Alex. Ginny slipped more sedately into the seat next to Harry. "Who?" Hermione asked curiously. "Snape," Isabel burst out, glaring darkly at the head table. Ron laughed. "Yeah, you're a Gryff now," he said. "I've never lost points in potions before." "Well, there isn't one Gryffindor here that has never lost points from that slimy git," Ron said dismissively. "Hermione is still the only one who can actually make him give us points instead of taking them." "Stupid git," Isabel muttered darkly under her breath. "Now you're sounding like a Gryffindor," Alex said with a chuckle. Isabel flashed him a quick smile. "Potter," McGonagall caught Harry's attention. "The headmaster would like to see you this evening, in his office." "Of course," Harry said immediately. When she had gone, Ginny looked at him suspiciously. "What have you done now?" "Nice to see such confidence in me," Harry laughed, and Ginny smiled apologetically. "Sorry, that didn't come out quite right," she said, blushing slightly. "It's all right," Harry assured her, standing and keying the top of her head. "Come on Ron, Hermione, we have care of magical creatures." After dinner, Harry headed down through the castle to Dumbledore's office. Ginny was with him, as usual. He hadn't even thought to exclude her. In their last meeting, Dumbledore had informed Harry that the gargoyle would respond automatically to the sound of his voice, making the headmaster always accessible. This explained the ease with which he had been able to enter so far this year. "Open," he said distractedly as they reached the entrance to Dumbledore's office, and the gargoyle sprang aside to reveal the moving staircase. When they reached the top, Harry reached out to knock but Dumbledore's voice rang from within before he could. "Come in Harry, Ginny." Harry opened the door and came face to face with Remus Lupin. "Professor." Harry stood shocked in the doorway, his eyes taking in Lupin's appearance. The werewolf looked shabbier than ever, his robes tattered and patched. There were huge circles under his eyes, and he had more gray hairs than Harry remembered. His face was lined and careworn, and he looked like he was in his 60s, not 30s. "Just Remus is fine, Harry," Lupin chuckled, placing one hand on Harry's shoulder. "My, it is good to see you again. I could swear you weren't taller than me last time we met." He smiled a little sadly. "Remus is just here to give me his monthly report," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "I thought he might like to see you, Harry." "No, that's all right Headmaster," Lupin shook his head. "I'll be going now, if you don't mind." "Stay," Harry said immediately, grabbing Lupin's free hand. "Yeah, come on Moony," Ginny grabbed his other hand. Lupin looked a little startled, then laughed. "Where on earth did you learn that name, Miss Weasley?" Ginny shrugged. "Harry, of course, and if you call me that again, you'll regret it." "Just Ginny, please." "I'd listen," Harry warned. "She's got a temper to match her mother's." "I'll be careful, Ginny," Lupin smiled, and Harry was glad. It made him look much younger again. "I'll leave you young people to it, then," Dumbledore chuckled as Harry and Ginny hauled Lupin out of his office. They headed straight for the room of requirement. Lupin looked surprised when Harry opened the door to reveal a room that looked like a smaller version of the common room. How did we never find this room? He looked around in wonder. Dobby told us about it, Harry informed him, leading him over to the roaring fireplace and taking a seat on one of the couches. Ginny had disappeared to get Ron and Hermione. It changes depending on what you want to use it for. Fred and George said they found it once when they were trying to escape Filch, and then it was only a broom closet. What a cooperative room, Lupin murmured. I'm sure James and Sirius would have loved it. Harry didn't miss the catch in his voice as he mentioned his best friends. Yeah, Sirius thought it was pretty cool, Harry said casually, watching his ex-professor's reaction carefully. Lupin looked at him strangely, then laughed softly. I think all this is starting to get to you, Harry, he said. We'll see, Harry shrugged, settling himself more comfortably on the lounge. The door opened then, and Ginny entered. I couldn't find them, she reported. Probably off snogging somewhere. Lupin smiled slightly. Those two finally got together. Yep, Harry confirmed. I did find someone to bring, however, Ginny said with a grin, and opened the door wide. Sirius bounded in, his tail wagging madly as he headed for Harry. Halfway across the room he caught sight of Lupin. He stopped so quickly that he almost toppled over. Lupin's face registered shock, and he sat rigidly in place. Padfoot, he whispered finally, almost inaudibly. With a loud bark Sirius leapt at Lupin, tackling him off the lounge and onto the floor, and proceeded to lick his face furiously. Lupin quite obviously didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and settled on an odd mixture of both. Harry put his arm around Ginny's waist and pulled her close as they watched two old friends reunited again. Finally Lupin managed to roll Sirius off him and stand again. Sirius sat back on his haunches, his tongue lolling out in a canine grin. Lupin looked down at the huge dog in wonder, his mouth moving as it tried to form words. How, he finally managed to say. I'm not entirely sure, Harry admitted, guiding Ginny to a couch. Lupin followed, trailed himself by Sirius. When Lupin sat, Sirius jumped onto the couch beside him, laying half in his lap. Lupin absently scratched his ears. Something about the powers that be, or something along those lines. Incredible, Lupin shook his head, looking down at the dog in his lap. I've only ever heard of this happening a few times through history. He must have a very powerful bond to you, Harry. Harry nodded. The prophecy, was all he said. Lupin's eyes narrowed shrewdly. Dumbledore told you the whole prophecy, then. When Harry nodded again, Lupin let out a heavy sigh. That's a heavy burden for one so young, Harry. Are you sure you're coping all right alone? He's not alone, Ginny said firmly. So I can see, Lupin said with a faint smile, and Ginny blushed. I'm fine. Remus, really, Harry assured him. I mean, there's not much I can do about it, is there? No, I suppose not, Lupin agreed, his brow creased in thought. Even so, Harry, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. As she usually did, Ginny picked up on his uncertainty and gave him a light squeeze. Lupin caught the gesture, and his eyes brightened. I really can't wait to tell Molly about this, you know, he said with a smile. Ginny looked at him a little apprehensively. She doesn't know, she asked, tensing slightly. What, you don't think she'd approve? Lupin looked startled. I can assure you. Oh no, Ginny shook her head. I know she'll approve, she's probably already got the wedding planned out. But she's going to be absolutely unbearable when we tell her we're going out. Lupin chuckled. On second thought, I think I'll leave that honor to you, he said with a smile. Having Molly Weasley screaming joyfully in my ear is not an experience I'd care to endure again. When was the first? Harry asked curiously. When Ron told her he was going out with Hermione. Lupin winced slightly at the memory. My ears are still ringing. That's Mum, all right, Ginny smirked. Suddenly the door cracked open. Harry motioned Lupin and Ginny to silence, and all three listened intently as a voice came through the door. Come on, there can't be anyone here, a very familiar female voice said in a low whisper. Harry and Ginny are with Dumbledore, remember. And no one else knows how to. Hermione's voice trailed off as she opened the door fully and saw the three now very amused people sitting in front of the fireplace. Her face took on an expression of horror as Ron walked in behind her. Harry was trying very hard not to laugh. "Hi guys," Ginny said brightly. That was all Harry could take. He burst out laughing as both Hermione and Ron turned an almost matching shade of bright red. Lupin and Ginny exchanged a look and also started laughing, while Ron and Hermione stood stunned near the door. Eventually they both smiled hesitantly, and after a moment they started to laugh as well. "Come in, take a seat," Harry said when he had calmed enough to talk, gesturing to the empty couch. "It may not be as good as a snog, but at least it's not breaking any school rules." "Trust you to turn up where you're not wanted," Ron grumbled good-naturedly as he and Hermione sat on the couch. "We needed somewhere private to talk to Remus," Harry told them, gesturing to the older man, who smiled and waved slightly. "There's a secret room on the 3rd floor, near the charms corridor," Lupin informed them. "It usually serves as a place for what you two obviously had in mind. At least, it used to." "Why didn't you think to use the map?" Harry asked curiously. "This room isn't on the map," Hermione reminded him. "I knew that," Harry said with a grin. "Well, that explains why I couldn't find you earlier," Ginny smirked. "Out looking for a place to snog, were you?" Now, children, play nice," Lupin said with a sly look. "I'm sure you've had your own little escapades in various broom closets, Both Harry and Ginny turned bright red, getting laughs from everyone again. They talked a while longer, but finally Lupin had to leave. As they were walking towards the door, he stopped suddenly. "Oh, Harry," he said, rummaging through his pockets. "I have something for you." From an inside pocket he drew a small silver statue, about 3 inches high. Harry took it carefully, and it wasn't until he held it in his hands that he realized it was Hedwig. Her wings were spread wide as if in flight, and her beak was open in a silent scream of defiance. She looked exactly as she had all those months ago when she had taken the killing curse for him, and Harry felt his eyes well with tears. "I thought you might like to have it," Lupin said quietly. Harry tried to speak but his throat constricted. He took a deep, shuddering breath to steady himself and clutched the statue tightly. "Thanks," he finally managed to say, giving Lupin a one-armed hug. "Any time, Harry," Lupin said with a sad smile. "Any time." As the Halloween ball drew closer, Harry was increasingly convinced that Dumbledore had done the right thing. Student morale was higher than it had been since the Yule Ball 2 years ago, and it was a brilliant way to distract attention from what was happening beyond the safety of Hogwarts. Everywhere Harry looked there were signs of the upcoming ball, from the massive pumpkins growing in Hagrid's garden to the spell Flitwick taught them to summon live bats. Ginny seemed to have recovered fully from her second possession, but every so often Harry would catch her with her guard down, and see the look of pain in her eyes. Without fail in those moments, a white-hot rage flowed through him, and he felt the powerful need to lash out at the one who had hurt her so badly. The Friday before the ball, Harry cancelled his defense class, as he had a feeling that study was the last thing on most students' minds. Even McGonagall seemed to have bowed to the inevitable, and allowed them to simply practice what they had learned so far this year. That ended rather abruptly when Neville somehow managed to transfigure his desk into a huge spider. The class was immediately thrown into chaos, scrambling over each other in an effort to get away. Harry, Ron and Hermione managed to stun the spider between them, and McGonagall changed it back into a desk. "You foolish boy," she snapped at Neville, who hung his head meekly. 10 points from Gryffindor. "What were you thinking?" "Sorry," Neville mumbled. "I was trying to." "Obviously you weren't trying hard enough," McGonagall said coldly. Harry had to wonder why she was acting like this. He had seen her get angry before, true, but she had always been fair and not put the students down, like she was with Neville. She had always been patient, but recently it seemed like almost anything could set her off. "It's my fault," Isabel said later when they met her later that evening in the common room. "Apparently she's really annoyed that a Slytherin managed to get into her house. She thinks I'm a spy, or something. But she's not like that, is she?" Ron asked, obviously confused. "Wouldn't have picked it," Isabel shrugged. "Maybe it's my mother or something, I don't know." But Professor Dumbledore warned me to be careful around her. McGonagall, Harry asked, startled. Why would you need to be careful? Isabel looked at him strangely. Because she might take points or put me in detention. Why do you think? Oh, Harry felt slightly foolish at jumping to conclusions. Never mind. You thought McGonagall could, that she could. Ron's face was disbelieving. Drop it, Ron, Harry said quickly. Ron shook his head. Mate, you're getting paranoid, you know that. Harry shrugged non-committally, but he considered Ron's words carefully. Maybe I am getting paranoid. Suddenly a mass of red hair appeared in his vision, and he looked up to see Ginny smiling down at him impishly. Whatcha thinkin'? Nothing much, Harry said, wrapping his arms around her. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Ron, Hermione and Isabel were moving quickly away. Don't believe you, she said, then keyed him softly. Now will you tell me? Harry widened his eyes in an exaggerated expression of innocence. I was just trying to figure out a way to get you to come over here and key me, but I suppose that's already happened. Ginny giggled and punched him lightly on the shoulder. Ouch, Harry said, rubbing his arm exaggeratedly. I'm sorry, Ginny said contritely. Did I hurt you? It's all right, dear, Harry assured her. We mighty heroes can endure anything. Ginny laughed, then sat next to him on the couch and snuggled close. Harry placed one arm around her, and for some time they were silent, just enjoying each other's company. Harry stared into the fire, his mind pleasantly numb. Harry, Ginny asked hesitantly after a few minutes. Do you? She trailed off, and Harry glanced at her curiously. She was biting her lower lip, looking anxious about something. What is it? He asked, cupping her chin in his hand and raising her head so he could look into her eyes. Do you like Isabel? She blurted, and blushed a very deep Weasley red. Of course I do, Harry looked at her strangely. She's a good friend. Why? Not that, Ginny shook her head. I mean, do you like her? What, you mean, as in, Harry shook his head to clear it. The question, to his mind, was slightly ludicrous. Of course not, he said finally. I like you, silly. Why do you ask? Ginny bit her lip again, then sighed, running her hands through her hair distractedly. I don't know, but she seems to like you a lot. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose with his free hand. This could get complicated, Alex. He called. What? Alex's voice came from the other side of the common room. Get over here. A minute later, Alex reached them. What's up? He asked, sinking onto the couch beside Harry. Does Isabel like me? Harry asked bluntly. Alex looked surprised, then laughed. Course not, he said dismissively. Are you sure? Ginny asked intently. Absolutely, Alex grinned. No offense, Harry, but you're not good enough for her. What? So he's not good enough for her but he's good enough for me. Ginny's eyes narrowed dangerously. Alex's eyes widened as he realized what he'd said. Not what I meant, he said hastily. Alex, you're a good friend, but please don't be on my side anymore, Harry said in a pained voice. Got to go, Alex said, standing quickly and almost bolting across the common room and up the stairs to the dorm. The bloody git, Ginny said darkly, glaring at the stairs where Alex had disappeared. That's not what he meant, Harry said gently, giving her a small squeeze. And you heard what he said. Isabel's not interested in me that way. Can we drop this now? I suppose, Ginny said doubtfully, settling back against Harry. Ginny, Harry said firmly. I'm not interested in Isabel, or anyone else for that matter. It's you I'm interested in. No one else. Ginny sighed, raising her head so she could look into his eyes. All her uncertainty seemed to flow into her gaze, and Harry felt his heart clench as he saw the raw pain in her chocolate-brown eyes. The logical mind of Harry James Potter was momentarily overridden by the more primal awareness of the basilisk, which screamed in impotent fury. Then Harry was back, staring into the eyes of the girl he loved. He still wasn't entirely sure, but he knew he held very strong feelings for her, feelings that he couldn't put into words. If Ginny caught his momentary loss of control, she didn't show it. She simply said a single word that somehow contained the entirety of her feelings for Harry combined with her current vulnerability within its syllables. Promise. I promise, Harry assured her, leaning forward to key her gently. I will cause hurt to the Dark One for this. Later, after Ginny had gone to bed, Harry was still sitting in front of the fireplace, staring into the flames moodily. His mind was whirling with ideas, but inevitably it kept coming back to the one question Harry found impossible to answer. How the hell am I supposed to stop him? How? With a roar of frustration, Harry slammed his fist down onto the arm of the couch, splintering the wood. He lifted his hand and stared at it abstractly, like it belonged to someone else. Blood dripped slowly down his finger where he had cut it on a splintered piece of wood, and he watched the droplet slowly make its way down across his hand, catching the flickering firelight briefly, then fall soundlessly to the floor. There was a faint sound of movement behind him, and Harry's hand twitched almost involuntarily towards his wand. A figure entered the dim light from the fireplace, and Harry relaxed when he saw it was Tonks. Watch her, Harry, she said quietly, dropping onto the couch next to him. Thought you could use someone to talk to. Harry noticed something silvery in her lap, and raised one eyebrow slightly as he recognized an invisibility cloak. He didn't comment, however. I know it's difficult, Tonks began, but Harry cut her off. No you don't, Harry said dully. You have no idea, no one does. No, I suppose we don't, Tonks said heavily. They were silent for a long moment, until Tonks spoke again. Dumbledore told us, you know, about the prophecy. Wonderful, Harry said, his eyes still on the flames in the fireplace. I know I wasn't around last time, Tonks continued, her violet eyes watching Harry carefully, but I've been on the front line this time, and I know what it's like out there. We've been lucky so far, and we haven't lost too many people, but it will get a lot worse before it gets better. People are dying, Harry, and you may be the only one who can stop it. I know you didn't ask for this, but no one ever does. She sighed, dropping her head and rubbing the heels of her hands into her eyes. I know how many casualties there were last time, she continued finally. People close to you lost loved ones. I just don't want to see history repeat itself. Her words brought back memories of speaking to Sirius on the dream plane, about how he had lost his fiancée. He thought of his parents, and Neville's parents. Finally he thought of the photo Mad-Eye Moody had shown him last Christmas at Grimmauld Place, of the Last Order, as he described their fates. The thought chilled him as he imagined himself in 20 years being like Mad-Eye, pointing out Ron and Hermione in an old photo, and describing how they had died messily in battle. What can I do? Harry asked, finally turning to look at her. What can I do against him? You can win, Tonks said simply, laying one hand gently on his shoulder. She suddenly stood, nodded briefly, and swirled the invisibility cloak about herself. Harry sat on the couch for a long time after she left, his mind comfortably blank as he finally drifted off to sleep. The day of the Halloween ball dawned to a castle bustling with activity. The great hall was sealed as it was decorated, so the students were forced to eat breakfast in their common rooms. By lunchtime, most of the female population of Hogwarts had disappeared to get ready. Ginny gave Harry's hand a brief squeeze before following Hermione and Isabel. Aren't you going too? Harry asked Cassie, seeing that she hadn't moved from her place next to Alex. I suppose, she made a face. Don't worry, Alex said with a grin. You have an entire night of that cute accent to look forward to. Won't that be fun? Cassie stuck her tongue out at her twin before she followed the other girls slowly up the stairs, muttering under her breath. The boys whiled away the hours by holding an impromptu chess tournament. Harry was knocked out in the first round rather spectacularly by Alex, who was in turn barely beaten by Ron. The redhead was looking a little wild as he came closer to a defeat than he had faced since Harry had known him. Finally, about half an hour before 6, when the ball was scheduled to start, the Gryffindor boys retreated to their dorms to get ready. Harry studied himself in the full-length mirror he had transfigured his charms textbook into. His robes were a shade of emerald green that matched his eyes almost exactly. They were much fancier than those Mrs. Weasley had bought him in his 4th year. Ginny had told him that this particular cut had been popular back in the 15th century. There were a few too many ruffles and other extravagances for his taste, but he had to admit that Ginny had been right, it did look good. On an impulse, he wore the medallion Ginny had given him outside his clothes. The emerald eyes of the basilisk glinted dully whenever they caught the light. Ron's robes, thankfully, were free of lace. He wore the robes the twins had purchased him the previous year, simple yet functional. The redhead was currently pulling at the collar with one finger, as if it were strangling him. "Stop worrying about it, Ron," Dean laughed, shaking his head. "It feels, I dunno, really tight." Ron was starting to get panicky. "Maybe I can spell it or something." He started looking for his wand, but Harry spotted it first and quickly summoned it. "Oi, give me back my wand." "Ron," Harry said calmly. "It's fine. If you try to change it now, you'll only make it worse." "Do you want it to be worse than it already is?" "No." Ron slumped back onto his bed. "Here." Harry tossed the wand back. "Don't use it on the robes," he warned. Yeah, Ron grumbled, stuffing the wand into his pocket. "If you want it adjusted, get Hermione to do it," Seamus suggested, receiving a pillow in his face for his effort. "Seriously Ron, it's fine," Alex assured him. While the other boys all wore colored robes, Alex wore elaborate robes of deepest black. His long hair was tied back, falling past his shoulders. The dark color accentuated his pale skin, making him look uncomfortably like Voldemort. Harry shook his head ruefully. Maybe he was getting paranoid. He was seeing threats of Voldemort everywhere he looked. Now it seemed even his friends weren't safe. He turned and strode to his bed, picking up his wand. He was about to stick it in a pocket, as Ron had done, when Zith rose up from his bed. "Allow me, Master." Zith wrapped herself around Harry's left wrist, leaving a small gap between herself and the back of Harry's wrist. Getting the idea, Harry slid his wand into the space between his skin and the snake's scales. The result was a makeshift wrist holster, which Harry could access quickly if the need arose. "Thank you, my friend," Harry hissed. Zith gave him a look of what he could swear was amusement. "One is happy to be of service, Master." Harry smiled and slid his sleeve down to cover the snake, although considering she was almost the same color as the robes, it was almost unnecessary. "Come on you lot, it's almost time," Alex said from the doorway, tapping his watch pointedly. "I can't do this," Ron suddenly blurted, his eyes taking on a look of sheer panic. "Ron, get a hold of yourself," Harry said sharply, grabbing Ron by the shoulders and shaking him. "What's got you so worked up? You've been going out with Hermione for 2 months. But we've never been on a date," Ron emphasized. "Neither have me and Ginny," Harry shrugged. "Just stop worrying, okay? You've known her for 6 years, you'll be fine." "Please don't use my sister in examples like that," Ron said in a pained voice, reluctantly allowing Harry to drag him from the room. All the male members of Gryffindor in 3rd year or above were waiting in the common room, some looking apprehensive, some excited, and not a few terrified. Inevitably, all were gazing steadily at the staircase leading to the girls' dorms. The phrase, "cattle to the slaughter," crossed Harry's mind briefly, but he quickly squashed it. "How long do you reckon they'll be?" Ron asked nervously. "I have no idea," Harry said in exasperation. "Ron, will you stop worrying?" He trailed off helplessly, his eyes riveted to the stairs. He barely acknowledged the fact that Hermione, Isabel and Cassie were there. His eyes locked immediately on the diminutive redhead at the rear of the group descending the stairs. Her robes were of a lighter green than Harry's, cut in a similar archaic style. Her hair had been elaborately curled, with ringlets spilling down over her left shoulder in a wave of color. She was smiling somewhat hesitantly at Harry as she reached the bottom of the stairs and crossed the room to stand in front of him. Harry felt like he was frozen. He wanted to say something, to tell Ginny how absolutely gorgeous she looked, but every time he opened his mouth his mind went blank and the words wouldn't come out. He stood there, staring into her wide eyes for a good half-minute before he managed to make a sound. "Wow," he breathed, and her answering smile warmed him through. "You look beautiful, Ginny." "Thanks, Harry," she said a bit whimsically. "You don't look so bad yourself." He extended his arm to her. He was rather proud that he managed to keep it mostly steady. "Shall we go to the ball, milady?" "We shall, my lord." Ginny firmly took his arm, not even twitching when Zith rubbed her blunt nose briefly against the back of Ginny's hand. As they left the common room, Harry couldn't keep his eyes off the girl by his side. She was not oblivious to his attentions, and a slow blush began to creep up her cheeks. Finally they made it to the Great Hall, to find the doors standing wide open. They entered to a scene almost unrivaled in Harry's time at Hogwarts. As usual, live bats flocked around near the ceiling, which showed a clear night sky dotted with stars, an oddity since it wasn't dark outside yet. Hagrid's massive pumpkins had been carved into grotesque shapes and situated at intervals around the walls. In place of the usual house banners were masses of orange and black. Massive cobwebs, some as thick as Harry's wrist, hung loosely in the corners, swaying slightly in the breeze from the open doors as if alive. As at the Yule Ball, the house tables had vanished, replaced with many smaller tables, each designed to hold 10 students, but the middle of the room was cleared, obviously designed as a dance floor. The hall was about half full of students already, either sitting at tables or milling around near the entrance. Some were in Halloween dress, some wore simple dress robes. Harry led Ginny to a table near to where the Gryffindor house table usually stood, holding her chair for her as she sat. It probably wasn't necessary, but he wasn't thinking too clearly at the moment and Ginny didn't comment. They were soon joined by Ron and Hermione. "Thanks for waiting, mate," Ron said as they sat. "Huh." Harry's eyes snapped away from Ginny to rest on his friend. "Did you say something?" Ron grinned. "Nothing, mate," he said dismissively. "Good," Harry said distractedly, not even hearing Ron's amused snort. "Harry," Ginny giggled. She tilted her head in Ron and Hermione's direction. "What?" Harry asked, confused. Comprehension dawned in his eyes. "Oh," he blushed, ducking his head slightly, then turned to face his two best friends. "Sorry guys," he apologized. Ron was watching him with a grin, which Harry returned. Hermione was dressed in light blue robes, and as at the Yule Ball, she had straightened her hair. Much more than that didn't register as Harry's attention was again taken by Ginny. Ron chuckled, and Hermione shook her head with a smile. They were soon joined by Neville and Luna, the former in robes of deep blue and the latter a paler blue trimmed with bronze. Luna's bee-owned hair hung loosely around her shoulders, and she was once again wearing her necklace made of butterbeer corks. Ginny had told him some time ago that Luna's mother had given the necklace to her the day she died, which was why the Ravenclaw loved it so much. The hall continued to fill, and Cassie and Seamus joined them. The former was smirking in satisfaction and the latter was blushing furiously. Harry briefly wondered what she had done to make the Irish boy blush, as he wasn't usually easily embarrassed. He decided he really didn't want to know. Finally, when the hall was mostly full, Alex and Isabel made their entrance. Isabel wore robes similar to her dates, a shade of black so absolute it almost seemed to swallow the light. Her hair had been left loose except for 2 long braids which had been entwined with silver threads and wound around her head, so they resembled a dark crown. They made quite a couple, and eyes from all corners of the hall turned to follow their progress. Harry was a little surprised to see a silver embossed sword hilt at Alex's hip. His eyes followed the line of the hilt to find a black scabbard. The final effect was of a Gothic prince and his princess, and Harry's blood ran cold as he watched the two approach. "Hey guys," Alex said with a smirk as they reached the table and took their seats. "You two look great," Ginny said warmly, nudging Harry lightly in the ribs. "Where'd you get the sword?" Harry asked Alex curiously. "What, this?" Alex drew the sword with a steely hiss, holding it up to the light. The blade was not the bright silver that Harry had expected, but a dull black with a vaguely Celtic motif engraved in blue near the top. "It used to be Dad's, back when, well, you can probably guess. He let me borrow it for tonight. Dumbledore wouldn't let me bring it unless I put a blunting charm on the blade, though," Alex explained, demonstrating by drawing the edge of the blade across his wrist, which remained unmarked. With a flourish, he slid the sword home. "Your attention please," Dumbledore called from the front of the hall where the head table usually stood. A round table somewhat bigger than the others had replaced it, and seated around it were most of the professors. For obvious reasons, Firenze was absent, as was Trelawney. "Welcome one and all to the Hogwarts Halloween Ball. Dumbledore beamed around the hall, and there was a light smattering of applause. Before we get officially underway, I have a few announcements. Firstly, there will be a competition later for Best Dressed Couple, judged by a panel of professors and students. Any couple who wants to enter should see myself, Professor McGonagall, or Professor Milton. Secondly, I know it is customary for students to seek out the rose gardens and a little more privacy as the night wears on, but I ask that students restrict their movements to inside the castle. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled and there was a titter of nervous laughter. Further, the main doors of the castle will be locked until tomorrow morning. The headmaster clapped his hands together sharply, and with a great booming noise the massive doors out in the entrance hall snapped shut. For the second time in Harry's years at Hogwarts the doors sealed themselves closed, the huge locking mechanisms clicking loudly into place. There was an excited murmur from the great hall as the noise stopped. "I assure you all, these measures are for your own safety," Dumbledore said reassuringly. "Now, enough of such maudlin matters. This is a ball." He clapped his hands sharply together again, and with a sharp crack orange and black confetti appeared all over the hall, showering everyone present. The students cheered, but Harry noticed some of the teachers looked less than pleased. In particular, Snape looked like it was taking all his self-control not to leap to his feet and start decapitating people, starting with the headmaster. Harry smiled to himself as he looked back down at the table, where in front of every person a menu had appeared. This is going to be an interesting night. The ball consisted of a 3-course meal, after which all the tables moved back closer to the walls to enlarge the dance floor and the band Dumbledore had hired trooped onto the stage at the front of the hall. Harry didn't recognize them, but from the excited whispers they generated they must have been fairly popular. The lead singer and guitarist, a man in his mid-20s with hair dyed an almost fluorescent blue, made an odd gesture from the front of the stage. Immediately the hall broke into cheers, leaving Harry a little confused. "How y'all doing, Hogwarts?" the man roared, and the hall cheered again. "All right, just get out there and enjoy yourselves, and we'll take care of the music." With that the band launched into a rendition of a song Harry knew he'd heard before but couldn't quite remember the name of. The dance floor quickly filled up as many students led their partners out to dance. Harry fidgeted nervously for a moment. He remembered with painful clarity the last ball he had attended. Of course, that had been with Parvati, not Ginny, and he had been the center of attention as one of the contestants in the Triwizard Tournament. He glanced nervously at Ginny. She stood quietly beside him, her face neutral. Her foot was tapping lightly in time to the music, and he knew she was waiting for him to ask her to dance. A short distance away, Alex extended his hand to Isabel. She smiled a little impishly, and the couple made their way out onto the dance floor. Harry watched them a moment, then heard Ron on his other side asking Hermione to dance. He looked around close to panicking as Neville and Luna went also, closely followed by Cassie and Seamus. He and Ginny were alone. He glanced over at Ginny again. She was watching him with a slightly sad smile. "We don't have to dance if you don't want to," she said quietly, taking his hand within her own. Harry took a deep breath, glancing out at the floor again. Alex and Isabel were easy to spot, perhaps because no one was willing to get within a few feet of them. Alex's sword didn't seem to get in his way much, and Isabel had a broad smile on her face. Both seemed to enjoy the attention they were getting as they danced exuberantly in time to the fast-paced song. Ron and Hermione were not far away, and just beyond them Harry could make out Neville and Luna. "No," Harry said firmly, more to himself than Ginny. Reminding himself that he was a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors are supposed to be brave no matter what, he turned to face her, extending his hand a little shakily. "Would you like to dance?" Ginny's smile was immediate, and it lit up her face. "Of course," she smiled, taking his hand and allowing him to lead her onto the dance floor. Soon enough the first fast song ended, and the band began another, much slower number. All around them couples were moving closer to each other, dancing in a more traditional way. Harry awkwardly took one of Ginny's hands with his own and placed the other on her waist. She smiled at him, grasping his hand firmly, and as he looked into her eyes some of his nervousness melted away. "Just go with it," Ginny whispered, as they started to dance. He found it much more pleasant than at the Yule Ball, when he had danced with Parvati. Ginny was much more relaxed, and the couple were content to simply be near each other. Harry felt a little more nervousness leave him. Alex and Isabel glided past, her head rested on his chest. Ginny smiled again as she watched the couple dancing. Alex looked up briefly and flashed Harry a quick grin, which Harry returned. They look so good together, Ginny sighed as they moved away. Yeah, they do. Harry may not have been an expert on these matters, but even he could see that. The next couple of songs were fast ones, and Harry found that he was beginning to enjoy himself as he danced with Ginny. The band announced that they would take requests, either Wizarding or Muggle songs, and someone requested a Wizarding dance tune. As the song ended, a dark-skinned boy threaded his way through the crowd until he reached them. "Care to dance, Ginny?" He offered his hand, completely ignoring Harry. Harry straightened slightly as he realized who the boy was, Michael Corner. Ginny glanced at Harry, who shrugged slightly. "I don't mind," he said. "If you want to, go ahead." Ginny hesitated, but Michael apparently took that as a yes. He grabbed her hand and led her away as the band started up another slow song. Harry almost went after them, but instead he turned and made his way over to a long table that had been set up against the wall, where light snacks and bottles of butterbeer vied for room. Ignoring Malfoy, who was standing nearby glaring at him with Pansy Parkinson hanging off his arm, Harry grabbed 2 bottles and made his way to their seats, waiting for Ginny to come back. As the song neared the end, Harry clearly heard a squeal of indignation and a sharp slap over the music. Harry half stood, his wand seeming to appear in his hand, as he recognized Ginny's voice. "How bloody dare you!" There was another sharp slap, and the crowd parted slightly to allow Ginny to leave the floor. Her face was red with anger, and she came immediately to where Harry was sitting, dropping into her seat with a huff. "What happened?" Harry asked tersely. "Michael Bloody Corner, that's what." Ginny burst out, grabbing the second butterbeer and taking a long drink. "Stupid arrogant git. What did he do?" Harry asked in a quiet voice. Images were beginning to fill his mind, images of a dark-skinned boy screaming in agony as he was slowly tortured. He firmly shoved the images away. "He tried to feel me up," Ginny said indignantly, her face flushed. She glared back at the dance floor, where Michael, wisely, was nowhere to be seen. "He did what?" Harry asked flatly. "You heard," Ginny muttered. Harry stood slowly, his mind filled with a white-hot fury that coursed through him in waves, obliterating rational thought. He stalked towards the dance floor, roughly shoving anyone out of his way as he searched for Michael. "He's over there." Ron nudged his shoulder, pointing to a dark corner. Harry could just make out a figure crouching in the shadows. Without a word, Harry headed directly for the corner, shoving the massive fake spider webs out of his way. Ron made to follow him, but Hermione grabbed his arm. Michael tried to bolt, but Harry pulled him back with a summoning charm. He grabbed Michael's neck, lifting him off the floor as the younger boy struggled to escape, kicking at Harry repeatedly, blows he never even felt. It took a great deal of Harry's self-control not to just snap his neck right there and then. "If you ever, so much as talk to my girlfriend again, I'll kill you myself," Harry hissed, his mind still filled with flames. Michael nodded furiously. "Of course," he stammered, his eyes wide with fear. "Don't know what came over me, I'm sorry." Harry negligently tossed Michael into the wall, where he slumped to the ground, shaking in fear. There were several bright flashes, and Harry turned to see a photographer holding a camera and snapping madly. The music had stopped, and the students and teachers were staring at Harry in shock. "Harry, Mr. Potter." A witch in crimson robes was hurrying towards him. "Michelle Murray, Witch Weekly. Why are you threatening this boy? Would you care to comment?" "No," Harry growled, "I would not." He turned and walked away, but the witch grabbed his arm and pulled him back around. "Please, just a few words. What did this boy do to?" "I said no," Harry snarled, roughly shaking the witch's hand from his arm. "Leave me alone." Harry spun on his heel and raced from the hall. Ginny, who until now had been standing in shock on the other side of the hall, bolted after him. The last thing Harry saw as he ran from the hall was the reporter talking excitedly with Neville. Ron looked on in satisfaction as Harry threw Michael Corner into the wall. Stupid git deserves it. Where does he get off, trying to feel up my baby sister? He and Hermione were close to the edge of the dance floor, so they had a clear view of what was going on. They watched Harry shake off the reporter and storm from the room, and then Ginny run after him. The reporter had closed in on Neville, who seemed to be trying to get rid of her, without much success. Ron saw Dumbledore, McGonagall and James in the corner, obviously checking on Michael. Snape was watching the doors, an unusually thoughtful expression on his face. Come on, Ron muttered to Hermione. Let's go help Neville. She nodded, and the couple quickly made their way towards where the reporter was grilling Neville for information. Is Mr. Potter prone to losing his temper? The reporter asked, her notepad and quill ready to jot down answers. No, Neville replied, his eyes darting around the hall. Well, only when someone hurts his friends. So what did Mr. Corner do to deserve Harry's wrath? The witch asked promptly. The git tried to feel up Harry's girlfriend when they were dancing, Ron said hotly as they reached them. Silence once again reigned in the hall as Ron's loud statement filtered through, and the reporter immediately forgot about Neville, who slipped gratefully back into the crowd. And you are Ron Weasley, Ron said firmly. And who is the lucky girl? The witch asked, her breath held in anticipation. You don't know. Ron faltered, confused. He was sure that someone would have found out by now, and that it would be all over the papers. No, of course not. The reporter glanced darkly at Dumbledore, who was now watching the scene unfolding, making no move to intercede. Care to shed some light on the subject? No, he would not, Hermione said, making to lead Ron away. Miss Granger, correct. The reporter smiled in triumph as Hermione stood stock still. You wouldn't perhaps be the one, would you care to comment? No, she isn't. Ron rounded on the reporter. She's going out with me, not Harry. Harry's two best friends dating. The witch looked about ready to start bouncing off the walls with excitement. So if not Miss Granger, then who? That would be me, a clear voice came from the doors. The witch whirled around to find Ginny striding across the hall in her direction. And you are Ginny Weasley, Ginny said, but before the reporter could ask anything else, she spoke again. That's Ginevra, not Virginia. And no, I will not answer any more questions. You have your story, now please leave. But, remember what happened to the last person who pissed Harry off. Ginny said warningly, you're coming very close to pissing him off. The witch glanced nervously in the direction of Michael Corner, who was now laying on a stretcher conjured by Dumbledore. She licked her lips, obviously weighing up the choice of more information against possible bodily harm, then she nodded quickly and left the hall, followed by her photographer. Harry only made it as far as the entrance hall before Ginny caught up. Her voice made him stop abruptly in his tracks, his anger dissipating as he turned to face her. I'm sorry, he whispered. I lost control again. I shouldn't have. Ginny stopped him talking by keying him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he pulled away quickly. What? But, how? Huh? Ginny giggled softly. I'm not angry at you, silly, she chided, moving across the hall and sitting on the bottom step of the marble staircase. Harry followed in a daze. You were defending me, how could I be angry about that? Besides, all you did was scare the hell out of him and give him a concussion. No lasting damage. Harry sighed, running his hand distractedly through his perpetually messy hair. I still lost control, and I shouldn't have, he said pensively. Harry, everyone loses control once in a while, Ginny said gently. She smiled wryly. You just do a bit more damage than others. Harry laughed weakly, leaning over to rest his head on her shoulder. She tilted her own head to rest on top of his, and her hand sought out his and gripped it tightly. They sat for a long moment without moving, until finally Harry sighed. I suppose we'd better go back in, he said unhappily. I'll get rid of the reporter, Ginny promised, standing and moving towards the doors. You hide somewhere so she doesn't try to talk to you when she's leaving. She slipped through the doors. Harry smiled briefly, standing and climbing to the top of the stairs. He had to wonder just what he had done right to deserve such a wonderful girl. He saw the reporter leave, and rather apprehensively went back downstairs and re-entered the hall. All noise abruptly ceased as he stood near the doors, and it took all his self-control not to bolt as every eye in the hall turned to look at him. Professor Milton was the first to move, walking towards Harry with a smile. "You really need to learn to control your temper, you know," he said quietly, shaking his head in amusement. "Still, I think you got your point across. I doubt anyone will touch Ginny for quite some time after that little display." When Harry looked guilty, James grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you're not in much trouble. Dumbledore knows why you did it, and you didn't really do much damage, just gave him a scare. We'll talk about suitable punishments tomorrow." James shook his head again. "Remind me to never piss you off," he muttered, then raised his voice. "Come on, this is supposed to be a ball," he said loudly, placing one arm around Harry's shoulders in a fatherly gesture that Harry wasn't quite sure how to take. What happened to the music? As James led him back to where all his friends stood, he decided that he liked it. In some ways, James reminded him not only of Sirius, but of how he imagined his father would have been, had he lived. The comfort Harry drew from James's simple act of placing an arm around him in a half-hug was an extraordinary feeling, and completely new. He wondered about this new revelation as the hall once again filled with the sound of music and the dancing began again. From across the Great Hall, Alex watched a rather despondent-looking Harry Potter being escorted by his father. His mouth twisted into a smirk as he glanced at his twin sister out of the corner of his eye. "You know, I think young Harry could do with some cheering up," he remarked. Cassie returned to sideways look, and her lips formed an identical smirk. "I rather agree," she bantered. "Can I help?" Isabel reached out and took Alex's hand, grinning impishly. "Of course you can't," Alex grinned back. Isabel shot him an annoyed look, but her eyes told him a different story. "What I want you to do is go over there and distract Harry, Ginny and the others. This is a job for the Marauders." "Of course," Isabel keyed Alex lightly on the cheek before turning and heading off. Alex watched her leave, smiling in appreciation as her hips swayed enticingly inside her robes. "Enough," Cassie said, tapping him on the nose with 2 fingers. "We have work to do, remember. You can admire Isabel's rear some other time." Alex laughed, leading the way from the hall. Isabel reached Ginny, Ron and Hermione at the same time Harry did. The raven-haired Gryffindor was immediately swept into a tight hug from Ginny, as Ron and Hermione watched fondly. Isabel caught their attention and motioned with her head, and the 3 moved a short distance away. "Alex and Cassie are going to do something to cheer Harry up," she said in a low whisper. "Knowing those 2, that means a prank. Our job is to keep Harry distracted until they can get set up." "What are they going to do?" Hermione asked suspiciously. Isabel supposed that was the shiny prefect's badge on the front of the older witch's robes talking. "I have no idea," the ex-Slytherin admitted. Although Alex mentioned something about the Marauders, and this being a job for them. "What does that mean?" Ron and Hermione exchanged a long look, and Hermione sighed. "It's a long story," she said. Isabel glanced over at Harry and Ginny, who were still locked in their embrace. "Looks like we've plenty of time," she remarked dryly, as the couple showed no signs of releasing each other in the near future. "This distraction thing could be easier than I'd thought." It was only then she realized that James had vanished. James was, in fact, in the entrance hall. He stopped briefly near the massive doors, staring hard at a spot some 3 feet to the left of the entrance. A slight shimmer in the air told him he was spot on, and he flicked his wrist casually. The hood on the invisibility cloak dropped down to reveal the face of Kingsley Shacklebolt. "I still don't know how you do that, Milton," the Black Wizard said in his deep, quiet voice. "He's been doing it to me all year," a rather indignant female voice came from just behind Shacklebolt. A second later, Tonk's head appeared. "The amount of times Harry has almost caught me because of him. If you had taken my advice and told him from the outset, you wouldn't have to hide from him," James said matter-of-factly. "As it is, the longer you delay, the angrier he will be." "I know," Tonks made a face. "But Moody insisted, you know that." "Oh yes," James said dryly. "I know Moody, all right." "Hey," another voice hissed, and the head of Alistair Moody appeared. If you've all forgotten already, we're supposed to be guarding the doors. Remember? All right, Tonks sighed. It's just so boring. She brightened. But Harry and Ginny were cute, weren't they? At James' puzzled look, she elaborated. Ginny caught up to Harry at the bottom of the steps, and basically keyed him into submission. James chuckled. I have very high hopes for that young lady, he said with a smile. Talk later, Tonks said fleetingly as she vanished again under her cloak. Moody and Shacklebolt vanished a second later. James chuckled to himself, then headed for the marble staircase, following a magical trail only he could see. He was curious as to what his two children were doing this time. They have to be here somewhere, Alex said, his voice slightly muffled. He was currently rooting around in his trunk, and his head was almost hidden as he reached deeper. Take your time, Cassie muttered, glancing curiously around the boys' dorms from her place on the end of Alex's bed. Not so different from ours, really, she mused, idly trying to figure out which bed belonged to who. Ron's was easiest, only he could be that messy. Seamus was also easy, as was Dean, judging by the huge football poster hanging above his bed. Alex's she knew, and she recognized Neville's plant thing on his bedside table, but she was buggered if she could remember what it was called. Which left the last bed as Harry's. It was odd, but except for the trunk at the bed's foot, it looked almost unused. Curious, she got up and walked over to Harry's bed, looking for anything personal. At first she thought the bedside table was bare, bar a few textbooks thrown carelessly down. But something didn't seem quite right. Her eyes seemed to slide off the tabletop if she stared too long, which in her experience was a sure sign of an illusion spell. She drew her wand and tried to cancel the spell, but she may as well have tried asking it nicely, for all the effect it had. Now even more curious, she tried a more powerful disenchantment. For a moment the top of the table seemed to waver, and then the illusion dissolved. What Cassie had thought were books quickly changed shape before her eyes. There were 3 objects on the table. The first, closest to the bed, was a wizard photo of Ginny. Cassie smiled slightly as the photo version of the youngest Weasley waved, an impish grin on her face. The second object was a small statue of an owl in flight. The owl's beak was open, as if she were screaming, and her wings were flared. From the few tidbits of information she had garnered from Harry's friends, Cassie assumed this was Harry's beloved Hedwig. The third item was also a photograph. As Cassie picked it up, she smiled again as she saw who the photograph contained. Harry stood near the center, waving, his arm around Ginny. Ron was next to them, with his arm around Hermione, both were beaming. Alex and Cassie were slightly behind the rest, both making faces at the camera. Isabel, wearing her Slytherin robes, stood off to one side, rather hesitantly smiling. Cassie remembered the day well. It had been during one of Harry's defense classes, not long after they had begun. Colin had been practically bouncing off the walls when Ginny asked him to take a photo of them. Cassie had been mildly surprised when she and Alex had been invited into the photo, and at the same time strangely honored. But Isabel's inclusion had stunned not only the then Slytherin, but everyone else in the room, too. Although only a few had known the true import of what Isabel's family stood for, it was widely known her mother was a Death Eater. For Harry to invite her into the photo, which had been supposedly only his closest friends, it had been surprising, to say the least. Idly, Cassie flipped the frame around. There was something written on the back in Harry's messy scrawl. I think these are the ones Gryffindor was talking about, the helpers. I don't know how I know this, but I do. These are the ones I can count on. Wordlessly, Cassie crossed the room to her twin and showed him the photograph. Alex stared at it for a second, then flipped it over. His eyes widened in surprise as he read the note on the back, and he smiled slightly. Right, now we have to give him something extra special, he said, handing the photo back. And I know just the thing. He held up a piece of parchment and smirked. James watched the twins leave the dorm from his place atop Neville's bed, then dropped soundlessly to the floor. He shed the invisibility spell and headed for Harry's bedside table. From his vantage point, he hadn't been able to see the photo or read the note, and he wanted to find out what the fuss was about. A moment later he slipped out of the dorm, a smile threatening to form as he headed back down to the Great Hall. He wasn't about to miss the show. Back at the ball, the party was getting loud again. It had been a bit subdued after Harry's outburst, but as was usual at Hogwarts it was quickly forgotten. The band played, the students danced, and Snape stalked the Great Hall taking points from anyone he could. Harry and Ginny were locked in each other's arms, although now it was on the dance floor. They rocked slowly back and forth in time to the haunting song being played, allowing themselves to be swept away by the compelling notes. The song finally ended, and the room burst into applause. Harry and Ginny finally separated, if you could call it that. Harry's arm remained firmly around Ginny's slim waist as he led her from the dance floor. Interesting little tantrum, Potter. Harry sighed heavily, closing his eyes tightly and hoping that Malfoy would go away. It was wishful thinking, and he knew it. I always knew you were pathetic, Malfoy continued, as Harry pointedly ignored him. Getting that riled up over a Weasley. God, Potter, you're pathetic. Just leave it alone, Malfoy, Harry said wearily, turning to face his nemesis. Are you capable of doing that for one night, or would you like to be slammed through another wall? Malfoy paled slightly, but rather bravely continued. You can't get away with this anymore, Potter. My father. Your father has already been sent to Azkaban once. Harry said sharply, his temper rising. He's nothing more than a criminal, Draco, and you know it. Draco sneered. Please, Potty, do not foul my name that way. Whatever. Harry suddenly found he didn't care what Malfoy said. Gripping Ginny a little tighter, he moved to steer her away. Typical Gryffindor, Draco drawled. All talk, no substance. Should have known. Harry stiffened, and he felt Ginny's grip on his arm tighten. Don't listen to him, she said quietly, but loud enough for Malfoy to hear. He's just trying to provoke you. Granted that's not a very smart move, but, unlike the rest of this pathetic school, I know Potty's just a fraud, Draco hissed. And I could prove it, too. One day, I'll prove it. Suddenly Harry spun, moving so his face was inches from Draco's. You think I'm a fake? He snarled, all his anger rising to the surface. I pray, Draco Malfoy, that I never have to prove you wrong the hard way. And with that he spun and stalked off, doing a very good impersonation of Snape. Ginny glared at Draco and hurried after him. Behind them, Draco smiled in satisfaction. One day, Potter, he said to himself. One day. Alex and Cassie entered the hall just in time to catch the exchange. Alex glanced around quickly and spotted Isabel making a beeline for them, her face set. That arrogant, stupid jackass, she muttered as she reached them. Please tell me the prank you're going to pull is on Malfoy. Alex grinned. Of course, he said evilly, wrapping his arm around Isabel's shoulders. Watch, my dear, watch and learn. An owl came swooping into the hall, a note clamped in its beak. It dropped the parchment on Malfoy's head before shooting back outside again. Malfoy opened the note arrogantly and read the contents. His eyes widened in surprise and panic, and he threw the note away, drawing his wand and burning it to ashes with a spell. Big mistake, Malfoy, Cassie said gleefully. As they watched, the ashes formed two new notes, both of which leapt off the floor and hurled themselves at Malfoy. The Slytherin also burned both the new notes, which quickly resulted in 4 attacking him. By now, several people near him had noticed Malfoy's increasing desperation as now 8 bits of parchment were flying through the air attacking the blonde Slytherin. Each time he burned a note, 2 more would replace it. Not too bright, is he? Cassie giggled as the number increased to 12. Malfoy was now starting to panic, yelling as the notes continued to attack him, flying into his face and hair. All around the hall students were laughing at Malfoy's strange predicament. Soon enough the air around his head was swarming with parchment, and Malfoy dove under a table to try to get away. The notes followed him, however, and Malfoy leapt out from under the table and started sprinting around the hall, trying various spells to stop the parchment from strangling him. By now the whole hall was in the throes of hysterical laughter. Even the professors were laughing, although in McGonagall's case it was merely a less severe frown. Snape was clearly trying very hard not to look amused. What was even better was that not one single person tried to help, even Malfoy's little Death Eater Slytherins. But the best part was the look on Harry's face. He was watching the blonde running, screaming hysterically as a blizzard of parchment battered at him. Finally Harry cracked, breaking out into uncontrollable laughter as Malfoy tried desperately to protect himself from the killer notes. From across the hall, Ginny caught their attention and mouthed, "Thank you." Alex and Cassie glanced at each other, sharing a smile. Mission accomplished. It finally took the combined effort of Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Flitwick to stop the notes from attacking Malfoy. The Slytherin was looking a little wild around the eyes as McGonagall led him from the hall, and his face was slashed to pieces with paper cuts. Harry stood next to Ginny, her hand firmly gripped in his own, grinning from ear to ear. Nearby, Ron and Hermione stood in a half-embrace, her head resting on his shoulder. "I call them post-it notes," a voice said from very close behind them. Harry turned his head to find a smirking Alex, with Cassie just behind him. "You just send them to someone by owl post, and as soon as they read the note the charm activates." "Genius," Ginny smiled at him, nodding almost imperceptibly to acknowledge that she knew they had done it to cheer Harry up. "Worthy of Gred and Forge, that one," Harry grinned, holding out his free hand. Mock gravely, Alex shook it. "There you are." Isabel approached carrying a tray holding butterbeers. She handed them out to each person, absently vanishing the tray when she had finished. "A toast," Ron announced, holding his bottle high. "To great pranks." "To a brilliant piece of magic," Hermione added, raising her own bottle. "To the new troublemakers in chief," Isabel grinned. "To the pair who could give my brothers a run for their money," Ginny smiled, adding her bottle. "To great friends," Harry added quietly. Alex and Cassie raised their bottles and everyone clinked, the twins touched by Harry's addition. It was strange, really. They had only been at Hogwarts for 2 months, and yet it seemed like an eternity. They were now truly a part of the group. "Well, this is all well and good," Cassie broke the silence that had descended over them, "but this is one of my favorite songs, and I'm going to find Seamus." She smirked at her brother and walked off. "She has a point," Alex admitted, throwing the now empty bottle over his shoulder, where it vanished before it could hit the floor. He extended his hand to Isabel, who took it with a smile, and led her onto the dance floor. "You know, that's an awfully good idea," Harry commented to Ginny. She allowed him to lead her back onto the dance floor, a smile playing about her lips. James watched the group toast, still under the cover of his invisibility spell. He noticed Ron and Hermione shoot each other a significant look and stealthily head for the exit. James chuckled quietly. Teenagers were all the same. His mind was still dwelling on the photo he had seen in Harry's dorm, and what it meant. He had known for some time that his children would be involved rather heavily in the prophecy, but the fact that Harry knew as well was a little disturbing. It meant that he was coming more into his true power, and they weren't ready for that yet. It was far, far too early. James sighed heavily, taking a seat in an unobtrusive corner where no one was likely to try to sit on him. He watched Harry once more dancing with Ginny, watched him pull her closer as they danced to a slow song. That too was a part of the prophecy. He could no more stop those two getting together than stop the tides. But again, it was happening too fast. They had expected to have at least another year to prepare. James sighed again, this time in frustration. Why was everything happening so damn quickly? He thought back briefly to the incident earlier, with that corner boy. That had been a really, really stupid thing to do, on Michael's part. James doubted that even Malfoy would have the gumption to try anything with Ginny. It was downright dangerous, what with how protective Harry could be of her. Harry had been on the verge of throwing the moron through the wall, he could tell. There had been a tightening around the eyes that while a normal person would miss, a trained mind mage could see easily. But Harry had controlled his anger, had exerted influence over that damnable basilisk. He was getting better, no doubts there. But would it be enough? Not for the first time. He thought back 9 months to the previous Christmas, when a man calling himself Peter Pettigrew had approached him, back in Australia, about a job working for some Dark Lord. James knew exactly what the offer meant, and he also knew what it would mean to turn it down. He had no interest in joining the wizard who thought he could fill Grindelwald's shoes. He'd had his chance, and had failed. Joseph Milter was long dead, now he was James Milton, father of Alexander and Cassandra. As it always did, that train of thought brought up the persuasion technique Voldemort had used, in a last-ditch effort to gain his allegiance. James's face twisted into a grimace as he remembered coming home on Christmas Eve after a long day to find an odd skull-like symbol hovering above his house. He had hurried inside, and had found. James pulled himself up sharply. There is no point dwelling on the past, he told himself sternly. You are here now, and you can make a difference. Now stop worrying. Even so, he found it very hard to shake the image of a pair of very beautiful, but very vacant blue eyes. Harry. Harry parted reluctantly from Ginny to find Neville standing nearby, fidgeting nervously. Just behind him stood Luna. What is it, Neville? He asked, wondering what could make the round-faced boy so nervous. That is, would you let me, Neville stammered, his face going very red. His eyes darted to Ginny, and suddenly Harry understood. He was too nervous to ask Ginny to dance. What do you think, Ginny? He asked casually. Reckon you could dance with Neville for a bit. I'll dance with Luna. Of course, Ginny said warmly, taking Neville's hand. He gulped, glancing at Harry before allowing Ginny to lead him away. Guess that just leaves us, Harry said to Luna, extending his hand. Luna smiled and took it. They danced in silence for a while, until Luna spoke. Haven't seen you very much lately, she said. No, not really, Harry agreed. I've been spending most of my time with Neville, she informed him. I think he's going to ask me out soon. That's good then, Harry said a little uncertainly, thrown off balance by Luna's frank manner. Yes, it is, she said dreamily, glancing at where Neville and Ginny were dancing. He's liked her for ages, she said suddenly. Yeah, I know, Harry wasn't sure what to make of that. I think he's over her now, though, Luna added, and as Harry watched Neville laughed easily at something Ginny said. Suddenly it clicked, what Neville had been afraid of. He hadn't been nervous about asking Ginny to dance. He was afraid of me, wasn't he? Harry asked, a heavy weight settling in his stomach. Luna looked surprised. Of course, she said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What did you think? Harry didn't answer. Finally the dance ended, and Ginny and Neville came back, the former smiling wickedly and the later blushing brightly. Neville glanced at Harry, but quickly lowered his eyes and mumbled an apology. Neville, Harry said firmly, and the boy raised his head slowly. You're my friend. I would never hurt you unless you gave me a very good reason to. You don't have to be afraid. Neville swallowed hard, nodding slightly. Sorry, Harry said softly, placing one hand on Neville's shoulder. Their eyes caught, and Neville nodded firmly. Good man. Harry released his hold on Neville's shoulder, turned and led Ginny away. Attention students. Harry looked away from Ginny reluctantly to see Professor Dumbledore standing at the front of the stage, his arms held up high and a smile on his face. In just a moment, we will be voting for the Best Dressed Couple award. Would all students wanting to enter please come up to the front of the room now? Harry and Ginny parted and made their way off the dance floor and back to their seats. Harry spotted Alex and Isabel moving towards Dumbledore and pointed them out to Ginny. Doesn't really surprise me, love, she said quietly. Harry started slightly at the last word, his heart beating faster. What? Ginny asked curiously, catching the strange look on his face. Nothing, Harry assured her quickly. A warmth that had nothing to do with temperature spread through him, and he leaned back in his seat contentedly, wrapping his arm around Ginny and pulling her closer. Is that everyone? Dumbledore asked, scanning the hall quickly. All right then, I'll ask each couple to come up on stage, and you can cast your votes. A wand lit red as no, and green as yes. Everyone ready? There was a murmur of consent. Then let us begin. As the first couple came on stage, Harry glanced at Ginny. Do you really want to watch this? Not really, Ginny said, turning her head so she could see him. What do you have in mind? Harry's smile was playful, and gave her all the information she needed. What a brilliant idea, she breathed, reaching up and keying him briefly. They stood and, hand in hand, left the hall as quickly and unobtrusively as possible. James watched Harry and Ginny slip out of the hall, a pained grimace on his face. He was happy for them. Truly he was, but at the same time he couldn't help but be jealous of them for what they were in the process of discovering and he had already lost. Brooding again, Dad. Cassie took a seat beside him. James smiled wryly and dropped the invisibility spell. I'm starting to regret showing you two how to do that. He shook his head, then looked at her curiously. Shouldn't you be with your date? Cassie shrugged. Seamus is dancing with Lavender. I reckon she's better for him anyway. Oh. They lapsed into silence. Cassie leaned over to rest her head on her father's shoulder. His hand almost automatically began to stroke her hair. I've missed this, Cassie said in a small voice. Missed what? James asked. You, Dad. She sat up straight again. We hardly ever see you since we came to Hogwarts. You're always busy doing something else. James sighed heavily. I know, and I'm sorry. But this is a war, Cass, you know that. We all have to make sacrifices. I know, she said pensively. I don't think Alex even notices, but he has Isabel now. Yes, I suppose that would make a difference. James wrapped a comforting arm around his daughter's shoulders. I don't understand, Cassie said quietly, snuggling closer into James's side. Sometimes he acts like nothing's changed, and sometimes he's completely different. I don't know what to do. Have you tried talking to him? James suggested gently. Yeah, but he just keeps avoiding it, she sighed again. He won't talk to me about anything important anymore, it's just pranks and joking. He's not handling it very well. Most wouldn't, James said dryly. This is serious, Dad. Cassie said impatiently. I think he needs help. All right, James agreed. I'll see if I can find someone to talk with him. Thanks, Dad. Cassie keyed him on the cheek, stood and was gone. James dropped his head into his hands, letting out a sigh. If for no other reason, he would make sure Voldemort died for the damage he had done to the twins. No one, not even Malfoy, should be forced to watch their mother BPD, tortured and killed before them. Oh yes, the Dark Lord would pay dearly. Harry's return to consciousness the following morning was pleasantly slow. He stretched under his blankets, his mouth wide in a huge yawn. He froze when he felt someone shift in the bed beside him. What the hell? Slowly, cautiously, Harry turned his head. The scent of vanilla reached his nostrils, and suddenly he remembered where he was. Ball, room of requirement, Ginny. Suddenly wide awake, Harry turned fully to gaze down at Ginny's face. Her eyes were closed, and she looked strangely vulnerable in sleep. Under the blankets, her chest rose and fell with her regular breathing. Her freckles stood out starkly against her pale skin, and her hair was a mess. Now that he was fully awake, Harry could remember what had happened. He and Ginny had slipped out of the hall to find someplace private, and had eventually settled on the room of requirement when they had found Ron and Hermione in the snog cupboard on the 3rd floor. Harry had been somewhat surprised by the room they had been provided with. Instead of his usual lounge room-style setting, like he had conjured for the meeting with Remus, they had ended up with a large Victorian-style bedroom, complete with a king-sized 4-poster bed resplendent in Gryffindor colors. Ginny had squealed delightedly when she saw the opulence of the room, pulling Harry inside and slamming the door shut. Harry had quickly locked it, sliding home the large bolts that he had been sure to request. Even though he knew nothing serious had happened, and they were both fully clothed, Harry's cheeks still burned at the thought of waking up next to Ginny. He glanced down at her again, absently brushing a stray lock of hair aside. Her lips parted slightly and she let out a soft breath, snuggling closer to him. His hand slowly began to stroke her hair, idly playing with loose strands. After what seemed like an eternity, Ginny's eyes fluttered open. She yawned, stretching as Harry had, and her gaze came to rest on him. Good morning, Harry said gently, moving his hand to caress her cheek. Ginny sighed softly, reaching up to take his hand within her own. A very good one, she agreed, sitting up. Not every day a girl can wake up in bed next to the boy who lived, is it? She laughed at the expression on his face. Just be glad Ron can't see us now, Harry said wryly, leaning over and keying her. A massive bang made them leap apart. Harry, slightly overreacting, jumped too far. He fumbled for a moment, scrambling for a handhold, then toppled off the bed with a loud thump. Ginny burst into a fit of uncontrollable giggling. Harry, Ginny, are you in there? Ron's voice came to them through the thick wooden panels of the door. Oh hell, Harry muttered, picking himself up off the floor and straightening his glasses. Relax, Ginny said, grinning at him. Yes, Ron, we're in here, she yelled. But unless you want to see the disturbing sight of your only sister and your best friend BPD, don't come in. There was a very loud silence on the other side of the door as both Harry and Ginny tried hard not to laugh. I'm going to kill you, Harry. Ron yelled suddenly. How could you do that to Ginny? She's just a baby. I thought you were supposed to be my friend. Deciding to end this quickly, Harry strode to the door and flung it open. Ron was standing there, his fisted clenched and his face very red. Hermione was not far away, trying to stifle her giggles with one hand. Nothing happened, Ron, Harry emphasized quickly. Ginny's just riling you up. Spoilsport, Ginny appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his stomach. See, Harry indicated himself, fully clothed and everything. He looked at Ron curiously. Why did you assume that we'd, you know? Harry blushed bright red at the thought of Ron thinking about him doing anything like that. It was just too weird. Oh, Ron blushed even brighter than Harry did. Nothing. Harry noticed his answer didn't quite seem to fit the question. Never mind, Ron finally mumbled, then turned and fled down the corridor. Hermione smiled fleetingly at Harry and Ginny then followed. What was that all about? Harry asked, shaking his head in puzzlement over his friend's peculiar behavior. Ginny was shaking with silent laughter. I have a feeling that Ron's education got furthered last night. It took a moment for Harry to figure out what she meant. Ron and Hermione at Hogwarts. Harry's eyes opened wide. Surely you don't think? Ginny didn't answer. She was laughing too hard. Harry didn't quite know what to say. He decided the whole idea was just too disturbing, and firmly told his mind to shut up about it and stop conjuring mental images. He focused instead on the giggling redhead in front of him, and all other thoughts quickly evaporated. Why else would Ron so readily leap to that conclusion? Ginny managed finally. Harry raised an eyebrow. Because you told him we were BPD. Well, maybe, Ginny admitted. But it's still funny, don't you think? Harry didn't quite know what to think. Actually, he was now extremely confused. He settled for saying, if you say so. Ginny's lips twisted into a smirk. You're impossible, she shook her head, eyeing him playfully. So what did you have in mind to do today? Oh, I don't know, Harry smiled. I was thinking I might go for a fly. Care to join me? I'd love to fly. Ginny's smirk grew broader, and Harry didn't miss the emphasis she placed on the word fly. He wondered briefly just exactly what he was getting himself into. Well, let's go then. Harry extended his arm to Ginny, and she looped her own through it. Together they headed for Gryffindor Tower to get their brooms. Alex scowled at his sister. The two were in the common room, which was devoid of any other students, and she had just finished telling him about her conversation the previous night with their father. It's none of your business, Cass, he said bluntly. Of course it is, I'm your twin, she said calmly. Your business is our business, same as mine. You know that. Not this, Alex shook his head stubbornly, refusing to meet her eyes. Alex, Cassie said firmly, grabbing his chin and raising his head so she could look into his eyes. To counter, Alex simply closed them. He knew he was being childish, but for some reason he couldn't help it. Open your damn eyes, Cassie commanded, and Alex almost winced. She seldom used that tone on him, and that more than anything persuaded him that she was deadly serious. He opened his eyes to find her face inches from his own, her eyes so close he could see every detail of her blue irises. As had happened so many times in the past, her eyes seemed to grow larger, and Alex felt the transfer begin. They weren't actually thoughts, more like ideas, concepts, images, occasionally, emotions. It was this last that almost drove Alex to his knees. He felt a massive thump in his chest as a wave of anxiety flowed over him, coupled with a healthy dose of worry and not a little fear, all overlaid with a very strong feeling of helplessness, and all because of him. His sister had been concerned for his well-being since he didn't even want to think about it. But he did feel tremendously guilty for putting Cassie through all this additional trauma. It was almost more than he could bear. "I'm sorry," Alex whispered, closing his eyes. The transfer stopped immediately, but the aftermath still almost made Alex physically ill. "Don't be sorry," Cassie said, enfolding her twin in a hug. "Just do something about it. Talk to someone, please." Alex took a deep, shuddering breath, weighing up his options. On one hand, he didn't want to even think about what had happened. But on the other, he really didn't want to cause Cass any more damage. He couldn't. "All right," Alex said heavily, and his shoulders slumped forward. "I'll talk to someone Dad finds." Okay, Cassie said firmly, squeezing him tighter. "That's very Gryffindor of you," she whispered into his ear. Alex laughed hollowly. "Yeah, well, I'm not feeling very Gryffindor-ish at the moment." "Harry's gone through the same sort of thing, you know," Cassie said eventually. "I know. Do you know who he talked to about it?" "No, Ginny." Alex's head jerked up. "What, you reckon I should talk about this to Isabel?" "I reckon you should talk to whoever you feel like talking to," Cassie corrected. Alex grunted non-committally. Just then the fat lady swung open and Harry and Ginny entered the common room. Both were flushed, and both looked extremely happy. "Just getting our brooms," Harry said happily, glancing curiously at the two sitting in front of the fire. Cassie grinned at him, and Alex gave a half-smile. "Oh, going for an early morning fly?" Cassie raised her eyebrows suggestively. Harry blushed even more, but Ginny just grinned. "Yep," she confirmed. "Come on Harry, go get your firebolt, I'll be back in a sec." "Okay Gin." Harry almost sprinted up the stairs, seemingly full of energy. "The ball must have agreed with him," Alex said mildly. Cassie smirked. "Actually, I have it on very good authority that he spent last night in the room of requirement with Ginny. I tried to get in this morning, and the door was locked." They shared a laugh, although sobered quickly. There was an almost uncomfortable silence as Alex's eyes followed Harry and Ginny as they met up in the common room again, both smiling, and headed outside hand in hand. "You reckon he talked to Ginny?" Alex asked in a would-be casual voice. Cassie's gaze, however, told him she saw through it. "He did," she nodded. "And she helped. Harry lost his godfather, the closest thing he had to a parent, and talking to Ginny helped him enormously. You might like to think about that. I'm not saying you should talk to Ginny, specifically, but you definitely need to talk to someone." She paused for a moment, then said quietly, "I did." And with that she turned and quickly crossed the common room to the stairs leading to the girls' dormitories, leaving Alex to brood. It seems that Harry Potter may finally have found true love. As this reporter witnessed last Saturday night at the Hogwarts Halloween ball, Mr. Potter is willing to go to extreme lengths to defend his lady fair. Ginevra Weasley, the youngest of 7 children, is currently a 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her older brother Ronald Weasley has been a firm friend to Mr. Potter since their first year, and according to inside sources Miss Weasley has been quite taken with the boy who lived since their first meeting 6 years ago. "Ginny's liked Harry for ages," said a student who wished to remain anonymous. "They've been going out now for a few months, I suppose. Harry seems really into her, as well. The couple is apparently common knowledge at Hogwarts, and have been since the start of the school year. It is also common knowledge that Harry's 2 best friends, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger, are also dating. 2 years ago, during the Triwizard Tournament held at Hogwarts, rumor had it that Mr. Potter and Miss Granger were dating, but this was later found to be untrue." "Harry and Hermione, that's ridiculous, she's like his sister," said Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor 6th year. "They're close, sure, but not like that. Besides, Ron would kill him if he tried anything. And it seems that Mr. Potter is willing to kill anyone who tries anything with Miss Weasley." Midway through the ball, Harry attacked another student, who he claimed had been trying to take advantage of Miss Weasley. More details were not forthcoming, however, as this reporter was forced to leave by none other than Miss Weasley herself. It seems that protectiveness runs both ways. Well, It could have been worse, Harry sighed, running his fingers through his hair, making it stick up even worse at the back. They were sitting at the Gryffindor table for breakfast on Wednesday after the ball, and a copy of Witch Weekly had just been delivered. There was a huge picture of Harry on the cover, alternating between scowling and trying to hide behind the edges of the photograph. A smaller picture of Ginny took up the top right corner, just under the masthead. "Sorry, Harry," Dean apologized. "But I figured that if I didn't give her something to publish, then she'd go to the Slytherins." Harry waved his apology off. "It's okay," he said distractedly, skimming through the article again. "It's actually not too bad," he admitted, wrapping his arm around Ginny and pulling her close. "Much better than that evil Skeeter woman," she agreed. "At least she's not going on about how much of a mental case you are." "Yeah, mate, that's downright kind compared to her," Ron grinned. "I still don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, letting that reporter in here," Hermione muttered, rocking backwards and forwards slightly, deep in thought. "I mean, this can't be good, can it? Now everyone knows about you too, and the Death Eaters could take advantage of it or something." Voldemort already knew. Harry shook his head. He possessed Ginny before, remember? "Oh," Hermione's brow creased. "I hadn't thought of that, I suppose." Suddenly Ginny tensed, her face going very pale. She clutched at Harry's arm, and he looked down at her in concern. "What is it?" he asked, gently placing his fingertips on her forearm. "Mum," she managed, now staring at the ceiling where the post owls had just flown into the Great Hall. "She reads the bloody magazine." "Oh hell," Ron whispered, pointing. Harry followed his gaze and, with a sinking feeling, immediately recognized the distinct envelope of a howler. "Maybe it's for someone else," he said hopefully, but the owl swooped directly at them and dropped the howler in Ginny's eggs. "Go," Alex said sharply. "Get out of here." Ginny didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed the envelope and sprinted out of the hall, Harry hot on her heels. "Hold on." Harry grabbed her arm, just as the howler began to smoke. "I have a better idea." He mentally prodded the basilisk, which almost seemed to uncurl within his mind. Suddenly the entrance hall vanished, and the Forbidden Forest replaced it. Ginny dropped the envelope abruptly, and suddenly a massive wall of noise assaulted their ears, which Harry recognized immediately as the voice of Mrs. Weasley. "Ginevra Weasley, what do you think you're doing? Dating Harry for 2 whole months and not telling us about it? How could you put yourself in danger that way? You should have told us straight away, not have us find out in some trashy magazine. I'm very disappointed with you, young lady. I thought that you at least had some common sense. How could you?" Suddenly the voice was replaced by the much calmer tones of Mr. Weasley. "Ignore your mother, Ginny, she's just a little upset right now. We are both truly happy for you. Don't worry, she'll come around. But we do need to speak with you. Soon." And with that, the howler dissolved in a brilliant flash of fire. Ginny shook her head ruefully. "I knew we should have told her before," she muttered. "Don't worry." Harry enfolded her in a hug. "She'll be fine, like your father said." Hot on the trail of the howler were a veritable flock of owls, all of which came swooping down to the Gryffindor table and looked very confused when they obviously couldn't find the recipients of their letters. Ron groaned, then lifted his hand and waved. "Down here," he called, and the owls veered in his direction. "Don't worry, we'll make sure they get them." One after another the owls dropped their letters and flew off, leaving a small mountain of parchment envelopes. Ron shared a look with Hermione. This was 4th year all over again. "We'd better get started, I guess," Ron said resignedly, picking up an envelope addressed in a neat hand to Mr. H. Potter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Quickly getting the idea, everyone else nearby grabbed a letter and started to read. "This one's from a witch in London. Says Harry's off his rocker and should go marry her." Ron raised his eyebrows, then incinerated the letter with a quick flick of his wand. "This one's from a guy who wants to go out with Ginny." Alex shook his head. "Bit thick, isn't he? I mean, the whole bloody article was about how she's taken, and it said how Harry's touchy about her. And what's a guy reading Witch Weekly for anyway? This one just wishes them both well, and a long-lasting relationship." Isabel smiled faintly. "Of course, There are tear marks all over the parchment, and the girl says she's only 10. This one's from a bloke who reckons he works at the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley, reckons he served Harry when he bought Ginny's broom. Ron read another letter. Says he's happy for Harry and reckons Ginny's. Ron trailed off, and his ears went bright red. He says Ginny's what, Ron? Hermione asked absently, her eyes flicking through yet another letter. She already had a small pile of acceptable ones stacked neatly beside her, and a pile of ash where she'd burned those that were unacceptable. Never mind, Ron muttered, quickly incinerating the note. Hermione looked up briefly, her lips twitching into a half-smile, before she went back to work. Which, says Harry's barmy, Dean muttered, burning another letter. Another witch, wishing them well, blah blah blah. Alex almost negligently tossed the parchment back onto the table. A wizard who reckons Harry's got good taste, Neville smiled. I agree, he added under his breath. Here's a good one, Cassie announced, a smile tugging at her lips as she read. I read the article recently published in Witch Weekly, and I just have to congratulate you on everything you have achieved. I realize that it cannot be easy being the boy who lived, and constantly living in fear of you-know-who, and for you to be able to find love in such a difficult environment is truly a testament to the human spirit. If anyone can save the wizarding, and muggle, worlds, it will be you. How very inspiring. A cold drawl caused 8 heads to whip around and glare at Malfoy, who stood just behind Neville looking smug. Reading Potty's fan mail for him. I hope he's going to pay you. I know Weasel could use the cash. Don't, Hermione said sharply when Ron immediately went for his wand. He's not worth it. You don't learn very quickly, do you, Ferret? You want to be thrown through another wall. Malfoy spun to find Harry right behind him, so close they were almost touching. Malfoy's hand twitched for his wand, but it stilled again almost before it had started moving. Go, Harry said dismissively, and Malfoy turned on his heel and stalked back to the Slytherin table, muttering to himself under his breath. We'll have to employ you as our official Malfoy Terrifier, Alex quipped, although his eyes watched Harry shrewdly. I thought I already was, Harry jested, dropping back into his seat. Where's Ginny? Ron asked, picking up another letter. She went back to the common room, said she wanted some alone time. Harry shrugged, then his head cocked to the side and he stared curiously at the pile of mail. Where did all that come from? Your fans, Cassie smirked, waving an envelope addressed to Mr. Harry J. Potter, Gryffindor, Hogwarts. Why they had to specify that you were a Gryffindor and then not even write the whole school name, I'll never know. Wonderful, Harry groaned, crossing his arms on the table and dropping his head onto them. That's the last thing I need. Don't worry, we'll sift them for you, Ron said bracingly, burning yet another letter. Honestly, if one more witch writes and tells you to marry her, I'm going to start hexing people. Some of these proposals aren't even legal, never mind decent. Harry laughed, raising his head slightly to peer at his friend. Thanks, he said finally. We'll all help, won't we, guys? Neville asked. There was a murmur of assent. Oh good, my own personal post office, Harry joked. Ron threw a bit of bacon at him. Ron, Hermione looked up sharply. You're a prefect, set an example. No one was watching, Ron said dismissively. Besides, more important what Harry does, isn't it? He's the one everyone looks up to, not me. I'm just a sidekick. Thanks, Ron, Harry said flatly. S'alright, you can pay me later, Ron grinned. Harry flicked his wand at the bacon, and it soared back and hit Ron on the nose. Hey, Ron was stopped from retaliating when Snape seemed to appear behind his left shoulder. Not food fighting, are we, Potter? Snape asked silkily, his foot nudging the bit of bacon which had dropped on the floor. In that case, 20 poi. It was me, Professor, Neville said quickly, a dull flush creeping up his cheeks. I was practicing banishing charms, and I accidentally hit the bacon. Idiot boy, Snape glared at Neville. 10 points from Gryffindor. Spells should not be practiced at the breakfast table. Snape stalked off again, pausing to take points from 2 Hufflepuff girls for giggling too loudly. That bloody slimy git, Ron muttered darkly, glaring at the back of Snape's head. He's just looking for an excuse to take points, now that you don't have potions with him. Thanks, Neville. Harry placed a hand on the other boy's shoulder. Can't have you losing too many points, Neville said quietly. You're the head of the DA, but I'm nobody. Hey, Harry looked into Neville's eyes. You're not nobody, you are Mr. Neville Longbottom, and I know you can do that name proud. Neville's eyes seemed to cloud, and he took a deep breath. Finally he nodded, and Harry squeezed his shoulder. Neville, Harry said in a low voice, there are very few people I would trust enough to guard my back in a fight. You are one of those people. Do you hear me? You are not useless, not by a long shot. Don't ever let Snape convince you of that. Finally Neville's head came up, and he met Harry's eyes. After what seemed like an eternity Neville nodded decisively, and Harry saw a brief flash of the Neville Longbottom that was a Gryffindor to the core. I'm with you, Harry, he said, his voice quiet but strong. I've got your back. He glanced around the table, as if daring anyone to contradict him, but was met only with encouraging smiles. He looked back at Harry, who just squeezed his shoulder again before releasing him. I'm going to find Luna, he mumbled, rising quickly and hurrying off. That was a very nice thing to do, Harry, Hermione said, reaching across the table to take his hand. It's just the truth, Harry shrugged. Yeah, but most people wouldn't have actually said it, Ron chipped in. And you reckon you're not a leader? Who do you think you're fooling, exactly? Harry was very tempted to flick more bacon at Ron. The fan mail kept coming for the next week or so, but after a while it slowed to a trickle. Ron, Hermione, Alex, Cassie, Isabel and any other Gryffindors present dutifully went through every letter, only saving the better ones for Harry and Ginny to read. They were both immensely grateful for the help, as over the first few days there were literally hundreds of owls swarming over the Gryffindor table at breakfast. The postal crew was also very careful to destroy the large amounts of hate mail directed at Ginny for taking Harry off the market. Harry started Quidditch practices every second night in preparation for the first match of the season, which was the following weekend. Malfoy had taken to swaggering through the halls wearing his team captain badge and loudly announcing his intentions to have the Quidditch Cup in Snape's office by the end of the year. Harry pointedly ignored him, although the Slytherin's loud-mouthed bragging did earn him a couple of nasty hexes from the Milton twins when his back was turned, which in turn earned them both a detention with Snape when he caught them. Alex said later that it was worth the time they spent scrubbing some unidentifiable potion from Snape's classroom floor. However, when Malfoy was finally let out of the hospital wing, he still had a nose twice the size as usual, and his hair was vaguely green and lumpy, reminiscent of seaweed. Ginny had quickly recovered from the howler, stating that her mother was just displaying a bout of Weasley temper and that she would get over it. She'll be happy for us, trust me, she told Harry the next day at dinner, taking his hand and squeezing it. It's my fault for not telling her straight away, that's what she'll be mad about. Harry, who had been trying hard to understand what Mrs. Weasley had said, could only nod. She was proved right when, 2 days later, Errol crash-landed spectacularly onto the Gryffindor table bearing a letter from Mrs. Weasley, telling Ginny she was sorry for her outburst and she was quite all right with her dating Harry, so long as they took proper precautions and informed her of any developments. Harry and Ginny exchanged a wry smile at that. There wasn't really much more they could do that hadn't already been done, and Harry was quite sure he didn't want to know just exactly what Mrs. Weasley meant by developments. Harry had been concerned about their brief trip to the Forbidden Forest, but after checking a map of the school he had discovered that they had remained well within the outer boundaries of the wards, and Ginny should be safe. He supposed that, strange as it may sound, his basilisk familiar was concerned for her safety as well. It was somehow a comforting thought. The next week flew by, and Harry found himself filled with a mix of apprehension and dread as the first Quidditch match which he would captain came ever closer. He was beginning to understand Oliver Wood's constant obsession with Quidditch as he spent more and more time closeted with various team members, devising strategies and counter-strategies. Finally even Ron, who could normally talk about Quidditch until blue in the face, had had enough, and firmly told Harry to relax and stop worrying. I'm still not sure about that last play, Harry fretted late one night in the common room, grabbing a parchment from the stack in front of him. I don't know, the defense seems too weak here. Hi Gin, he added as he felt her come up to stand behind his couch. It's only Malfoy, Ginny said soothingly, rubbing Harry's tense shoulders. Ron and Hermione were the only ones still up. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Hermione agreed, lifting her head slightly off Ron's shoulder to see him better. Ron made a small noise of protest and Hermione lay back down immediately. Ron's fingers entwined themselves into her hair, and he smiled briefly at Harry. Yes, well that's all well and good for you, you're not captain, Harry mumbled, sinking further back into the lounge and dropping the parchment back onto the pile. Ginny was really very talented with her fingers, he could quite literally feel the tension draining out of him as she gently massaged his neck and shoulders. Maybe I should just look at that last one again, he murmured, but made no effort to reach for the sheet of parchment. Quit worrying, mate, Ron advised, nodding decisively. We've got the best team in the school, we're going to win. Don't worry about it, I'm not letting that greasy git take the cup away from McGonagall. Harry chuckled, and pushed the parchment sheets covered in Quidditch strategies away from him with his foot. You're right, he admitted. Besides, I suppose it matters more what happens on the pitch than what we plan here, anyway. Exactly, Ron nodded again. The best laid plans can come to naught on the field when the opposing force surprises you, he quoted. Where on earth did you learn that, Ron? Hermione asked curiously. Harry was amused to see Ron's ears going pink. Well, it's not like I never read, Ron said defensively. One of my chess books at home says that's the first rule of strategy. Harry hid a grin with one hand as Hermione smiled up at Ron and he went even pinker. That's really rather profound, don't you think, Harry? Sure, Harry said, struggling not to laugh at the look of pride that flitted across Ron's face. Ginny came around the lounge and took a seat next to him, burrowing into his arms and letting out a contented sigh. Harry smiled softly down at her, brushing his thumb along the line of her jaw. A noise from the portrait hole made them all crane their heads to see who was entering. As far as they knew, every Gryffindor was already accounted for. There was a marked drop in tension when James climbed through the entrance, crossing the room to the fire in a few long strides. We need to talk, he announced, dropping onto the free couch. He raised his hand, twisted it in a peculiar gesture, and seemed to mutter something. A moment later Alex and Cassie descended from their respective dorms, rubbing sleep from their eyes and wearing pajamas. You rang? Cassie asked dryly as they joined their father on the couch. Yes, I have to talk to you all. James glanced around the room as if looking for hidden listeners. Dumbledore doesn't approve, he said suddenly, making Harry sit up as straight as he could under Ginny's weight and stare at the defense professor intently, all thoughts of Quidditch forgotten. What's going on? Isabel came down the girls' stairs, fully dressed and holding her wand. Her eyes narrowed when she saw the gathering before the fire. You should hear this too, James motioned for her to sit. You're involved as deeply as the rest of us. Looking a little startled, Isabel obediently took a seat next to Alex. Now, James said quietly, there's still a lot that the Order has decided you don't need to know, and I disagree, so I'm going to tell you myself and there isn't shit they can do to stop me. Dad, Cassie smacked him lightly on the shoulder. Language. But first things first, James ignored his daughter, and raised his hand again. He flicked his wrist, and Tonks appeared suddenly, standing off to one side of the fireplace. Her invisibility cloak pulled about her feet as she shot a resigned look at James. You're really going through with this, aren't you? She asked, sitting on the armrest of Ron and Hermione's lounge. Absolutely, James said grimly. This isn't right, they have a right to know. Tonks sighed. I know, was all she said, before turning to Harry. I have a confession to make, she said, looking straight into his eyes. On Dumbledore's orders, I've been following you since the start of school. I'm very sorry, but I was forbidden to tell you. I know, Harry shrugged. Everyone stared at him. What? He demanded, glancing at James, who was fighting not to smile. Of course I knew you were there, Zith could smell you. I just didn't say anything, that's all. James stared at him for a long minute, then suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone else seemed to be in varying states of shock, disbelief, or amusement. Hermione's expression was dark, and she suddenly shot to her feet. How could he? she demanded, stilling James's laughter instantly. How could he do this to Harry? Again, she began to pace angrily, waving her arms in the air as if to emphasize her point. I mean, honestly, he didn't tell us things last year and look what happened. We never would have gone to the Department of Mysteries if Professor Dumbledore had just been honest in the first place. We were nearly killed last year, and he's still keeping things from us. It's just not fair, it's... Hermione. James shouted over her rant. Chill, okay. Hermione stopped pacing and stared at him, her mouth working furiously. Before you yell at me, can you at least let me finish? Hermione seemed to think for a moment. Fine, she said shortly, dropping back into her seat next to Ron, who was looking just as angry as she was. As I was saying, Tonks was set to follow you, and protect you, in case Voldemort tried anything underhanded. James smiled slightly. She was really very put out at you when you transported to the forest and she couldn't follow. Tonks stuck her tongue out at him. Charming, James murmured, then cracked a full smile. Tonks grinned back. The pair smiled at each other until Harry cleared his throat loudly. Next week, there are going to be some new measures put into place to protect Hogwarts from direct attack, James continued as if he had never stopped talking, looking perfectly calm. His eyes strayed to Ginny. Tell me, when was the last time you saw your brother Charlie? When we went to St. Mungo's just before term started, Ginny said, thinking the question odd since James had been there at the time. But a horrible suspicion began to creep into Harry's mind. Please tell me he's not going to do what I think he is, Harry almost begged. James nodded, a smug expression on his face. Come next Tuesday, Hogwarts will be the official home of one Norwegian Ridgeback. A dragon. That's Dumbledore's brilliant idea to protect the school. A bloody Norwegian Ridgeback, hang on. The dragon doesn't have a name, does it? Ron asked slowly, his thoughts obviously mirroring Harry's own. Oh yes, James's smile widened. His name is Norbert. Oh brilliant, Ron muttered, after everything we did to get rid of him, the sodding thing's coming back. Am I missing something here? Isabel asked, one eyebrow raised. Our first year, Harry said shortly. Mine and Hermione's and Ron's. Hagrid got hold of a dragon's egg from a dodgy bloke down at the pub, and it hatched a few weeks later. He called it Norbert. We managed to get it out of Hogwarts by giving it to Charlie. He breeds them in Romania. Isabel's eyes widened slightly, and her eyebrow rose even more. Are there any rumors about you three that aren't true? Yeah, Harry said, the one about me and Hermione dating. Oh, and the one about me being a delusional delinquent. Other than that, they're actually pretty accurate. Isabel looked at him shrewdly for a moment, then dropped her eyes and sighed. What the bloody hell have I got myself into? Look, Harry, I'm really sorry I couldn't tell you, Tonks said, catching his eyes. There was a pleading look on her face. I wanted to, I swear, but I couldn't go against the order. I'm going to ask you a question, Harry said suddenly, his eyes locked onto Tonks. This goes for you all, he added, but his eyes never left Tonks' face. If Dumbledore gave you an order, and I gave you a contradictory one, which would you follow? Tonks winced visibly, but held Harry's gaze. She knew the question was a double-edged sword, it was directly questioning her loyalties. No question, mate, Ron leaned over and touched Harry's shoulder briefly. You don't even have to ask. Hermione nodded her agreement, and Ginny squeezed his hand tightly, her face unreadable. We're with you, Harry, Alex said after a moment's silence, and Cassie nodded to confirm. Isabel sighed and nodded as well. James, Harry asked, his eyes still on Tonks' face, watching her expression become trapped as everyone agreed with Harry. James thought a moment. I honestly can't tell you, Harry, he said finally. I'd follow my instincts, just as you would. Fair enough. Harry's eyes bored into Tonks. Well. Tonks squirmed a bit, then sighed heavily and straightened. Harry, it's not that simple. I have a commitment to the order that is not as simple as following orders. Besides, Dumbledore has made mistakes before, Harry said flatly. Tonks winced, and caught Harry's eyes again. Honestly, I don't know, Harry. I really don't. You might want to decide, Harry said quietly, gently disengaging himself from Ginny, keying the top of her head and standing. I can't afford to take chances. Without a backwards glance, he climbed the dormitory stairs and disappeared. It seems young Harry is growing up, James observed, glancing at Tonks. You know I have to report this to Dumbledore, she said, her expression oddly pleading. It's your choice, James said quietly, standing and walking over to her. She stood as well as he approached, and to the surprise of the students present she fell into his arms. They had both apparently forgotten they had an audience. I don't know what to do, Tonks whispered, burying her face in James's robes. James's expression was unreadable as he held the metamorphagus close. His blue eyes were unnaturally bright, seeming almost to glow in the flickering light from the fire. Ron and Hermione glanced at each other, both trying to comprehend just exactly what was happening. On the other side of the fireplace, Alex and Cassie shared a similar look. Isabel just stared into the fire, her Slytherin-honed mind already working towards the answer behind this strange turn of events, and Harry's odd question. Something was coming. Every instinct screamed at her that something was terribly wrong, and she was determined to be prepared for whatever it was. Professor James Milton stalked the deserted halls of Hogwarts, his steps sure and unfaltering. It was time to end this. Albus had gone entirely too far, and was on the verge of making the same mistake that had almost cost 6 students their lives only 8 months ago. James wouldn't stand for it. The Order never learned. Everything that they did wrong last time, they were doing wrong this time. And last time, if Harry hadn't come along, they would have lost the war. The similarities between the two situations almost made James laugh out loud. He had been involved in the last war with Voldemort, fighting for both sides, whichever paid highest. More and more towards the end of the war he had been hired by Voldemort to attack Order members, and it was usually insultingly easy. The Order had been losing hard, and if they weren't careful history would repeat itself. Once again it all came down to Harry. And Ginny, a spiteful little voice in the back of his mind pointed out. He wanted to scream in frustration. All he had wanted was to be left alone. He'd had it with war. He had a beautiful wife and 2 wonderful children. And then Lord Bloody Voldemort had come along again. James clenched his fists reflexively, wanting very badly to lash out at something. But he needed to stay calm. He needed to focus. Calm down, James, he said to himself as he walked, breathing deeply. You had to get involved somehow, and this is what the universe decided to throw at you. If this is what was meant to happen, then so be it. The words brought him little comfort, however. He sighed and shook his head. Nothing could be gained from going over old ground again. He slowed as he approached the classroom where he knew they were meeting. He couldn't hear anything. He hadn't expected to. Moody was far too paranoid to leave the room unwarded. With a feather-soft touch, James allowed his awareness to brush along the outside of the wards, almost caressing them, searching their length for a weakness. He found a hairline fracture in the magic, and, using his mind-like invisible fingers, he prized it apart. There was a massive detonation, and the wall glowed brilliant blue. As suddenly as it had appeared the glow vanished, and the door sprang open. James entered the room to find 5 sets of eyes looking at him incredulously. Mad Eye Moody's normal eye was narrowed, and his magical eye was focused on the wall, obviously checking the corridor outside for any other intruders. You need to work on your wards, Alistair, James said nonchalantly, taking the last remaining seat at the table. He caught Tonks' eyes briefly and smiled slightly. She returned the smile and winked. What is the meaning of this, James? Dumbledore asked calmly. Although his voice was steady, James could hear the underlying anger. Yeah, what the hell do you want, Milton? Moody growled. Language, Moody, James said lightly. I'm here to point out a few home truths to you people. And what may those be? Lupin asked, his eyes bright. Harry, James said flatly. No offense, Albus, but you're making exactly the same mistake as you made last year, and we all know where that got us. Need I remind you, Milton, that this meeting is only open to members of the Order? James turned to regard Snape, who was sitting as far from the others as possible, in a corner shrouded in shadow. And need I remind you, Snape, that I refused membership for a very good reason. Oh yes, Snape sneered, his black eyes glittering in the flickering torchlight. Don't worry, I'm quite sure we haven't forgotten. That will do, Severus, Dumbledore commanded, his piercing eyes on James. James made no effort to block the feather-light touch of legilimency coming from the old man, instead using a tactic he knew to infuriate any mind readers. He counted sheep. After a moment Dumbledore chuckled, his eyes twinkling. You always were a most stimulating opponent, James. One does one's best, James said blandly. So what exactly did you come barging in here for? Lupin asked. Like I said, I have to point out a few home truths. James stood and began to pace. I know you've all been keeping an eye on Harry. He cast a fleeting look at Tonks, who smiled a bit guiltily, but I don't think that's enough. You have to tell him what's really going on, and not just that bollocks you were feeding him over summer. I mean the truth. Luckily what you think doesn't matter for much, Snape said cuttingly. I agree with him, Tonks said quietly, and every eye turned to her. Last night Harry asked me whose orders I would take on the battlefield, if Albus and Harry gave me contradictory ones. I honestly couldn't decide. Nymph, James said warningly, but Tonks waved him away. I've been watching him in his advanced defense classes, she went on, clasping her hands together nervously. Almost every student there is personally loyal to Harry. If he needs something done, half the room volunteers to do it for him. And that's not including his close friends. They'll follow him into hell itself if he decided he's going. We are well aware of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger's mental instabilities where Harry is concerned, Snape sneered. Not just them, James shook his head. Lestrange and my kids would follow him anywhere, too. So would Longbottom and Lovegood. And good luck getting Miss Weasley away from him. He smiled, but the thought was bitter. Harry really had no idea how lucky he was. As well as the DA, which is most of the school prefects, Tonks added. He's got a bloody private army, Moody muttered, shaking his head. I see your point, Dumbledore said after a moment, stroking his long beard. What do you suggest we do about it? Conduct them into the order, James said firmly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Alex, Cassie, Isabel. Let them all see what's really happening. Impossible, Dumbledore shook his head. The order consists of only overage witches and wizards. We cannot induct school children into its ranks. James raised one eyebrow. Albus, you know Lord Moldywort is going to attack Hogwarts soon, or you wouldn't be bringing in that bloody dragon. Do you really think you could keep any of them out of the fight? Absolutely not, Lupin said with a smile. Harry has far too much of his father in him to hide away inside the castle. He'd think less of himself if he wasn't helping. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a long moment, and when they opened again all the sparkle had gone out of them. Very well, he said heavily. I will consider your words and decide after this weekend's Quidditch match. James nodded. After the match. They've all been looking forward to it for so long, don't spoil it for them. But Monday afternoon, I want you to speak to Harry. If you don't, we may be in trouble later on. He looked around the room, smiling slightly again when he caught Tonks' eyes. She gave him a fleeting thumbs up and returned the smile. Now, I'll leave you all to your secret order business, James smirked, then turned to walk out the door. Milton. What? James turned back to Moody, who was looking at him with something akin to respect. Good job getting through those wards, he said grudgingly. James grinned back, performed a mocking half-bow, and left the room. Harry did not see Tonks again that week, not even in his advanced defense classes where she usually helped. He felt bad for springing such a loaded question on her, but it had to be done. Thankfully, none of his friends had questioned him over it, although Isabel kept shooting him furtive looks when she thought he wasn't watching. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely sure himself why he had asked that question. All he knew was that something big was coming, he could feel it. He remembered Isabel's words from weeks ago, when she had said Malfoy knew when Voldemort would attack Hogwarts, and an uncomfortable weight settled in his stomach. James too was acting peculiarly. Frequently he would watch Harry and Ginny together with a deep sadness in his eyes, and Harry would have the uncomfortable feeling that there was something he didn't know. He tried asking the twins what was wrong with their father, but they both got very tight-lipped and refused to speak. And so Harry had to content himself to waiting. Saturday came quickly, and with it the first Quidditch match of the year. The Gryffindors assembled in their change rooms after a meager breakfast, and after everyone had changed into their robes, they all sat and looked at Harry expectantly. "None of you ever had the pleasure of playing on this team with Oliver Wood," Harry started with a smile. "Those of you who didn't know him, let's just say he was a bit of a Quidditch fanatic. But he was really good at these inspirational things. I think you've all gathered that I'm not." The team laughed, and a lot of unnoticed tension drained away. "I know you're all good, so there isn't really much to say. Play a good, clean game, and don't let the Slytherins rile you up, especially Malfoy. Go out there, put in your best effort, and we can't lose." "I thought you weren't any good at this," Alex cracked, and everyone laughed again. "You're doing fine, Harry," Greg Redfield assured him. Harry blushed slightly at the compliments. "Just go out there and win," he finished. "Oh, don't worry, we will," Ginny smiled. "We'll flatten them, won't we guys?" "Abso-bloody-lutely," Cassie grinned. "And welcome all to the first Quidditch match of the year." Harry gripped his firebolt tightly as the very familiar magically enhanced voice rang throughout the Quidditch stadium. This was it. All the preparation was done. All that remained was to win. "Come on," Harry said, his voice strained. The team stood and filed towards the exit. Ginny caught Harry's eyes as she passed, then leaned over and keyed his cheek. "You'll be fine," she whispered. "Playing today are archrivals Gryffindor and Slytherin." A massive cheer almost knocked Harry over backwards as he led the team to the change room exit and mounted the firebolt. Introducing the Slytherins: Zabini, Warrington, Hughes, Findlay, Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy. The Slytherins' cheers were almost drowned out by the booing from the rest of the crowd. Harry steeled himself, knowing what was coming next. "I can do this." He tightened his grip on the handle of his broom and waited. It was almost as bad as the wait before his first ever match. And here come the Gryffindors. Weasley, Chong, Redfield, Milton, and Potter. The clad Gryffindors tore out of the change rooms and onto the pitch. Harry was gratified to see most of the crowd wearing rosettes and waving flags with the Gryffindor lion on them. Obviously the Slytherins weren't too popular with the other houses. From somewhere among the stands Harry could vaguely hear Luna's ridiculous lion hat roaring. The two teams came to rest in the middle of the pitch, where Madame Hooch was waiting with the crate that housed the 4 balls. Harry and Malfoy eyed each other warily, and Harry was suddenly glad that Zith was once again looking after his wand. "Captains, shake hands," Madame Hooch ordered. Reluctantly Harry extended his hand, and Malfoy clasped it and let go quickly, wiping his hands on his robes with a look of disgust. An irrational memory arose of Delatus Diggle shaking his hand repeatedly in the leaky cauldron, so excited he looked ready to burst, and Harry had to fight down a laugh. "Mount your brooms," Hooch said, flipping the latches on the crate. She removed the quaffle, ducking out of the way as the bludgers rocketed skywards. Harry saw a brief flash of gold before the snitch vanished. "Go," Madame Hooch said, tossing the quaffle straight up. 14 brooms rose skyward, Harry faster and higher than the rest. He reached a comfortable altitude and leveled off, seeing Malfoy doing the same some distance away. And the quaffle is taken early by Weasley, who passes to Redfield, back to Weasley, and look at that girl fly. She's really putting that broom through its paces. Rumor has it that the lightning bolt was bought for her a few months back by her boyfriend, Harry Potter. Sounds appropriate, all things considered. Jordan. Harry almost laughed. The Weasley twins had come up to Hogwarts to watch the match, and Lee Jordan had come with them. McGonagall had almost automatically given him the magical microphone when he had walked into the stadium, and not bothered to take it back when she realized her error. "Sorry Professor, won't happen again." The quaffle now in the capable hands of Melinda Chong, little sister of Seeker Cho Chong of Ravenclaw, back to Greg Redfield, another new addition to the team this year, and a perfect reverse pass straight past Findlay puts it back to Weasley. Potter really has done an excellent job with this year's team. Harry watched as Ginny took the first shot on Blaise Zabini, the new Slytherin keeper. The quaffle soared straight through his outstretched fingers and through the leftmost goal hoop. And Gryffindor score, 10-0 to Gryffindor. The crowd cheered as Blaze retrieved the quaffle and threw it to Findlay, who took off down the pitch. He almost dropped the quaffle in surprise when a bludger from Cassie almost took the front of his broom off. Nice bludger work from Cassandra Milton. Those two were another brilliant find of Potter's, although they're nothing on the Weasley twins, of course. Alex made a very rude gesture at the commentary box when he flew past, chasing the other bludger. He drew back his bat and pelted the iron ball towards Puce, catching him a glancing blow on the shoulder. Melinda darted forwards and grabbed the quaffle before he could recover, passing it off to Greg, who scored the second goal for Gryffindor. Gryffindor score again, 20-0 to the Lions, and if Slytherin don't get their act together soon they're not going to have much chance in this one. Harry watched in satisfaction as Malfoy's face whitened in anger at Lee's comments. He gestured to Ginny, who nodded and raised one arm slightly. Melinda and Greg formed up behind her, the three making a wedge formation as they flew towards Warrington, who had just received the quaffle from Blaze. The Slytherin's eyes narrowed as he saw the three Gryffindor chasers bearing down on him, and feinted right but passed left to Puce. Greg veered off to tag Warrington while Ginny and Melinda went after Puce, who made to pass to Findlay. An unbelievably accurate bludger shot from Cassie impacted with the quaffle as it left his hands, driving it towards the ground where Melinda was waiting. She snagged the ball and within a few seconds had scored her first goal for the match. Gryffindor score again after some phenomenal teamwork from the chasers and beaters. That's 30-0 to Gryffindor, and Slytherin are starting to look completely outclassed. Course, that's nothing new, they've always been a useless bunch of. Jordan, sorry Professor, Slytherin back in possession, let's see if they can keep it this time. Harry's breath caught as a bludger from Crabbe came a little too close to Ginny, but she almost casually dodged out of the way and intercepted the quaffle from Findlay. Gryffindor steals the quaffle yet again. Ginny Weasley dodges Warrington and takes a shot at goal, blocked by Zabini. Blaze smirked maliciously at Ginny as he barely managed to stop the quaffle, throwing it back out to Puce, who passed to Findlay. Greg went after him, but had to roll out of the way when a bludger came rocketing at him from above. Findlay passed off to Warrington, who dodged around Melinda and came within the goal square. Ron was making a tight figure, 8, around the goal posts, watching Warrington intensely. Warrington timed his throw, and the quaffle sailed through the goal just out of Ron's reach. First goal of the match to Slytherin. The score now 30-10, favoring Gryffindor. You think you can win, Potter? Malfoy shouted as he flew near to Harry. Looks that way, yeah, Harry said blandly. He wasn't going to rise to Malfoy, he was just trying to distract him. We'll see. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, and he made an odd gesture to Crabbe. The hulking Slytherin nodded in response and signaled to Goyle. They each went after one of the bludgers, forcing the twins out of the way, and simultaneously carted them straight at Melinda, who was trying to block Warrington. Melinda, watch out, Harry yelled, but he was too far away for her to hear. Feeling helpless, he sped off towards her, but Greg was faster. With a determined expression on his face he intercepted one of the bludgers, swinging his left forearm into the heavy ball. The bludger changed direction, speeding off towards Alex, who in turn whacked it at Puce. Melinda spotted the second one and dodged out of the way. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as she waved her thanks to Greg, who waved back and sped off down the pitch, although he was now clutching his arm to his side. You'll have to do better than that, Malfoy. Harry shouted triumphantly. Malfoy glared at him and took off towards the Slytherin end of the pitch. Harry watched him go, then turned his attention back to looking for the snitch. After the failed attempt to incapacitate Melinda, the Slytherins started playing very dirty. Gryffindor were awarded 2 penalties in as many minutes when first Puce and then Warrington tried to get the quaffle away from Greg by elbowing him, and Ginny was awarded a penalty when Findlay locked his broom handle with hers in an effort to keep her from shooting at goal. Soon the score was 90-20 to the Gryffindors, and the Slytherins got even worse. Crabbe and Goyle seemed hell-bent on disabling Harry, as bludger after bludger was sent his way. Cassie took up a pretty much permanent post near Harry, ready to deflect the constant barrage, while Alex took on the task of guarding the 3 chasers. Fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle weren't clever enough to take advantage of the fact that there was only one beater left to protect the other players, and kept up the relentless stream of bludgers aimed at Harry. Finally, when the score was 130-40, the snitch made an appearance near the Slytherin goalposts. Harry spotted it and immediately urged the firebolt on. Across the pitch, Malfoy did the same. Harry was faster, but Malfoy was nearer. The crowd began to cheer anew as they realized what was happening, as the two Seekers homed in on the tiny golden ball. "What's this? The Seekers have spotted the snitch. Get it, Harry." Malfoy would reach it first, Harry realized with a sinking feeling, even as he urged the firebolt to go faster. He hadn't counted on his escort, however. Cassie was still flying along with him, although she had lagged behind. Alex passed her a bludger and she carted it straight at Malfoy, who almost didn't see it. With a curse he dodged out of the way, nearly falling from his broom in the process, and giving Harry all the edge he needed. As his fingers closed around the snitch, the crowd exploded into frenzied cheering. Grinning from ear to ear, Harry landed, his arm held triumphantly above his head and the silver wings beating futilely against his fingers. Harry Potter takes the snitch yet again for Gryffindor. Gryffindor win 280-40. The rest of the team landed near Harry, and he found himself suddenly buried under them, all yelling hoarsely. For half the team it was their first Quidditch win, and they were quite literally ecstatic. "Great catch, Harry," Greg yelled, laughing as Melinda leapt on him, screaming into his ear. "Nice bludger, Cassie." Ron slapped her on the back, nearly knocking her over. "Gee, thanks Ron," she said sarcastically, then grinned and slapped him back, knocking him into Alex. "Oi, watch it, you," Alex grinned, hugging his sister. "You were great," Ginny keyed Harry, then pulled away and smiled impishly. "Told you so," she said with a toss of her head. Harry smiled back. Seconds later, there was a massive explosion from the other side of the castle. Isabel cursed as she fought against the surging crowds of panicked students, forcing her way towards the middle of the pitch where she knew Harry and the rest of the team were. Hermione had vanished, swept away in the mass of people all trying to get to the castle as quickly as possible. The noise was incredible. Extending above Hogwarts was a massive golden dome, the ancient wards made visible, which was being attacked by a sickly green light. The screams of the younger students were pierced with sudden explosions when the wards would bunch up and almost throw the attacking light off. Under normal circumstances it would be fascinating to watch, but Isabel had more important things to attend to. She was on the verge of pulling her wand and cursing the students out of her way when a flash of red sped by overhead, and she heard her name called. She pulled her wand, but instead of cursing students she shot green sparks into the air. The red blur doubled back, resolving into the form of Alex. "Come on," he said, hauling her out of the mass and onto the back of his broom. She wrapped her arms about his waist and they were off. From her new vantage point, she could see Harry, Ginny, Ron, Cassie, Melinda and Greg already in the air. Hermione was riding with Ron, looking distinctly uncomfortable with her feet off the ground. "Nice of you to finally show up, Isabel," Ginny shouted. Isabel stuck her tongue out in response. "Settle, children," Greg grinned, which earned him a whack in the shoulder from Melinda. "Harry," Isabel struggled to be heard over the continuing noise from above. "Where are the teachers?" "They all vanished," Harry shouted back. "What do you mean, vanished?" she called, but her words were drowned out by a particularly violent explosion. "It's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?" Alex replied, being the only one in a position to have heard her question. "They all vanished, even Dumbledore. Who bloody knows where they went?" By now the pitch was almost empty, as most of the students raced for the dubious safety of the castle. Those that remained mostly consisted of DA members. Isabel was immensely relieved when, a moment later, James and Tonks strode onto the pitch. Harry flew down to meet them, and the rest followed. "Portkeys," James said tersely. "Don't know how, but every teacher at the match had one." "How come you're both still here?" Ron asked. "We weren't at the match, obviously," James answered. "Could someone have charmed the benches?" Hermione asked, a little unsteady on her feet after her brief flight. Ron reached out and wrapped one arm around her shoulders to keep her upright. "It doesn't matter now," Tonks interjected. There's an army of Death Eaters and Dementors waiting for the wards to fall. Is he here? Harry asked, his expression intense. Not so far as we can see, James shook his head. Just Death Eaters and Dementors. That's something, anyway, Ginny muttered. Not much, James said grimly. There's enough to deal with as it is. So what do we do? Ernie Macmillan asked. He and the rest of the DA were gathered around the group, along with several other students obviously wanting to help. Harry was a little surprised to see several Slytherins scattered through the group. Thankfully there was no sign of Malfoy. The thought struck him as odd, but it was Ron who expressed his thoughts aloud. Hey, where's Malfoy? And the rest of the Slytherin team? Cassie added. They were mostly children of Death Eaters, Isabel supplied. Chances are pretty good we'll find them either helping the Death Eaters or staying out of the way. So what do we do, Harry? Greg Redfield asked, looking at him expectantly. How should I know? Harry asked, glancing at James. Oh no, James held up his hands. This is your party, not mine. I'm just along for the ride. So what now, glorious leader? Ginny asked impishly. I guess we'd better get over there and see what we're up against, Harry said. Alex and Cassie both jumped to attention. Aye, Cap'n, they said in unison. You're worse than Fred and George, Harry muttered as he led the way off the pitch, his firebolt in one hand and the still struggling Snitch in the other. Harry led the group to the greenhouses, where they could get a good view of the front of the castle and remain out of sight. What he saw made his heart sink. The assembled army was huge. Harry looked out over the combined mass of humans in Death Eater attire and, not far away, a horde of black-robed Dementors. The former were standing around waiting for the inevitable moment when the wards fell and they could storm the castle. The Dementors, clearly not happy with waiting, hurled themselves against the glowing dome, their bony arms outstretched hungrily. And over it all, the mass of green light continued its relentless attack. Now what? Hermione broke the silence. Can they get through the wards? Harry asked James. How should I know? He shrugged. I know Grindelwald tried to attack Beauxbatons, and he never got through the wards there. The wards around Hogwarts are stronger, but Grindelwald wasn't as powerful as Voldemort, either. So will he get through or not? Ron demanded. Why don't you just wait and find out, Weasley? Zacharias Smith said bitingly. Why you little? Ron's fists clenched and he would have gone after the smaller boy had Hermione not grabbed his arm. The enemy's over there, she said coolly, twisting Ron's head so he could see the assembled army. Or did you forget that already? Guys, Harry said warningly, and everyone fell silent. We need to stick together, okay? The wards aren't down yet, but they may be soon. The teachers have all vanished, so we're the only ones here who can fight. So all of you shut up while we work out a plan, Ginny added, glaring at Zacharias. There's a good chance they won't break through, Tonks said loud enough for the entire group to hear. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Tell that to Cedric, Harry muttered, and instantly all noise stopped. Right then, Hermione said briskly after a few moments had passed, we need a plan of attack in case they do manage to break in. Right, Harry nodded decisively. Like we did in Hogsmeade, everyone. Split up into groups, and hide somewhere on the grounds. If we all stay together, he added when several people began to protest, then we'll make easier targets. Understand. There were a few people obviously not totally happy with the plan, but they obediently began to form small groups and drift away to find somewhere to hide. Harry was going to object when he saw Melinda walking away with Greg. She was only a second year, after all. He thought better of it when he remembered all he, Ron and Hermione had accomplished as second years. He had a feeling Melinda wouldn't appreciate being told to stay out of the fight. Finally only Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Alex, Cassie, James and Tonks were left. They remained hiding behind the greenhouses, each taking a position where they could see what was happening. For a long moment, nothing changed. Then, finally, a fracture appeared in the golden dome, near the top. The green light, as if sentient, seemed to converge on that point, hurling itself again and again at the wards, and the crack began to widen. The Death Eaters laughed as one as they saw the wards weakening, and the crack began to lengthen. By the time it reached the ground, a long stream of Death Eaters were waiting to enter the grounds. Harry watched in a strange detachment as the first few Death Eaters climbed through the gap. More followed, and soon a group of 40 or so stood on the grounds, waiting for more of their number to join them. Hogwarts, however, obviously had other ideas. The wards rang like a great bell, and suddenly the gap sealed itself shut, with a Death Eater halfway through. The man was instantly sliced in two, one half falling outside the wards and the other falling inside. At the same moment, the green light that had been attacking the wards relentlessly almost seemed to flinch, and then abruptly vanished. The Death Eaters already inside the wards glanced at each other, obviously weighing their chances. One tried to get back out through the wards, but he was flung backwards to land in a heap as soon as he tried to touch it. There was a loud war cry, and a group of students jumped out of their cover from the other side of the castle and started hurling spells at the milling group. Harry recognized Seamus and Dean, along with several other Gryffindors. "Come on!" Harry shouted, sprinting around the greenhouses to join the fight as the Death Eaters retaliated. Harry saw a fifth-year Gryffindor he didn't know fall to the ground, clutching his stomach. Several other groups of students left their hiding places and also began hurling spells. Not many got through, however, as a few of the black-robed men and women grouped their power to form a shield around themselves. The run from the greenhouses to the front of the castle had never seemed longer to Harry as he watched the melee. Several more students were down, but by now several Death Eaters were too. The mass of Death Eaters still outside had mostly dissipated, obviously realizing they were not going to get in, but a few had stayed to watch the fight. The Dementors continued to hurl themselves against the wards, but from outside they were powerless. Finally Harry was in range. A Death Eater turned and saw the group running, and shouted to his comrades. "It's Potter," he shouted. "Kill him for the Master." "Comavio!" Harry roared. The Death Eater was lifted off his feet and hurled through the air, crashing into the wards. His body convulsed as if being electrocuted, then dropped to the ground. He didn't move again. Almost as one body the Death Eaters spun to face the approaching group. Suddenly Harry was having second thoughts about the wisdom of his reckless charge, and he was immensely grateful when two red blurs sped by overhead. Alex and Cassie both wore grim expressions, and both had their wands raised. They began to rain spells on the Death Eaters, who were forced to take cover. Ginny caught up with him, breathless, and pulled him behind a tree as spells continued to fly in all directions. "Don't run off like that, you goose." "Sorry," Harry said sheepishly, glancing around the tree. Alex and Cassie were still circling the grouped Death Eaters, weaving and dodging the return fire and hurling spells of their own at every opportunity. They didn't seem to be too worried about their own safety, and Harry had to wonder what had happened in the past to make them hate the forces of Voldemort so much. A well-timed curse took Alex in the shoulder, and he cried out in pain, dropping his wand. Isabel, who had just joined Harry and Ginny, screamed with rage and darted around the tree as the stricken boy lost control of his broom, hurtling towards the ground. Without even thinking, Harry followed her, ready to back her up. A Death Eater separated from the pack and walked almost casually through the storm of curses, heading straight for Harry and Isabel. Harry went cold all over as he watched the woman approach. He was absolutely certain he knew who it was. His suspicion was confirmed when she removed her mask to reveal the gaunt features of Bellatrix Lestrange. Isabel stopped in her tracks, Alex momentarily forgotten. "So, daughter, we finally meet," Bellatrix gloated, her wand raised and pointed straight at Isabel. "I never thought I'd see the day when a child of mine turned traitor. So much the sweeter when I end your miserable life. Go," Harry whispered to her, nudging her in the back. "I'll look after Alex." Isabel nodded, then took a step forward. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, her voice clear and cold. "I've been trained to duel by Harry Potter, the wizard who's going to end the life of your miserable master." Harry used the opportunity to hurry away, towards where Alex was still circling unsteadily. Bellatrix laughed, and replied in a voice just as cold. "Oh really? Itty-bitty baby Potter going to kill the Dark Lord? We'll have to see about that, won't we?" Isabel's eyes narrowed, and she brandished her wand. "Praecipito." Bellatrix easily avoided the spell, laughing again. You really think you can duel your own mother? She asked in a falsely upset tone. Shame on you, where's your Gryffindor honor now? Crucio. Isabel screamed, her legs collapsing under her as she was subjected to the Cruciatus curse for the first time in her life. Pain beyond imagining filled her body, like 1,000 knives slicing into her all at once, and she curled into the fetal position on the ground. Through the pain she vaguely heard a roar of rage, and as suddenly as it had begun the pain stopped. She glanced up weakly to see Bellatrix sprawled on the ground and James standing over her, his fist clenched. His eyes were glowing bright blue, and his fist was surrounded by a nimbus of energy. Bellatrix stood slowly, eyeing James with contempt. Only you would lower yourself to such muggle tactics, Milton, she spat. James smiled grimly. Ah, but it worked, didn't it? He asked, raising one eyebrow. Why don't you pick on someone your own size, bitch? Bellatrix bared her teeth, leveling her wand at the Mind Mage. Back off, Milton, she said in a low voice. She's mine, and I'm going to punish her as I see fit. James laughed cruelly, and the light in his eyes intensified. You're trying to be a parent, now? He asked in a tone of contempt. Nice try, Bella. I really don't think Isabel's interested. Bellatrix snarled and shot a spell at James. He didn't seem to move, but the spell passed right through him. You, Milton. Bellatrix shouted, firing curses in rapid succession. James held up his fist and opened his hand, and the blue light that had surrounded it expanded to form a shield, blocking her curses. She tried the killing curse but James merely dodged, so that her spell continued and took another Death Eater in the back. He fell to the ground, lifeless. The battle continued to rage on around them, but none of the three really cared. By now most of the Death Eaters were down, overwhelmed by superior numbers, although quite a few students had fallen too. Finally Bellatrix ceased her stream of spells, panting heavily. Her wand hand shook as she glared at the man still standing calmly in front of her. You'll have to do better than that, Bella, he taunted. Then the light went out in his eyes and he slowly toppled over to land on the ground in a heap. A Death Eater had hit him from behind with a stunning spell. Bellatrix smirked at the fallen man, her wand still trained on his crumpled form. Time to end it, Milton, she said triumphantly. No, Isabel struggled to her feet, her wand trained on her mother. Don't even think about it. Bellatrix spun, and Isabel cried, Expelliarmus. Bellatrix was too quick, however, and blocked the spell almost contemptuously. Is that really the best you can do, my daughter? She taunted. But I thought you were trained by the great Harry Potter. Isabel ground her teeth together, then flicked her wand in a star pattern and shouted, Dolor Acidus. Now it was Bellatrix's turn to scream as pain flared through her arm, causing her to drop her wand. Isabel immediately followed the pain spell with a stunning spell, but Bellatrix dodged, diving to the ground to get her wand back. Accio wand, Isabel cried, but Bellatrix snagged the wand out of midair. Grinning triumphantly, she turned the wand once again on her daughter. Too slow, daughter mine, she said quietly, her eyes seeming to burn with madness. Avada Kedavra. There was no time. The green light sped out of Bellatrix's wand, and there was no way Isabel could get out of the way. She was going to die, she was sure of it. Her lustro, and the green light passed straight through her chest to impact on the wall of Hogwarts behind her, leaving a small scorch mark. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes at Alex, who was now on the ground and pointing his wand at Isabel. There was a hole in his robes at his shoulder, and blood was leaking out, staining the material. Don't you people know it's impolite to interrupt a duel? Bellatrix said harshly, leveling her wand at Alex. Avada. It happened so quickly that, even months later, Isabel never fully remembered the exact second she made the decision. Her wand leveled at her mother, and the fateful words passed her lips before she even had time to think about it. Avada Kedavra. Bellatrix's eyes widened in surprise as the bolt of green light took her in the stomach. Her wand dropped from her suddenly nerveless fingers, her own spell dying with her. Her eyes went vacant and she slumped to the ground. Isabel was vaguely aware that all sounds of combat had stopped. She stared blankly at her mother's corpse, unaware of the many eyes watching her. The last Death Eater was down, by her hand. Strong arms encircled her, and she raised her gaze to stare into Alex's intense blue eyes. Not far away stood a battered-looking Harry, watching the pair with sadness clearly written on his face. Then the reality of what she had done came crashing into Isabel's mind like a breaking wave, and she broke down in Alex's arms and wept. Ergo, he made Isabel incorporeal so the spell passed through her. Hope that clarified things. Due to a massive case of writer's block, I'm going to post a chapter I absolutely hate. Feel free to flame me about it, 'cause I can assure you I've already said the same things. Stop that. James slapped Tonks, hands away as she tried to get him to drink a potion. I'm fine, damn it. I can correct that, if you want, Tonks said suggestively. Now drink the potion. It was only, oh fine, give it here. James took the potion, making some show of being disgusted, and drained it. Much better, Tonks said, catching Harry's eyes and winking. Harry had to fight down a grin. It was some hours after the battle, and they were once again in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was bustling between beds, administering care to those students injured during the fight. Everyone had been immensely relieved to find that no students had been lost, and everyone would recover, eventually. Anyway, James continued what he had been saying before Tonks had interrupted with the potion. He was just playing with us. It's one of his little power trips, I'm afraid. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. He, along with the rest of the teachers, had appeared at the front gates of the castle an hour after they vanished to find the ground torn to shreds after the battle and bodies strewn everywhere. I too have seen these tactics. He used them frequently during the last war. It was never intended to be a serious attack, James finished, wincing slightly as the potion took effect. It was designed to cultivate terror, nothing more. When the real assault on Hogwarts begins, he won't hold back. Still, I don't think he thought this attack would cost him one of his top Death Eaters, Ron said in satisfaction. He had a bandage around his head, and Hermione was fussing over him incessantly. The door opened and Ginny and Cassie entered, their faces somber. We couldn't find them, Ginny announced, seating herself on the side of Harry's bed. Merlin knows where they've gone. I don't understand, Cassie said in a barely audible voice. He's never done this before, he's never. Words failed her, and she looked close to tears. James climbed out of bed, almost snarling at Tonks when she tried to restrain him, crossed the room and enfolded his daughter in a hug. She broke down in his arms, sobbing into his shoulder. Harry had never before considered just how much her twin meant to Cassie. It had hit her very hard when, not long after the battle, both he and Isabel had vanished. Now that he thought back on it, he realized it was very rare to see one without the company of the other for more than a few minutes. He hoped for her sake that he wasn't gone long. Alex leaned back against a tree, staring through the overhanging branches at the small patch of visible sky. Nearby Isabel sat with her back against a different tree, hugging her knees to her chest and rocking back and forth slowly. Try though he might, he couldn't think of a single thing to say to her. He knew what she had just gone through would have to be traumatic, but his own experiences were, in his eyes, far worse. A small, irrational part of him was angry with her for not being more sensitive to his own feelings. That small irrational part chose to ignore the fact that he had never told her, or anyone else, what had happened. Why did Harry leave me? Isabel suddenly whispered, forcing the dark thought from Alex's mind. He could have fought her, and then none of this would have happened. The world isn't always that fair, Alex said shortly. Do you really want Harry's hands stained with her blood? Maybe. Better him than me. Isabel looked up and caught Alex's eyes. The pain and horror he saw there made his blood run cold. But even so, he was objective enough to realize the truth. Take what you're feeling and multiply it by 100, he said softly, holding her gaze. That's what Harry would feel if he were in your position. A choked sob escaped her, and she buried her face between her knees. Alex wanted to go to her, to comfort her, but somehow he couldn't force himself to do it. It was as if a wall had been erected between them, and although she sat not 3 feet away, she may as well have been on the far side of the moon. What am I supposed to do? Isabel asked brokenly, and in that moment Alex witnessed the last of the icy facade the ex-Slytherin had erected melt away, to be replaced by the young, unsure form of the real Isabel Lestrange. How the bloody hell am I supposed to face everyone now? I killed my own mother. You cope, Alex said bluntly. There's nothing else you can do. What the hell do you know? Isabel suddenly flared, raising her head and staring at Alex defiantly. Have you ever killed anyone? I watched Death Eaters kill my mother. Alex suddenly roared, months of pent-up emotion releasing all at once. Do you think for a second that what you did is in any way worse than what I went through? Those bloody bastards BP'd and killed my mother in front of me and Cassie. Isabel's face registered shock as Alex's intense blue eyes bored into her own dark ones. Then, to top it all off, my father arrives home and massacres the lot of them. How do you think that made me feel? But you'd never think, would you? None of you would. He spun abruptly and stalked away, slamming his fist into a tree in his path. He ignored the surge of white-hot pain that coursed up his arm, glaring at the unoffending tree as if it had been the one to commit such atrocities. In a childish but somewhat satisfying display of temper, he ripped his wand from his belt and muttered a quick spell, reducing the tree to ashes in seconds. A light step behind him told him Isabel had followed him. Conflicting emotions fought within him for supremacy. He was still caught up in a towering anger, the result of many months' worth of suppressed emotion, but at the same time he knew he was being childish, directing his anger at one who didn't deserve it, and was currently very much in need of comforting. With a light but firm hand on his shoulder, Isabel turned him around to face her. Her eyes glistened with tears, but her expression was serious and determined. I never knew, she said simply. Alex had only a brief second to wonder at her intentions before she reached up and keyed him very seriously. Alex's eyes widened in shock. Of all the things he had been expecting, this had not been very high on the list. He could taste the saltiness of her tears on her lips, and in that moment all his anger melted away. As the key deepened and Alex's arms moved almost of their own accord to wrap themselves around her slight form, his last conscious thought was not of anger, but surprise as he realized he had fallen head over heels for the ex-Slytherin without even realizing it. Harry sat propped up in bed in the hospital wing, listening as Seamus excitedly described his part in the battle to Ron. The pair had been telling stories for some time, each trying to outdo the other. Ron had told some stories which Harry knew to be pure fabrication, and he imagined Seamus was doing more or less the same. And then two Death Eaters jump up from nowhere, right? And another one's got his wand on Dean, and Neville's dueling another Death Eater, so he can't help. And so I took them both on. You should have seen it, spells flying everywhere. I got one with a bad bogey hex. Gotta thank Ginny for teaching me that one, but the other one manages to get in close enough to knock my wand out of my hand. So I jumped him, fists flailing, and... Give it a rest, you two, Hermione said irritably, not even glancing up from her book. I'm trying to read, and I can't concentrate when you're making so much noise. You were both brilliant, so just accept it. Harry had to hide a grin behind his hand as he saw Ron's mixed expression, both pride at being called brilliant and sheepishness for being so transparent. The ward doors banged open, and Padfoot came running through, his paws scrabbling at the flagstone floor for traction. He leapt onto Harry's bed and began licking his face enthusiastically, all the while growling warningly. Harry laughed helplessly, unable to dislodge the massive dog from atop him, while Zith hissed in irritation from his wrist as she was battered against the black canine. Dumbledore followed more sedately, his eyes twinkling as he watched Harry in serious wrestling. Ginny, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight, tried to drag the dog off, but Harry caught her arm and pulled her atop him, causing Padfoot to yelp in surprise, then squirm around so he could attack Ginny's face. She squealed, raising her hands to protect her face. Dumbledore sighed heavily. As much as he hated to, he had to break up the happy moment. Harry, I need a moment of your time. All movement in the room stilled. Even Padfoot abandoned his assault on Ginny to stare almost accusingly at the headmaster. What's happened? Harry asked, all traces of his laughter gone from his face. His tone was serious, and his hand reflexively went for his wand. Nothing new. Dumbledore winced internally. James had been right. It was much harder to tell him after the incident. Harry's piercing eyes filled with sudden suspicion, and Ginny's narrowed dangerously. Come, Dumbledore motioned, and Harry climbed out of bed. Ginny discreetly linked her hand with his as they followed Dumbledore, Ron and Hermione trailing. Behind them all came Padfoot, his toenails clicking sharply against the stone floor. Dumbledore walked in silence, and Harry felt dread begin to form. It had been some time since he had seen the headmaster so serious, and it was never a good sign. That he had said, "Nothing new," indicated it was either a recurring problem or, more likely, that something had happened before the battle and the Order had not seen fit to inform them. Wild theories began forming in his head, until they got so ridiculous he reined himself in. He'd just have to wait and see for himself. Finally Dumbledore stopped in front of a tapestry depicting, oddly, an ordinary Muggle street. He reached forward and touched the second house on the left, muttering what Harry assumed was a password. A door-sized section of the wall seemed to fold inwards, and Dumbledore stepped back, motioning for Harry to enter. He glanced nervously at Ginny, who squeezed his hand reassuringly, and together they stepped through the doorway. His wand clenched tightly in his hand, Harry stepped through the doorway, and found himself in the last place on Earth he'd expected. The front hallway of Privet Drive. He blinked, then glanced behind him. What should have been the front doorway still opened out into the corridor of Hogwarts, and his friends were standing looking anxiously through. Ginny, the only one who had actually seen this part of the house, scowled as she recognized it. Just then Vernon came through the kitchen doorway, a Muggle newspaper in his hand. Both Harry's and Vernon's mouths dropped open in almost identical expressions of surprise. "You!" Vernon roared, making to lunge at Harry, his arms outstretched as if he would strangle him. Harry raised his wand, and Vernon stopped in mid-step. "This is Hogwarts, remember," Harry said matter-of-factly as Ginny, Ron and Hermione rushed through the doorway, ready to defend him should the need arise. "I'm perfectly capable of using magic here and getting away with it." Vernon's face turned a mottled purple at the mention of the forbidden word, but with obvious difficulty he held his tongue. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" Ron asked coldly. Hermione was fingering her wand nervously, and Ginny was looking downright murderous. "What the bloody hell am I doing here?" Vernon repeated in a tightly controlled voice. "Your lot has absolutely no manners, that's what. Some ruddy man in those," he eyes their school robes in contempt, "showed up and told us we had to move here. Something about Lord Voldemort was going to attack us." He snorted disbelievingly. Harry nodded absently. He was probably going to try and break the blood protection. "Vernon." Harry's aunt appeared from the kitchen. "What's?" She froze and all the blood seemed to drain from her face as she spotted Harry. "Mum." Dudley wandered down the stairs, seeing his mother standing stock-still like she'd seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" Then he spotted Harry. With a pathetic squeal he bolted back upstairs, his hands clutching his behind. "Don't you go using your filthy abnormality on my family," Vernon growled, eyeing the wand in Harry's hand. Harry snorted derisively. "I wouldn't waste the effort," he said coldly, then turned and swept out through the door and back into Hogwarts. His friends followed him, and the door sealed itself shut again. "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore said sadly, his eyes lacking any of their usual twinkle. "My sources indicated that the Dursleys were being targeted by Voldemort, and for your sake as well as theirs I could not let them perish." "Your sources? You mean Snape," Harry said. "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore corrected gently. "How long have they been here?" Dumbledore sighed heavily before answering. "A little over a month." "A month," Harry repeated incredulously. "They've been here a month and you didn't tell me. Why the bloody hell not?" To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore smiled. "You know, you're even more like your father than I thought. He said exactly the same thing to me on many occasions." The headmaster's blue eyes locked onto Harry's, and something deep within that time-worn gaze disturbed Harry greatly. In that moment it hit him just exactly what the old wizard in front of him had been through in his many years of life, and Harry found himself respecting the headmaster more than ever. It was a peculiar feeling, after the almost anger of a moment ago. "A few days ago, Professor Milton pointed a few things out to me and other high-ranking Order members," Dumbledore said, his gaze now encompassing the three students standing behind Harry as well. "At the time I was inclined to disagree with him, but after the events of the last few days I am forced to concede his point. James proposed, and I now agree that you, Harry, as well as Ginevra, Ronald, Hermione, Alexander, Cassandra and Isabel, be inducted into the order." Once again, Harry found himself staring at the headmaster incredulously. "But sir, we're all underage," Hermione pointed out. Dumbledore chuckled. "True enough, Miss Granger, but I hardly think that matters at this point. I sincerely doubt I could stop you from doing what you think is right, and if you are part of the order you will have access to information that may assist you to make the correct choices. I would not like to see a repeat of last year's incident." "Neither would I," Harry said surely. "Then will you all accept my offer of membership in the order?" "Of course we will," Ron said, his face lit up with eager anticipation. "Right, Harry." Harry only hesitated a moment. "Yeah, I think we will." Dumbledore smiled, and the twinkle reappeared in his eyes. "Excellent. And what of Miss Lestrange and the Milton twins?" "We'll find them and let them know," Harry said. "I doubt they'll refuse membership." "Very well then, I leave the matter in your capable hands," Dumbledore nodded. "I trust you will let me know of their decisions." Harry returned the nod. "We'll go find them now." They found Cassie in the empty common room, staring moodily into the fire. Alex and Isabel were still nowhere to be found. They quickly informed her of Dumbledore's offer, but she didn't seem to be very interested. "I'll join if Alex does," she said shortly, and went back to staring into the fire. Harry and Ginny exchanged a worried glance, and then took a seat on one of the free couches. Ron and Hermione took another. They sat in silence for about 20 minutes, at which point the fat lady swung open, admitting Alex and Isabel. Alex took one look at the rather somber group and raised an eyebrow. "What? Something we missed?" Without a word Cassie stood, walked around the couch, drew back her arm and punched Alex in the jaw. He went down like a sack of potatoes. "What the hell was that for?" Isabel demanded, kneeling next to Alex, who was blinking at the ceiling. "Bloody hell, woman," he said, sitting up and shaking his head to clear it. He touched his jaw gingerly with his fingertips. "What was that for?" "Because you're a stupid, moronic, arrogant male." Cassie shot back, then dropped to her knees and engulfed the startled Alex in a hug. "If you ever do that again, I'll give you a lot more than a punch, I'll tell you that." "Fair enough," Alex said, wrapping his arms around his sister. "Now would you kindly tell me just exactly what it was I did?" "Ow," he yelped as Cassie slapped the back of his head. "What? I'm sure you can work it out," Cassie said, pulling away from him and standing up again, then reaching down to pull her twin to his feet. "Now I think Harry has something to say." "Yeah, I do," Harry nodded, waiting until everyone was seated to begin. He briefly told the story of finding the Dursleys, then finished with, "Dumbledore offered to let us all join the order." Alex's eyebrow shot up again, and Isabel's eyes narrowed. "What's the catch?" she asked bluntly. "We don't think there is one," Harry assured her. "Dumbledore said that James spoke to him, and pointed out that it would be better to have us in the order than out. Probably thinks we'll run off and do something stupid if we're not." The last was said with a note of bitterness. "Stop blaming yourself for what happened at the Department of Mysteries," Ginny said, laying a hand on his arm. "I'll tell you right now that I'd do exactly the same if I thought you were in danger, and I doubt anyone in this room can honestly say otherwise." "Why now?" Cassie asked thoughtfully. With the return of her twin she seemed far more aware and energetic than she had even a few minutes ago, and the difference was rather profound. "Why not at the start of the year, or the end? Something pretty serious must have changed that we don't know about." "She's right," Hermione agreed. "I wonder what it is." Professor Dumbledore seemed almost anxious to have us in the order, when always before he's insisted that we were too young. He wouldn't even let Fred and George join last year, remember? And they were of age, even if they were still at school. There was a thoughtful silence. Finally Harry glanced around the common room. "Tonks." There was silence for a moment, then with heavy sigh Tonks pulled the hood of her invisibility cloak off. "What?" she asked crossly. "It's bad enough that you know I'm here, you can't keep calling me out of the bushes this way." "What do you think?" Harry asked, unperturbed. "Do you think we should join?" "Of course I do," Tonks said immediately, glancing around at the group. "Look, I know the Order has done all of you wrong in the past, but we were only trying to protect you until you were ready to carry on the fight yourselves. If Dumbledore has decided that now is the right time, then he's probably right. Come on, I don't see what we're waiting for, Ron said. If we join the Order then we can help fight. I doubt Dumbledore's going to let us fight any battles yet, Alex said dryly. Tonks chuckled. From what I've seen of you seven, I highly doubt he could stop you from doing anything if you really set your minds to it. I still don't know, Isabel said dubiously. Something seems wrong, somehow. I don't know what it is. Maybe you're just being paranoid, Ron suggested. Isabel shrugged. Maybe, but then again, maybe not. I'm just saying we should keep our wits about us. At the very least, I'm sure not all the Order members are going to accept us as fast as Tonks and Dumbledore, Snape, for instance. In most eyes I'm still a Slytherin who somehow managed to trick the hat into putting me in Gryffindor, and after the battle, I'm sure nothing's changed. She didn't mention the specific event she referred to, but everyone got her point. Well, I'm going to join, Harry interjected. I'm not going to force anyone else to join if they don't want to, and we won't think any less of anyone who doesn't. Harry, Alex said in a pained voice. Are you sure you're not a Slytherin in disguise? That's the biggest guilt trip in the book. He thought a moment, then sighed. Okay, I'm in. Ditto, Cassie affirmed. All eyes turned to Isabel. Why do I get the feeling I'm going to regret this? She muttered, then caught Harry's eyes. Fine, you've talked me into it. But I'm still going to warn everyone to be careful. There's something going on here that we can't see. Granted, Harry nodded. So we're all joining, then. Looks that way, Alex said, making a face. I wonder what Dad's going to say. He refused to join the Order when Dumbledore offered, although he never said why. Hermione rolled her eyes. It's obvious, isn't it? He was fighting for both sides in the last war, which means he was fighting against the Order at some stage, and probably fought directly against some of the members still left over from last time. I don't think they'd be too happy about him being a member, in case he decided to turn on them again and go work for Voldemort if he paid more. But he'd never do that, Cassie objected. We know that, Hermione answered. But some of the other Order members don't know him as well. Harry stood up. I'll go tell Dumbledore that we're all joining, he said, then headed for the portrait hole. Tonks flipped her hood back up and followed. In small groups, the students left. Ron and Hermione disappeared after Harry. Ginny went up to her dorm muttering about homework, while Alex and Cassie sat in a corner with their heads together, talking quietly. Only Isabel stayed by the fire, scowling into the flames. Within the office of Albus Dumbledore stands a very nicely crafted mahogany bookcase. Normally, such a thing would not be open to any form of speculation. Indeed, since there are 4 identical units scattered about the office, it would usually earn no more than a cursory glance, if even that. So it was that Harry and his friends were quite shocked when the bookcase turned out to be not a bookcase at all, but rather a very elaborate multi-function portkey, dating back to the days of the founders themselves. Of course Harry knew that Salazar Slytherin had built his own secret places within the castle, the Chamber of Secrets. What he did not know was that Godric Gryffindor had done the same. The key is the sword, Dumbledore explained, placing the sword of Gryffindor into a groove in the side of the bookcase, which glowed momentarily with light. I knew the room was there long before Harry recovered the sword in the chamber, but had no way to access it. So now it's a meeting place for the Order. Hermione guessed as the bookcase began to waver. Finally it disappeared entirely, leaving an opaque mass of swirling energy. Not quite, Dumbledore chuckled, then stepped forward and vanished. Harry and his friends shared a long glance. Finally Harry shrugged and, with Ron right behind him, stepped through the portal. He was not at all prepared for what lay on the other side. Dumbledore's use of the word room was very, very loose. It was actually a massive meeting hall, easily rivaling the size of the Great Hall. The floor was made from what looked like whole squared-off trees, and a single table ran the length of the room. The walls were covered with intricate tapestries, depicting some of the wizarding world's greatest battles. Harry recognized many from his history of magic lessons, which in itself was surprising. He pinned it on Hermione's extensive notes rather than Professor Bin's teaching effectiveness. The roof was made from black marble, shifting in the flickering light from 100 torches set at regular intervals along the walls. Sitting at the table, which was easily capable of seating a couple of hundred, were a handful of people. Harry recognized them all as members of the Order. "What are they doing here?" Snape asked suspiciously as Isabel, the last to step into the portal, appeared beside Ginny. "Surely you're not going to actually listen to Milton." "As a matter of fact, Severus," Dumbledore said, "I do indeed intend to act upon Mr. Milton's suggestion." "Albus," an older woman Harry recognized from Grimmauld Place said in scandalized tones. "They are all underage." "So what?" Ginny cut off Dumbledore's reply. "We're not as old as you, big deal. Have any of you come face to face with Voldemort and survived?" She pointed at Harry. "He has, 5 times. So you don't let him join the Order out of principle." She shook her head. "Maybe Professor Milton was right about you." "Well, really," the woman huffed, "I was just saying. You all know the prophecy." Dumbledore cut in, his piercing gaze locked onto the woman, who was now squirming in her seat like a schoolgirl being scolded. "Will you knowingly defy it?" The woman sighed and dropped her gaze. "Of course not," she muttered. "Then it's settled." Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Harry Potter, Ginevra Weasley, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, Alexander Milton, Cassandra Milton and Isabel Lestrange. A few people gasped as the headmaster said Isabel's name, but the ex-Slytherin stared stonily at the far wall and refused to acknowledge them. "Will join the Order of the Phoenix this night. Does anyone present object, in light of what has been revealed?" His words were met with silence, although Snape looked like it was taking him a great deal of effort to remain that way. "One last thing. Every member of the Order carries with them an identifying mark at all times. This is usually something inconspicuous, personal, so as not to garner suspicion. I trust you all have something of this nature with you at the moment." 7 nods. "Very well. Come forward, Harry." Harry took a nervous step forward as the headmaster drew his wand. "You are entering into a binding magical contract by agreeing to join, Harry," he said gently. "Do you confirm before these witnesses that you enter said contract of your own free will?" "I do." Harry was surprised by how firm his voice was. "Then let your motives be made known." Dumbledore touched the tip of his wand to Harry's forehead. After a brief second the wand tip emitted a brilliant white light so bright that all present had to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Harry found himself staring into Dumbledore's eyes, which looked more alive than Harry had seen them for a long time. "He is more than fit," Lupin said, his voice tinged slightly with awe. "So it would seem," Dumbledore said, and everyone laughed a little nervously. "So, Mr. Potter, what would you like to use as your identification?" "This," Harry said, pulling the medallion Ginny had given him, and later Gryffindor had changed, from under his shirt. There were several sharp intakes of breath from around the room. "Where did you get that, Potter?" Snape asked harshly. "Now is not the time, Severus," Dumbledore said sternly, touching his wand to the amulet. It glowed a pale gold color briefly. "All done," Dumbledore said, flourishing his wand. "Miss Weasley, you next please." The process was repeated on each student. Ginny's light was almost as bright as Harry's, although it was tinged with pink, and she used a silver ring as her identification. Ron's light was a fiery red with an indigo core, Hermione's a very deep blue, almost lavender, surrounded with yellow. There was a slight snag when they tested Alex, however. His light was so intensely red that for a moment Harry was sure Dumbledore's wand would catch alight. "We cannot allow such a one into the Order," the woman who had spoken before said in a troubled tone. "He will surely cause trouble." Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. "He joins regardless," he said flatly. "Remember the prophecy, you cannot deny it. He has his purpose, as do we all." Cassie's light was a light blue, almost the same shade as her eyes. Finally, Dumbledore tested Isabel. A mass of green erupted from her forehead, surrounding a black shape that seemed at once to have form and yet remain formless. Dumbledore blinked. "Well, that wasn't expected." "What?" Isabel crossed her eyes in an attempt to see. "All I can see is green, what's wrong with that?" "I'm sorry, Isabel," Dumbledore said sternly, "but it's time to come clean. Abilities such as yours can be of use to the Order." Isabel sighed. Fine, she said resignedly, then turned to face the rest of the room. I'm an animagus, she said flatly. What? Alex stared at her incredulously. I'm a born animagus, she repeated. I don't know why I never told anyone, probably for the same reason your father didn't, Harry. You're not registered, Harry guessed. Isabel nodded. When I found out, my father was dead and my mother in Azkaban. Who was there to register me? My aunt was a muggle. Harry was about to ask her about her aunt, as he realized it was the first time Isabel had let anything slip about her life before Hogwarts, but Ron beat him to the punch. What's you other form? Isabel smiled slightly, then spread her arms like wings. She seemed to melt downwards, towards the floor, and in only a second she was no longer human. The pure black raven launched herself from the floor, flapping her wings gently as she circled the room once, then came to land on Alex's shoulder. He stared at her in astonishment as she cocked her head slightly to gaze into his eyes. Tentatively he raised a hand and stroked her feathered head, and she closed her eyes and leaned into his hand slightly, making soft cawing noises. Suddenly her eyes snapped open and Alex jerked his head back with a startled oath. Isabel launched herself off his shoulder and in a second she stood before them again, smiling impishly. You bit me, Alex exclaimed, holding out his finger. Indeed, a droplet of blood had formed on the end of the offending digit. Isabel tossed her head haughtily. Serves you right, she smirked. Dumbledore cleared his throat pointedly, and everyone jumped, having forgotten where they were after Isabel's surprise. Now that is over with, I believe we should get on with this meeting, Of course, Headmaster, Isabel smiled sweetly, firmly taking Alex's hand and leading him to a seat. Cassie followed, smirking at her brother. Harry and Ginny shared a grin as they took their own seats, with Ron and Hermione next to Harry. To business, Dumbledore leaned his elbows on the table and steepled his fingers. Remus, would you mind giving us an update on the progress you've made finding alternate accommodations for those displaced during the attacks a few months back? Certainly, Headmaster, Remus said politely, and launched into a detailed analysis of his efforts. Harry remembered many months ago, standing in his bedroom at Privet Drive, receiving a note from Ron telling him about the attacks, including the one on the burrow. The very same day that Ginny had come so explosively into the middle of his existence. Thank you, Remus, Dumbledore said when the werewolf had finished. I believe Severus has something to tell us about his work finding a potion to counteract the effects of Dementors. Snape nodded, and his face lost a small amount of its usual haughtiness as he spoke. As you all know, a standard cheering charm or potion has little to no effect on a Dementor's primary weapon, the ability to beat the happiness out of you. These do not create happiness, rather they amplify any emotions already present. I believe. Get to the point, Snape, Kingsley Shacklebolt said in his quiet voice. I have to be back at the Ministry before 6. Very well, Harry was surprised to see Snape nod in agreement. To summarize, I believe that I may be able to synthesize a version of the common cheering potion that may work to counteract the effects of nearby Dementors, or at least make it easier to fight. How long? The elderly witch asked. Snape shrugged. I have no idea. A month. 2. It all depends on how many combinations I have to go through before I find one that works. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Excellent work, Severus, thank you. Now, I believe. His words were cut off by the abrupt arrival of none other than Charlie Weasley, who seemed to step straight out of the wall. Sorry I'm late, Headmaster, he smiled. Norbert saw Hagrid's hut, and apparently recognized it. He couldn't seem to understand why he wouldn't fit in there anymore. Then he caught sight of Harry and his friends sitting at the table. Hey, hang on, what are you lot doing here? Charlie, Ginny cried, almost throwing herself into his arms. Harry remembered the last time they had seen her older brother clearly, the day they had gone to Diagon Alley, and Charlie had been in St. Mungo's. Nice to see you too, Snapdragon. Charlie enfolded his little sister in a hug. I'd still like to know what the bloody hell you're doing here, though. Harry and his friends have joined the order, Lupin said. Against the wishes of some, Snape muttered. Charlie let out a low whistle. Mum's not going to be happy, he said. You remember what she was like when the twins were trying to join last year. I'll deal with Mum, Ginny said confidently, releasing her hold on Charlie and stepping back. Just leave her to me. Glad you're going to be the one, muttered Ron, earning him an elbow in the ribs from Hermione. Well then, Dumbledore stood, since Norbert has finally arrived, we had best be off before the students begin to panic. Harry, if you and your friends would like to come down with me. Of course, sir. Excellent. Meeting dismissed. The Order members began to file out of the room, each seeming to vanish into the wall. Snape was the last to leave, and the look he sent Harry's way just before he vanished made Harry doubt his sanity. The look was filled with near hatred, true, but curiously intermingled with it was the faintest traces of hope. One more thing, before we start. If any of you haven't yet read Harry Potter and the Power of Truth by Creative Quill, I'd suggest you go do so very soon. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest when I call it my favorite story. Well, maybe equal with Not Myself. Bah. Harry had thought, back in 4th year, that the Hungarian Horntail had been a big dragon. He had been wrong. Norbert was bigger. They found the massive form of the Norwegian Ridgeback reared up above the very small-looking forms of several trainers, who were obviously trying to subdue him. Charlie swore and hurried to help them. A large crowd of students had already gathered to gawk, watched closely by Professor Sprout and James. Are you sure this is safe, Professor? Hermione asked Dumbledore nervously. Quite sure, Miss Granger, the headmaster replied serenely, gazing at the dragon which, under Charlie's practiced hand, was now settling down. Norbert is simply excited to be back at his place of birth. Wouldn't you be? But it's a dragon, Ron said. How can it even remember? Dumbledore chuckled. Dragons are among the most intelligent of all fantastic beasts, he said. I should imagine you will be having a few lessons on them in care of magical creatures soon enough, if Hagrid's reaction is any indication. Looking closer at the scene, Harry realized that Hagrid was standing dangerously close to Norbert, beaming up at the dragon happily, trying to entice it into eating a large carcass of some unidentifiable animal. Is he mad? Ginny asked incredulously. Hagrid, Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling. It is, I must admit, entirely possible. Of course, most believe me myself to be mad, so I dare say I am in no position to talk. He looked speculatively down the hill. It would seem Charlie has everything under control here, so I believe I will take my leave. I'd like to see all of you in my office tomorrow night straight after dinner, if you would. And with that he turned and strode away. Come on, let's get closer, Alex said, tugging on his sister's arm and hurrying towards where Charlie was trying to get Norbert into a huge enclosure that had been magicked up. I think I'll pass, Isabel said firmly. Yeah, we had plenty of Norbert the first time around, Ron declared. Honestly, if I got told off one more time for frightening it, I think I would have hit Hagrid. Harry, Ginny and Hermione laughed. Isabel looked at them quizzically. Never mind, Harry said. Just something that happened last time. Ah, Isabel said delicately, and let the matter drop. Well, she said as they started for the castle, I don't know about you four, but I want to find out what those colors were about. They have to mean something, and I'm betting the information is in the library somewhere. I already know, Hermione said absently, still watching the dragon over her shoulder. Then tell us what they meant, Ginny said. Hermione turned to look at her. It's not all that important, really, it's a sort of personality test. The colors indicate what sort of person you are, and how you're likely to react in any given situation. You call that not very important? Isabel asked with one eyebrow raised. I'd hate to see what you call earth-shatteringly important. All right, I'll tell you, Hermione said as they climbed the stairs and entered the castle through the main doors. There was a lot of noise coming from the great hall where the majority of the students would be eating lunch. We need somewhere quiet to talk, she stated. How about the room of requirement? Ron asked. Hermione shrugged. It'll do, I suppose. They were halfway across the entrance hall when the doors to the great hall opened, and several students filed out. Well well, if it isn't the new heroes of Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy said with a smirk. Sod off, Malfoy, Ron said, turning to face the new arrivals with his fists clenched. Very original, Weasel. Blaise Zabini rolled his eyes. Just leave, Malfoy, Harry said wearily. I'm not in the mood. Pansy Parkinson snickered. He's not in the mood. Oh no, we'd better leave before we get in trouble from Big Bad Potty. Come on, Harry muttered to his friends, and they once again began walking for the marble staircase. So, Lestrange, Malfoy sneered, how does it feel to kill your own mother? Next to Harry, Isabel stiffened and stopped walking. Bet it was satisfying, wasn't it? I mean, she was a Death Eater. How did it feel to get revenge for all the time she was? Malfoy's sentence was cut off abruptly as a fist took him cleanly in the jaw. He spun once and collapsed to the ground. Don't ever speak to her again, Alex growled, his eyes flashing. Nearby, Cassie stood with her wand on the other Slytherins, her expression grim. What is going on here? Harry winced as Snape stalked out of the corridor leading to the dungeons, his narrowed eyes taking in the scene. Just exactly how the potions master always managed to show up at exactly the wrong moment would always remain a mystery. Just teaching Mr. Malfoy a lesson in good manners, sir, Alex said, pointedly turning away from the prone boy. I see, Snape said silkily. In that case, detention for you and your sister, and 20 points from Gryffindor. Alex shrugged. Fine, he said shortly, striding across the room to join the Gryffindors at the bottom of the stairs with Cassie trailing behind. Shall we go? Harry nodded, and the group began to climb the stairs. At the rear of the group, Isabel fell in beside Alex. I thought you were going to see the dragon. Alex shrugged. I had a feeling there were more interesting things happening, and it's not like Norbert's going anywhere. Plenty of time to go look at him later. As in, sometime when Hagrid isn't there making cooing noises at it and trying to hand-feed it. I can see where that might cause some problems, Isabel agreed. They walked in silence for a long moment, steadily dropping behind the rest of the group. Finally Isabel spoke again, her voice quiet. Thank you. Alex snorted. Malfoy's a bloody tosser, and I'm not going to let him push my friends around. Especially not you. You have enough to deal with without him making his snide little comments. Only a friend, Isabel asked a little sadly. Alex stopped walking, a frown creasing his brow as he stared at her. I'm not good at this sort of thing, he said plainly. I've never had a girlfriend, and I've never really wanted one, either. After the incident in the forest, he shrugged. I really have no idea what I'm doing, he added a bit ruefully. Well, what do you want? She asked, closing the distance between them. I have no idea, Alex said, staring down into her eyes. She smiled, and they seemed to light up in a way he was sure defied the laws of nature. Well then, she breathed, leaning closer. I suppose I'll have to give you an idea, won't I? The sound of someone clearing their throat nearby almost made Alex jump out of his skin. Don't do that, he said in annoyance, turning to face his grinning twin. If you two lovebirds haven't forgotten, she said impishly, we were on the way to discuss something important, remember? We remember, Isabel said primly, now get out of here. Yes ma'am, Cassie Mock bowed and hurried away, trying to suppress her giggles. Alex sighed, running one hand through his hair. Can we continue this later? He asked Isabel. If we must, she said in mock resignation, linking her arm through his and starting down the corridor. Later it is. They entered the room of requirement to find everyone already seated around a replica of the Gryffindor common room. What kept you? Harry asked curiously as they sat. Not Malfoy again, was it? Not quite, Isabel said with a straight face. My brother was about to get a crash course in. Cass, Alex said warningly. She just grinned at him. A crash course in what? Harry asked, a little confused. Never mind, Isabel said. It's a long story, and we're not here for that, we're here so Gryffindor's resident genius can tell us what those colors meant. Hermione turned a bit pink at the compliment. Well, like I said, they're a kind of personality test. Dumbledore must use it to weed out any potential traitors, after last time. None in the room had to ask what she meant. So what do the actual colors mean? Ron demanded impatiently. I'm getting to that, Hermione said. Ancient wizard lore states that there are 7 rays, of energy that govern all things, and that these base energies all have their own traits and corresponding colors. Every living thing is supposedly made up of different combinations of these energies, and the different quantities give us our own personalities. Hang on, Alex interrupted. What do you mean, they give us our personalities? Well, if you have more or less of a certain ray, it will affect your personality in different ways. Like when you're making a potion, if you change the ratio of ingredients, you change the properties of the potion. Does that make sense? Only you would use Snape's class as an example for something important, Ron said. It's not just Professor Snape's class, Ron, Hermione said impatiently. It's an important part of wizarding life, and you do well to remember that. Guys, Harry held up a pacifying hand. Okay, we get the idea, Hermione. Everything is made up of these ray things, but what do the colors mean? Hermione took a deep breath. Okay, like I said, there are 7 rays, and each one represents a different quality. We get that, Ron said, just tell us what they mean. I would if you'd stop interrupting, Hermione said testily. Ron, shut up, you were saying, Hermione. Ginny asked, ignoring Ron's spluttering. Thank you, Ginny. Ron, close your mouth, you look like a goldfish. Ron's mouth snapped shut. Anyway, as I was saying, each ray has different qualities, and they're represented by color. Ron, since you're so eager to find out, I'll do you first. Your colors were red and indigo, correct? If by indigo you mean really dark blue, then yeah, Ron said, leaning forward eagerly. Well, red is the color of the first of the 7 rays, and it represents power. Indigo is the 6th, and represents devotion, which we can probably translate into loyalty. They've got you pegged, mate, Harry laughed. Ron beamed. Yeah, reckon they do at that, he replied. So what do the others mean? Okay, Isabel, your light was green, yes. Isabel nodded, a curious expression on her face. Okay, well, green has nothing to do with Slytherin in this case, it's actually the color of the 4th ray, which is harmony through conflict. What's that supposed to mean? Ginny asked. I'm not entirely sure, Hermione admitted. But it's the ray of the artist. How do they get art from conflict? Ron asked in confusion. It's not just conflict, Ron, Cassie pointed out. She said harmony through conflict. How are you an artist, then? Alex asked Isabel. She stuck her tongue out at him. It's not just artists, Hermione interjected. It includes anything creative, and also creative thinking. A lot of really inventive people have a lot of 4th ray. Okay, I'm next, Cassie leaned forward. What does light blue mean, oh great dispenser of wisdom? Actually, light blue is the color of the 2nd ray, which represents the twin forces of love and wisdom, with an emphasis on the love part, Hermione said with a smile. Cool, Cassie said with a grin. Okay, me next, Alex said. Why did everyone freak out when I got dark red? Hermione frowned. Like I said for Ron, red is the color of power, but a really dark red represents the negative aspect, which is usually something like an intense thirst for revenge, or something like that. Without it, your colors would probably have been different. A thirst for revenge I can handle, Alex said bleakly. It's not far from the truth. There was silence for a moment, until Harry asked, what did your colors mean, Hermione? The blue means more or less the same as Cassie, except with more emphasis on wisdom, she said matter-of-factly. The yellow is of the 3rd ray, which is active intelligence. No arguments there, Ron muttered, earning a blush from Hermione and a laugh from everyone else. Okay, lucky last, Ginny said. What does white represent? Both Harry and I got white, except mine was pink as well. Hermione sighed. White light isn't actually one of the rays, but rather a balance of all of them. If someone shows up as white under that test, it means they are more than willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect another. They also usually come in pairs. Harry swallowed hard. It wasn't really something he wanted to think about too much. The pink in Ginny's light would represent unconditional love, the ultimate sacrifice, Hermione finished in a small voice. Harry caught Ginny's eyes, and was a little startled to find them full of tears. She nodded decisively as if to confirm Hermione's words, however. Harry reached out to grasp her hand, squeezing it tightly. Well, on another note, I'm starved, Cassie said abruptly after a long moment had passed, rising to her feet and breaking the tension that had built. Come on, let's eat before lunch finishes. There was a murmur of agreement, and everyone rose to leave, bar Alex and Isabel, who ignored everyone else. The room emptied, leaving the couple in a pensive silence. Well, that was enlightening, Isabel said eventually. I'm beginning to wish I hadn't asked. It's better we know, Alex said stubbornly. Obviously some of the order wasn't happy about me joining, and I'd rather know why than fumble around in the dark. I suppose, Isabel sighed, dropping her head to rest on his shoulder. So what do you reckon? Alex asked finally. About what? Isabel asked, craning her head so she could look at him. Alex shrugged slightly. Life, the universe and everything. That cleared things right up, she said dryly. Alex smiled. Just answer the question. She thought a moment. I reckon a lot of things, but first and foremost I reckon that it's pretty private in here. You may have a point there, he agreed. Well then, I believe I was promised a later by a certain someone, she almost purred, climbing around until she was straddling his lap. And I believe I have some persuading to do. The next hour passed far too quickly, in Alex's opinion. Late that night, James strode the corridors of Hogwarts restlessly. He had an odd feeling that something very important was about to happen, but he had no idea what. Like a name that constantly slipped one's memory, the sensation was maddening, banishing any possibility of sleep. And so he stalked about the massive castle, not really paying attention to where he was. He could have justified what he was doing by saying he was fulfilling his duties as a teacher by patrolling the corridors looking for students out past curfew, but after he'd passed the third couple making out and ignored them completely, his excuse was beginning to run a little thin. Until, that is, he heard a very familiar voice coming from an empty classroom up ahead. It was only then that he realized he had somehow ended up in the dungeons. Draco Malfoy's hushed voice sounded almost urgent, and with his curiosity piqued, James muttered an invisibility spell and crept closer to listen. You're my cousin, Malfoy hissed, which gave James a good idea of who he was talking to, and raised a few questions as well. His suspicions were confirmed a second later when Isabel's voice responded. Since when is family so important to you, Draco? She asked scornfully, not bothering to keep her voice down as Malfoy had. Besides, I know for a fact that my name was stricken from the Black and Malfoy family lines not long after I was born. So far as I'm concerned, I have no family. Think about what you're giving up, Malfoy persisted. Being associated with Potter is only going to get you hurt, and loath though I am to admit it, I don't want that to happen. Isabel laughed derisively. It's a little late for you to come over all caring now, Malfoy, she said. Besides, I've already told you that I don't think your precious Dark Lord has a snowball's chance in hell of winning this war. I'm not stupid. Malfoy hissed softly in annoyance. Since when did you start using such muggle phrases? Dunno, Isabel said casually. My boyfriend must be wearing off on me. There was silence for a moment. James could almost feel Malfoy's glare. He felt a sudden burst of pride for the girl he was beginning to think of as a surrogate daughter. That person will be your undoing, Malfoy said eventually. The Dark Lord does not take defiance lightly. When the time comes, I will not be able to protect you. Haven't we been over this already? I'll take my chances with Harry and Alex, thank you very much. There was a moment's silence. Now, if you've finished with the dramatics, I'm leaving. Don't bother having me followed. I was a Slytherin for a long time, I know all the tricks. The door to the classroom suddenly creaked open, and Isabel emerged. Instinctively, even if it wasn't entirely necessary, James leaned back against the wall, enclosing himself in shadow. Isabel brushed past him and headed down the corridor towards the exit from the dungeons. When Malfoy's platinum head came around the doorframe to watch her leave, James had to fight a very strong urge to strangle the little bugger. Instead he pushed himself away from the wall and followed the ex-Slytherin. She might be confident she could escape the dungeons without Malfoy's interference, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The conversation had been very interesting, though. Malfoy had seemed almost genuine in his concern for his cousin. Perhaps there are some things important to him besides power, James mused as he trailed Isabel out of the dungeons and into the welcome light of the entrance hall. It was something to ponder on, at any rate. As he had hoped she would, Isabel went straight back to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady gave her a disapproving look as she swung silently open when Isabel whispered the password. James was about to return to his quarters when the distinctive voice of his son rang out through the open portrait hole. So, what did the little bastard have to say this time? This time? That's interesting. Still under the cover of his spell, James eased through the portrait hole just before the fat lady swung shut. At this late hour the common room was deserted and the fire had been allowed to burn down to embers, casting the majority of the room into shadows. Hugging the wall as closely as he could to minimize the chance of his son detecting him, James settled down to listen. Isabel had crossed the room to where Alex was waiting on a couch and settled down next to him. James watched with some amusement as his fingers entwined themselves through her raven hair. The thought quickly turned to pain as he remembered doing the same to Andreas' golden locks. "He's come down with a bad case of family values all of a sudden," she said disgustedly. "Honestly, his lies just keep getting worse. It's so obvious what he wants." James, who had no clue what Malfoy wanted, hoped his son was as thick as he was. He smiled wryly when Alex asked, "So what does he want then?" "He needs an ally close to Harry, dum-dum," Isabel said playfully, slapping him lightly on the shoulder. "Oh, so I'm a dum-dum now, am I?" Alex asked with one eyebrow raised. "Absolutely," Isabel said with a straight face. "You are the epitome of dum-dumness." They stared at each other for a second, then both started to laugh. James took that as his cue to leave, a decision reinforced when he caught a glimpse of the determined look in Isabel's eyes as she leaned closer to Alex. By the time he got to the portrait hole, they were both too busy to notice it open a crack and then quietly shut again. Back in the corridor, James pondered these new findings. It made sense that Malfoy would want someone close to Harry, but something told him it wasn't that simple. He resolved to keep an eye on the situation until new information came to light. Perhaps there was something there that could be used against the heir to the Malfoy family, time would tell. The following evening found the 7 Gryffindors sitting in Dumbledore's office. After the customary offering of drops, the headmaster sat back and surveyed them over the top of his half-moon glasses. "I know you all have many questions," he began, looking at each student in turn, "and I shall endeavor to answer as many as I can. Know, however, that there are limits to what I can tell you, even now." His piercing gaze fell on Harry. "You have a question, Mr. Potter?" "Yeah, I do." There was something that had been troubling Harry for quite a while now, but he'd never thought to bring it up. "Why haven't my occlumency lessons started again?" Dumbledore's beard twitched slightly as he smiled. "An excellent question, Harry, although I'm a little surprised you didn't ask sooner. Over the summer holidays I did some research into the nature of curse scars, and although my findings were somewhat disturbing, they also shed some light onto the matter. The link you share with Voldemort, by its very nature, makes occlumency not only redundant, but actually moderately dangerous." "Dangerous?" Hermione looked startled. "How is it dangerous, Professor?" "Occlumency is designed to stop an external force from accessing one's mind," Dumbledore said. "However, the link means that Voldemort is not trying to access your thoughts and memories from outside, but rather from the inside. He's using the back door to slip by unnoticed, so to speak. The only way to stop such access is through sheer force of will, and concentrating on occlumency could be a fatal distraction at a critical time." "I felt that," Harry remembered when, after his lessons with Snape, his mind had always seemed more open than ever. "I thought it was just Snape or something." "Professor Snape, Harry," Dumbledore corrected gently. "What you felt was a lapse in your mental power. I'd imagine you would have felt something similar when especially tired and run down." "I always just put it down to exhaustion, or something." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "That is indeed the danger." "Don't worry, Professor," Ginny said, "I'll make sure he gets plenty of rest." She entwined her fingers with Harry's and looked at him sternly. "Very good, Miss Weasley," Dumbledore said with a slight smile. "I have a question, Professor," Isabel said suddenly. "Why doesn't Professor McGonagall like me? Is it just my name?" The headmaster's smile vanished, and he sat back heavily. There is much you don't know about the faculty here at Hogwarts, he said. Suffice to say that your mother was responsible for a personal tragedy in Minerva's family. She does not blame you, as such, but I believe you jog certain unpleasant memories with your presence. Perhaps that might explain it. Yeah, well, I'm just glad my bitch of a mother won't be causing any more problems, ever, Isabel said darkly. Dumbledore looked at her steadily, but said nothing. Professor. Ron nervously broke the silence. Have you told our mum about us being in the order? He indicated himself and Ginny. Dumbledore chuckled. Indeed, I have not informed Molly as of yet, Mr. Weasley. I had thought it might sound better coming from one of you rather than me. You don't know Mum very well then, Ginny muttered. The headmaster smiled at her. If you wish for me to tell Molly, then I will at the next order meeting at Grimmauld Place. Which, of course, brings me to my next point. Dumbledore gazed at them almost serenely. Every 3 weeks you will be required to attend a meeting here in my office, along with the other order members at Hogwarts. Myself or Professor McGonagall will let you know in advance when each meeting will take place, understood? Everyone nodded. Excellent. Now I believe you had all best be off to bed before Mr. Filch catches you wandering the corridors after curfew. The 7 students stood and began to file out of the office. Isabel hung back a bit, waiting until everyone had disappeared down the stairs before speaking directly to the headmaster. Thanks, Professor, for letting me be involved, she said, catching his eyes and nodding once. Before he could reply, the door was closing after her. You are very welcome, Miss Lestrange, Dumbledore murmured. Very welcome indeed. The Forbidden Forest shot past beneath him. Through the thick greenery he caught flashes of the odd creatures that lived within. Most notably were a group of centaurs, which stopped and watched him as he passed. Then he was somewhere else, a small village he had never seen before. A complete lack of movement and lights gave it the feel of being abandoned. He flashed through the streets so fast the buildings were a blur, until with a jarring suddenness he stopped in front of a rundown warehouse. Just as suddenly, he was inside. The cavernous interior was devoid of furnishing, filled only with deep shadows. A massive pentagram was etched into the stone floor, and candles floated at each of the 5 points. Seated in the center, snake-like head bowed and eyes closed in concentration, was Lord Voldemort. Suddenly he looked up, and his eyes flashed open. He hissed in annoyance, and a moment later a figure scurried out of the shadows near the wall. Master, the figure said hesitantly. As he moved closer, the candlelight reflected off his silver hand. It is no good, Voldemort said, turning his hate-filled eyes on his servant. Dumbledore must suspect. We shall have to find another route. As you say, Master, Wormtail bowed his head. Of course it is as I say, fool, Voldemort sneered. Wormtail flinched, dropping to his knees. Run, Potter, Voldemort said without turning away from his cowering servant. Return to the old fool you place so much faith in. But know this, you cannot remain within the wards of Hogwarts forever, and when you finally emerge, I will be there waiting to greet you. He smiled cruelly. Give my regards to the lovely Miss Weasley, would you? Tell her I'm so looking forward to our next meeting. Now, Voldemort raised his wand. I think you need a lesson in faith. Crucio. Wormtail screamed. And, for the first time in many months, Harry sat bolt upright in bed and did the same. Neville, get off me, Harry. The curtains around Harry's bed were thrown open, and he found himself looking into the concerned eyes of Ron. Neville stood just behind, hanging onto Ron's arm for dear life. Seamus and Dean were both sitting up in bed, watching him curiously, and Alex was nowhere to be seen. Padfoot was sitting on the end of Harry's bed, watching him carefully. Harry gulped in a deep breath to steady himself. His scar was throbbing painfully, but it was bearable. Another vision? Ron asked quietly as Seamus and Dean made themselves scarce. I thought they were supposed to stop with, you know, you and Ginny. I dunno, Harry replied truthfully. This is the first I've had since we got back to Hogwarts, I don't. The rest of his sentence was cut off as the door was flung violently open and Ginny rushed in. Ron, Neville, out. Now, she commanded, pointing imperiously at the door. Neville complied, slipping past her and out the door, but Ron stood his ground. Hang on, what right do you have to? Ron, get the hell out of here before I hex you into next week, Ginny glared threateningly at her brother. Just go, Ron, Harry said when he again opened his mouth to retort. I'll meet you in the common room in a bit, okay? Yeah, right, Ron said reluctantly. See you then, I guess. He frowned at Ginny as he left the room, followed by Padfoot. Ginny closed the door behind him. What's so important? Harry asked, swinging his legs out of bed and sitting on the edge. What, aside from the fact that I know you just dreamed about Voldemort, and I dreamed it too. Not much, Ginny said sarcastically. You saw it too. Harry faltered. He had been hoping to shield her from it, especially the implicit threat in Voldemort's greetings to her. Ginny nodded. Apparently this bond we share is stronger than we'd thought. Harry let out an explosive breath as Ginny crossed the room to sit beside him on the bed. He's getting stronger, he said quietly. I know, Ginny said just as softly. I could feel it, too. Harry sighed in frustration. I thought we were supposed to be past this, he said, wincing as his scar throbbed painfully. Ginny looked at him speculatively. Professor Milton said that the thing blocking Tom was our relationship, she mused. I wonder, she trailed off, her eyes sparkling, then leaned in and keyed Harry. He was a little surprised, but quickly began to reciprocate, and as he did so he noticed the pain in his scar vanishing. Finally Ginny pulled away, and one look at Harry's face confirmed her suspicions. Well, that answers that, then, she said, walking to the table under the window and pouring a glassful of water. Answers what? Harry asked as she returned and handed him the glass. Physical closeness can drive him away, she said matter-of-factly. She thought for a moment, as Harry raised the glass to his lips. I wonder if Dumbledore would let us have a private room. Harry, who had just started to drink, went into an extended coughing fit. Stifling her laughter, Ginny thumped him on the back until it subsided. Give us a what? Harry croaked finally. A private room, silly. Ginny grasped his hand firmly within her own. What, did you really think that after last night I'd let you out of my sight again? Oh no, Mr. Potter, you're stuck with me. I'm not going to let Voldemort have his way with you every night for the sake of a few school rules. If Dumbledore won't give us a room, then we'll just have to sleep in the common room, or I can sleep up here. Harry almost choked again on that suggestion. She touched his forehead gently, running the fingers of her free hand lightly around his scar. Your scar's bleeding, she noted, showing him her fingers, which were spotted with blood. Yeah, it's done that before. Harry, glad for the change in subject, reached up to touch it himself. It's not too bad, it'll stop soon. Oh, Harry, Ginny sighed, snuggling up against him. Why does it always have to be you? Harry laughed hollowly. Dunno. Go ask Trelawney, she's the one that made the prophecy in the first place. Trelawney made it? Ginny asked incredulously. That old fraud. Yeah, at her job interview. Harry had to smile at the look on Ginny's face. Long story, I'll tell you about it sometime. But right now we'd better get moving before Ron has a fit. Ginny giggled. Nah, he's got Hermione to distract him, he's probably already forgotten about us. Harry chuckled. Still, best not to risk it, he said. Go on down, I'll get dressed and meet you down there. Ginny nodded, keying him briefly before she left. Harry quickly dressed, making sure his scar had stopped bleeding and wiping away the blood with a handkerchief, then hurried down to the common room. He found Ron and Ginny waiting for him, both trying not to laugh as they stared at the fire. Curious as to what was so funny, Harry crept over to the lounges in front of the fireplace, and when he got there he had to cover his mouth to keep from laughing. Alex and Isabel were curled up together on the lounge, both looking rather rumpled. The latter had her head resting in the crook of the former's arm, which was wrapped protectively around her, and they both wore rather contented smiles in their sleep. A bright flash drew Harry's attention to Cassie, who was holding a camera. Good blackmail material, she grinned at Harry, indicating the camera as she took another shot of the couple on the couch. I guess this makes them official, then, Ginny whispered in Harry's ear. He jumped slightly, he hadn't noticed her come up behind him. Yeah, I reckon so, he smiled over his shoulder at her. Come on, let's give them some privacy. She grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the portrait hole. The last thing Harry heard before he left the common room was a loud crash and Alex's voice swearing sulphurously. In many ways, Hogwarts never ceased to surprise Harry. The faculty and students took recent events into their stride remarkably well, adjusting accordingly, and soon the attack on the school was old news, as was the arrival of Norbert. Indeed, it was difficult to believe that the school had ever been without a dragon protector, with the blasé way the student body referred to him. It's a bloody nightmare, Charlie told Harry, Ginny and Ron that evening at dinner. He had joined them at the Gryffindor table, as opposed to his usual seat next to Hagrid at the head table. Hermione and Cassie were in the library, and no one knew exactly where Alex and Isabel were. There's Hagrid, for one, Charlie continued, glancing towards the head table where Hagrid was deep in conversation with Professor Sprout, leaning down so his head was nearly touching the tabletop so he could hear her over the noise in the hall. He's convinced that Norbert's his little darling, and of course he'd remember his mummy. Charlie shook his head as Harry, Ginny and Ron tried not to laugh. Honestly, I think he's gone totally mad, the way he carries on. Course, he wasn't too sane to begin with. Harry and Ron shared a wry look. They both remembered how many times Hagrid's obsession with vicious monsters had very nearly gotten them killed. Still, Charlie went on, with Norbert here, I don't think the castle is in too much danger. Between him and the wards, I reckon we could hold off anything short of you-know-who himself, but that's what we've got Dumbledore for, I suppose. Yeah, Harry said cautiously. I suppose. Charlie looked at him piercingly. All right, out with it, Harry. What aren't you telling me? Harry winced inwardly. Evidently, Charlie was a little more perceptive than he looked. Ron and Ginny looked at Harry, waiting for him to decide how much to tell their older brother. Finally Harry sighed. It's complicated, was all he said. Charlie cocked his head to the side. Complicated how? Seeing the look on Harry's face he added, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. But since I'm going to be fairly crucial in the defense of Hogwarts should there be another attack, don't you think it might be prudent for me to know? He's got a point, Harry, Ginny said softly. You can trust Charlie. That's not what I'm worried about, Harry replied. He glanced briefly around the hall, wondering for just a moment what it would be like to be one of them, with no cares aside from what mark they would get on next week's Transfiguration essay. He pulled himself up short. The attack on Hogwarts had proved once and for all that none of them were safe, and if he didn't do anything about it, they probably never would be. All right, he said finally. But not here, somewhere private. Room of requirement, Ron suggested. Harry nodded shortly, and the four stood and made their way from the hall. In the entrance hall, Charlie tapped Harry on the shoulder to slow him down. Ron and Ginny continued up the stairs, not noticing as Harry and Charlie fell further behind. Harry, I just wanted to say thanks for trusting me on this, Charlie said in a low voice. I know it can't be easy for you, but I'm willing to help you in any way I can. We all are, you know, you're a part of the family. And if I'm reading things right between you and my baby sister, it might be more than just symbolic soon enough. Harry blushed brightly, glancing down the corridor at the back of Ginny's head, and mumbled something incoherent. Charlie grinned at him, then his expression turned serious. Listen, I know Ron's probably already been through this with you, but if you hurt her, you will have a very long line of Weasley men waiting to do some very unpleasant things to you. Understood. Of course, Harry replied when he found his voice again. I'd never hurt her. Good, Charlie clapped him on the shoulder. I'll be the first to welcome you to the family then. Officially, that is, he winked, and then strode off down the corridor after his siblings, leaving Harry to follow bemusedly. Right, Charlie said briskly when they were settled in the room of requirement. What's this big secret then? Harry and Ron exchanged a long look. You remember last year, at the Department of Mysteries. Well, I wasn't actually there, but it's not the sort of thing I'm going to forget in a hurry. Well, it's about the prophecy. Charlie sat heavily back in his chair, his forehead creased in thought. That explains a lot, he said finally. Understatement of the century, Ginny muttered. Charlie chuckled. Sorry, That didn't come out quite right. Dumbledore told us the first part of the prophecy, but I always had a feeling he'd kept something important out. Now that I know what he left out, I realize, important, doesn't even begin to cover it. He paused, looking directly at Harry. Does you know who know about this? We don't think so, Harry told him. The whole point of the Department of Mysteries last year was for Voldemort to get his hands on the original recording, and he wouldn't have bothered if he already knew the whole thing. Makes sense, Charlie mused. He raised his voice slightly. What do you think, Tonks? There was a moment of silence, then Tonks rather ruefully pulled her invisibility cloak off. I really wish you lot would stop doing that, she scolded, taking a seat next to Charlie. Why do you even bother anymore? Charlie asked her curiously. We all know you're here, why not just disguise yourself and be around all the time? Tonks made a face. Moody's orders, you know how paranoid he is. She grimaced, and then did a very good imitation of Moody's voice, constant vigilance. You never know when a Death Eater might be lurking in your underwear drawer, just waiting to strike. That earned a laugh from all present, and when everyone quietened down again, Charlie spoke again to Tonks. You haven't answered my question, what do you think? To tell you the truth, I've known the whole thing for quite some time, she said. And you didn't tell me. I'm crushed. Charlie put a hand over his heart in a dramatic pose. It was part of the whole bodyguard thing, Tonks continued, ignoring Charlie's theatrics. I guess Dumbledore wanted me to know what I was getting myself into. Harry made a face at the word bodyguard. You know, I really don't need any protection when I'm in Hogwarts, maybe you could. Not a chance, Tonks said crisply. You're too important to risk, you know that. Her tone softened at Harry's deflated look. I'm sorry, Harry, but that's just how it is. I didn't make the rules, and neither did you, but we both have to play by them. Yeah, I know, Harry said heavily. But it doesn't make it any easier, Charlie finished, fixing Harry with a peculiar look. They sat in silence for a long moment, all lost in their own thoughts. So what now? Ron said eventually. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Charlie said, glancing at Tonks. Harry, a familiar voice sounded out in the corridor. You in there? Yeah, Isabel, Harry called back. Come on in. The door opened slightly, and Isabel's head appeared through the gap. I was wondering where you'd wandered off to, she said, entering the room and taking a seat. By the time I got to dinner you'd left already. She regarded Charlie curiously. Who's this? My brother, Charlie, Ginny explained. And you are? Charlie looked at Isabel enquiringly. Isabel Lestrange, the ex-Slytherin said calmly. Charlie looked at her steadily. A palpable tenseness filled the room as everyone waited for his response. So you're the one, he said eventually. Yes, I'm the one who killed my bitch of a mother during the battle, Isabel said wearily. Happy now? Well, I was going to say that you were the one who took out one of the most dangerous Death Eaters in you-know-who's service, but that'll do too, Charlie said with a small smile. Isabel smiled a little guiltily. Sorry, she apologized. It's just that I've been getting that bloody reaction from everyone since, well, you know. Well, this is a cheery conversation, Tonks remarked after a long silence. Really, I thought it was a bit depressing, really, Charlie said with a straight face. Tonks rolled her eyes and slapped him playfully on the shoulder. Well, I actually came here to remind you that curfew is in about 10 minutes, Isabel told Harry, Ron and Ginny. If you don't want to be lynched by Filch, I'd suggest getting back to the common room. Harry started slightly. Had they really been talking that long? Yeah, righto, Ron nodded. Come on, you lot, we'd best get back. They all stood. I have to get back to the pen, anyway, Charlie said as they headed for the door. Every night Hagrid tries to sneak in to see Norbert, he's been driving everyone crazy. I'll see you all later. He waved and headed in the opposite direction to the common room, back towards the lower levels. Straight back to the common room, Mr. Potter, Tonks said sternly. No deviating into any broom closets this time, if you please. Tonks. Ron gave an anguished cry as Harry and Ginny turned matching shades of crimson. That's my sister. Funny I never noticed that, the Metamorphagus said with an impish grin, then disappeared under her invisibility cloak. James strode down the corridor, his black robe swirling around him dramatically, wearing an intimidating expression that would have made Snape jealous. The second-year Hufflepuff squeaked slightly, backing away, then abruptly turned and bolted, narrowly avoiding a head-first collision with a suit of armor in his haste to escape. Having fun, James grinned at his daughter as she emerged from the Transfiguration classroom, a small smile playing about her lips. Absolutely, he affirmed. I do have a reputation to maintain, after all, he said loftily, seeing her amused expression. I'll bet, she chuckled, falling into step beside him and entwining her arm with his. You've got everyone under fourth year cowed, and everyone above respects you more than McGonagall. That's quite an accomplishment. James shrugged. Anything to annoy Snape. He's been bitter ever since I surpassed him as most feared professor with the lower year levels. Cassie giggled, leaning her head on her father's shoulder as they walked on in silence. They had almost reached James's office when Cassie broke the silence. Dad. How? She hesitated. She knew the question would be hard for him to answer, but she also knew she had to get him talking. It wouldn't do him any good for him to keep stewing like he was. How did you and Mum meet? You've never told me. She held her breath, waiting to see what his reaction would be. James was silent for a long moment as he unlocked the office door with a wave of his hand and led her inside. She was beginning to worry as he took a seat beside the fireplace, igniting it with a glance. She sat on the chair opposite him, awaiting the imminent explosion. His shoulders started to shake, and for a moment Cassie thought he was crying. But then he raised his head to look at her, and she saw he was actually trying hard not to laugh. How did I meet Andrea? He asked, his eyes bright with glee. Actually, she knocked me unconscious with a vase, as I recall. Cassie blinked. That wasn't quite what she'd been expecting. She was a real little firebrand back then, James said with relish, looking at the ceiling thoughtfully. I was on one of my jobs for Lord Dickless, which involved me murdering her aunt and uncle. She was a little put out with me for that, as I recall. I thought you'd stopped working for Voldemort when you met her, Cassie said, brow creasing in confusion. Not really. James settled more comfortably into his chair. Actually, it was the other way around. I left Voldemort's service because of your mother. He smiled wistfully. The silly twit sent Death Eaters after us when she went into hiding for being blamed for the murders. I'm still not entirely sure why I did it, but when they came I defended her. We stayed together after that, although I think initially it was more of a lack of anywhere else to go on her part, because she was still wanted for those murders. Eventually we made our way to Australia, and the rest, as they say, is history. So you fell in love? Cassie asked softly. How did that happen, after a meeting like that? No idea. James shook his head. She was the first and only woman I've ever loved, and at the time I didn't even know I was capable of it. After a while with Andrea, it seemed so natural. She was the first person that wasn't scared of me for my abilities, although that was partly because she was Muggle. It all sounds like one of those bad movies, Cassie said, making a face. You know the ones, where the abducted falls for the abductor. James chuckled. Something like that. He gazed pensively into the flickering light of the fire. I don't expect to be around much longer, Cass, he said seriously. And to tell you the honest truth, I really don't want to be. If not for you and your brother, I would have already confronted Voldemort and probably died trying to take him down. You don't have to do that, Cassie said gently, a little shocked by his candid revelation. Why would you do such a thing? James lifted his eyes and caught the matching set in his daughter's face. Do you have any idea how old I am, Cass? Cassie frowned. It was something she'd never really thought to ask. If I asked you who was the oldest person in the castle, you'd say Dumbledore, right? He continued. Well, you'd be wrong. I was born 3 years before he was. Cassie stared at him in total shock. She'd known he was older than your average wizard, but to be that old and still look no older than 25. We don't age as other wizards do, James said quietly. Mind mages, that is. The last one recorded in Britain lived to be 650 or so, and even then he was killed in a duel. I've seen more than my fair share of battles over my life, and I'm really getting sick of fighting. He smiled ruefully. Besides, in that time I've jeweled Dumbledore 4 times. I think that's aged me more than anything else. But, you, Cassie started, but trailed off, unable to articulate the thought and emotions fighting within her for supremacy. James stood, crossed the room, and enfolded her in a hug. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere just yet, he said quietly. She clung to him fiercely, as if afraid he would simply vanish in a puff of smoke. While you and Alex have need of me, I'll be here for you. Understand? A barely discernible nod, followed shortly by a quiet sob. James tightened his grip and Cassie did the same. He knew full well that it would be difficult for her and her twin, but they both had to prepare for the distinct possibility that he would not be around much longer. He pulled away from her reluctantly. Chin up, he said firmly, and she lifted her head to meet his gaze. I'm not going anywhere until I choose to, but you still have to be prepared. James shook his head as he sank back into his chair. I never thought I'd get an opportunity to atone for everything I've done in the past, and to be frank, I never expected to want one. But here, at Hogwarts, I can make a difference. It's what Andrea would have wanted. He smiled sadly. She was prime Gryffindor material, really. There was no way she could have been anything else. I always thought it was a shame she'd been born a muggle. She would have made a very impressive witch. James glanced at his watch, raising one eyebrow. How does it get to be so late without me noticing? He sighed, rising to his feet once again. Come on, Cass, we need to get you back to your common room before McGonagall has a fit. Cassie giggled, and they left the office in comfortable silence. It was only when they reached the 7th floor landing, and James turned to head back downstairs, that Cassie finally spoke up. Were you in Gryffindor, Dad? She asked. When you were at Hogwarts, I mean. James turned back to her, a small smile on his face. Nope, he chuckled. Gryffindor was Dumbledore's territory. So what house were you in then? Slytherin. James raised one eyebrow at his daughter. You do realize there are more than 2 houses in this school, don't you? Cassie pressed her hands to her cheeks in mock horror. Not Hufflepuff. Anything but that. James grinned, remembering the Hufflepuff he'd been terrifying earlier. Is that so hard to believe? He asked, smirking as his daughter's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop panicking, I was in Ravenclaw. Cassie sighed in relief, placing one hand over her heart theatrically. Thank goodness, I almost thought my father was a badger for a moment there. James winked at her and, chuckling merrily, he started down the stairs, his mood infinitely lighter than it had been a few moments ago. That evening, when Harry had made his goodnights in the common room and was heading for his dorm, Ginny shocked everyone by following him. What are you doing? Harry hissed at her as she closed the door behind her. Following you, she said calmly. Oi, what are you doing up here? Dean demanded, poking his head out through the curtains on his bed. It's quite simple, she said in that same calm tone as Seamus and Neville's heads also appeared. My presence wards off Voldemort, and Dumbledore won't let us have a private room. Since that leaves either my dorm, the common room, or here, and Harry can't get into my dorm, that means I'll have to sleep in here from now on. Harry, Ron, Dean and Seamus were all gaping at her like she had 3 heads. I don't mind, Neville broke the silence, once again coming to Harry's support. If it helps Harry, then I don't care if she stays here. Yeah, but, Dean spluttered. There are hangings on the beds, Ginny pointed out. You won't even know I'm here. You know, I'm pretty sure this is against school rules, Alex said in an amused tone as he entered the dorm. Since when do you care about rules? Ginny retorted. Alex raised his hands in surrender. Hey, I'm not arguing against it or anything, he said placatingly. Just thought I'd point it out, is all. If you're going to do this, though, you'd best make sure McGonagall doesn't find out. She'll have you back in your own dorm faster than you can say, holy hell, what was that? Ginny, Harry spoke up. It's too dangerous, what if? I'm staying, Harry, whether you like it or not, she said in a steely tone. I'm not having you suffering just because of some stupid school rule. We are going to get into so much trouble, Harry said resignedly as Ginny disappeared behind the hangings on his bed. You won't tell anyone, will you guys? Dean and Seamus exchanged a long glance, and finally Dean sighed. Nah, mate, we won't tell anyone. I just hope Ginny's dorm mates don't say anything. They won't. Ginny's voice came from behind the curtains. Dean and Seamus' heads vanished back within the confines of their own beds. Don't even bother asking, Alex said flatly as Harry's gaze turned to him. If you really think I'd betray a friend like that, you don't know me very well. Finally, Harry's gaze came to rest on the only person in the room yet to speak. Ron's gaze was alternating between Harry's bed and Harry himself, and conflicting emotions flickered across his face. Finally he sighed heavily and gave Harry a wan smile. Go on, then, he said in a resigned tone of voice. I'm not going to tell anyone. Good, came Ginny's voice again. Now come to bed, Harry. Harry turned beet red as Alex grinned at him. Muted snickers could be heard from the direction of Seamus' bed. This could be interesting, Harry muttered to himself as he climbed through the hangings on his own bed. His face burned even more when he saw Ginny, having shed her school robes, now clad only in an old, too short nightdress, scratching Padfoot's ears. Silenko, Harry flicked his wand at the hangings. That wasn't really necessary, you know, Ginny smiled at him. It's not like we'll be doing anything wrong. It makes me feel a lot more comfortable, he muttered as she slipped beneath the covers. Stop being such a prude and get over here, she pointed at the bed beside her. Yes ma'am, he said obediently, slipping into the bed beside her. There now, Ginny giggled lightly. That wasn't so hard, now was it? She leaned over and keyed him. Good night Harry, I'll see you in the morning. She snuggled up against him, and within minutes was sleeping contentedly. Harry lay awake for a long time, feeling very unequipped to deal with the unfamiliar sensation of Ginny pressed against him in bed. It was very different to the few times they'd slept together on a couch in the common room. This was in his bed. Although he knew nothing untoward was happening, he shuddered to think what McGonagall would say if she ever found out. He knew Ginny well enough by now, however, to know she wouldn't take no for an answer. He only hoped it didn't land them in massive trouble. In the early hours of the morning he finally gave up, contenting himself to lay there with Ginny in his arms, and sleep eventually claimed him. Harry, Harry mumbled something incoherent and turned over in bed, barely registering the quiet words in his ear. He heard voices holding a whispered conversation, but really didn't care what they were saying. It was Saturday, his bed was nice and warm, and he had nowhere to be. He fully intended to sleep for at least another few hours. His plans were cut violently short when a pitcher of ice-cold water was dumped over his head. Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his wand clenched tightly in his hand, only to see Ginny, Alex and Cassie rolling on the floor, tears of mirth streaming down their faces. From the amount of light coming in through the window, it was already mid-morning. A quick glance around the room told him that Dean, Seamus and Neville had already left. He panicked for a brief moment that they had gone to tell McGonagall about the new, sleeping arrangements, but shook the thought off. Very funny, Harry grumbled, shaking his head in a vain attempt to dislodge some of the water in his hair. From the end of his bed, Padfoot watched him with his tongue lolling out in canine laughter. Sorry Harry, Ginny gasped for breath, trying hard not to break out into a fresh bout of laughter. But it was the quickest way we could think of to wake you. What's so bloody important? Harry tried to glare at the trio. Ginny put on her most angelic expression, while Alex and Cassie wore identical looks of pure innocence, and he eventually gave up. We figured everyone could use some cheering up, Alex grinned at him. And I reckon the Marauders are just the ones to do it, don't you? Couldn't it wait for a few hours? Harry cast a quick drying charm on his soaked clothes, mentally thanking Hermione for teaching it to him, then turned his wand on his bed. No, Alex and Cassie said together. These two have some master plan that they want to implement at lunch, Ginny explained. They haven't told me what it is yet, she added, shooting the twins a resentful look. Hey now, wouldn't want to spoil the surprise, now would we? Alex grinned at her. Absolutely not, Cassie confirmed. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. All right, Harry said, resigned to the fact he wasn't going to get any more sleep. What do we need to do? By the time the four sat down to eat lunch, they were all trying very hard not to burst out laughing. Ron looked up suspiciously from where he was sitting with Hermione as they took their seats. "Where have you lot been all day?" he demanded. "Oh, nowhere of any great importance," Alex said with an airy wave of his hand. Translation: "What you don't know can't hurt you," Cassie said with a chuckle. "You can hope." "Anyway," Ginny added. Ron just stared at them in bafflement. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Oh, Ron," Hermione said in exasperation. "What does it matter? They're just trying to confuse you." "Trying," Alex said with one eyebrow raised. "I thought we were succeeding, myself. I can't imagine where I got that impression." Ron's retort was cut off abruptly when Dumbledore stood from his place at the head table, and the Great Hall fell silent. "It pleases me to announce that, in the interests of training for a repeat of the attack on Hogwarts a few weeks ago, we will be holding a dueling tournament in the week before the holidays." The hall broke out into excited whispers, and Dumbledore waited patiently for it to quiet again. "This tournament will be open only to those students 5th year and above, and there is a limit of 10 students per house, for a total of 40 students competing. The winner will receive 100 house points, and the right to test their skills against a dueling master." At this, the whispers broke out again tenfold. Dumbledore waited patiently for quiet to return, a slight smile on his face. "Indeed, this is something to be excited about. All students who would like to enter themselves into the tournament will find a sign-up sheet in the entrance hall. The first matches will take place a week from Monday, and the sign-up sheet will remain until Saturday afternoon, when the first round of matches will be drawn, so make sure you have your entries in before then." Dumbledore clapped his hands sharply, signaling the beginning of the meal, and reseated himself. And promptly changed into a goat. Harry, Ginny, Alex and Cassie collapsed into the couches in front of the fire in the deserted Gryffindor tower, all four howling with laughter. "Did you see the look on McGonagall's face before she changed?" Cassie managed to get out between fits of laughter. "Absolutely, priceless. I liked Hagrid, myself," Alex grinned. "I don't think I've ever seen a bear quite that big before, or one wearing a moleskin coat, for that matter." "What about Flitwick?" Ginny giggled. "I thought he made a darling little rabbit." "Not as good as your dad," Harry said, grinning back at Alex. "He's going to be so pissed at us," Alex chuckled. "Still, it was worth it." "And what about Snape?" Cassie smirked. "Very appropriate," Ginny smirked back. "He already looks like a bat most of the time, wasn't much change really." The fat lady suddenly burst open, and students began to pour into the common room. "Nice work," Seamus grinned at the four as he passed. "What makes you think it was us?" Alex asked innocently. "Sure, like we'd believe it was anyone else," Dean snorted as he passed, then flashed a quick smile. "Still, it was a great prank, I'll give you that. You might want to steer clear of Snape for a while though, he looked absolutely livid when he changed back." "Thanks for the warning," Cassie smiled as he and Seamus disappeared up the stairs to the dorms. Neville caught Harry's eyes and grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Harry returned the gesture with a smile. It seemed the prank had done its job. The common room was alive with excited chatter in a way that it hadn't been for quite some time. It was good to see that everything had returned to normal, for a while, at least. Harry wasn't naive enough to believe it would last, but a brief respite was better than nothing at all. "Harry, what's wrong?" Harry looked up to find Ginny's face inches from his own, all traces of laughter gone from her eyes as she gazed at him. From the corner of his eyes Harry noticed Alex and Cassie making themselves scarce, giving the couple some privacy. "Nothing, I guess," Harry sighed as Ginny sat next to him, leaning her head on his shoulder. "This reminds me so much of last year, when Fred and George would pull off their latest prank. I'm glad we could make everyone forget for a few days, but I know it won't last very long." "Well, there's nothing we can do about it," Ginny said softly, craning her neck so she could look up at him. "It's not your fault Voldemort is out there killing people, and at the moment there's nothing you can do to stop him. You know that, so stop beating yourself up over it." Harry winced. Deep down, she'd hit the nail on the head. He did feel like it was his fault, even though he knew it wasn't. and he felt guilty for staying within the safety of Hogwarts when he should be out fighting Voldemort and his Death Eaters. How do you do that? Read me so well, I mean. Ginny turned an interesting shade of crimson as his question. Well, I spent years watching you, when you never noticed me, and I got to know you quite well. She bit her lip. Actually, I have a confession to make. After my first year, and the chamber, I used to follow you around between classes. Really? Harry asked, surprised. Yeah, Ginny giggled. Actually, I nicked your timetable and made a copy of it so I'd always know where you'd be, and I'd follow you to your next class. I did that right through my second and third years. How did I never see you, then? Ginny laughed a little painfully. If you had, would you have noticed? Harry felt the sudden urge to curse himself. All that time he could have spent with her, and he'd wasted it all by being too thick to see what was right there in front of him. For the 100th time, he asked himself how the hell he'd managed to overlook her for so long. I'm sorry, Gin, he said quietly. I must be blind, to have missed you for so long. Ginny smiled up at him. Don't be sorry, I know you have a habit of overlooking things that are right under your nose. She laughed at Harry's mock outraged expression. I just want to enjoy our time together now that we have some, she finished, snuggling closer to him. Almost of its own volition Harry's arm went around her, and they stayed that way for quite some time, even when a wryly amused Professor Milton entered the common room and, for the third time in 4 months, the twins ended up with electric pink hair. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.